The clock read 5 minutes until 3, with 61 hours left before everything changed. The attorney pulled into the vacant parking lot, the ground covered by a fresh inch of snow. He took a moment in the car, searching the floor mat until his overshoes were fastened. Stepping out, he turned his collar up against a bitter northern wind that carried heavy, slow-falling flakes. A storm, the radio warned, was building 60 miles away. At the visitor's entrance, he stamped snow from his feet. The room was empty. No line today. Just an idle X-ray belt, a metal detector arch, and 3 correctional officers with little to do. He gave them a nod, a gesture of solidarity. In a prison, the world split into 2. Those inside and those out. He was still on the outside. For now, he lifted a gray plastic bin from a wobbly stack, folded his overcoat inside, then added his suit jacket. The prison was overheated, cheaper to crank the heat than issue inmates seasonal wardrobes. From deep within the complex, muffled by twisting hallways and heavy doors, came the distant clamor of metal, concrete, and the chaotic chorus of shouts and discontented murmurs. He emptied his pockets, keys, wallet, phone, loose change, placing each familiar item atop his folded clothes. Instead of taking the bin to the scanner, he carried it to a small wall window where a uniformed attendant traded it for a numbered ticket. Positioning himself before the metal detector, he patted his pockets out of habit, a reflex from airport security. The guards let him stand there, a slight, uneasy man in shirt sleeves, carrying nothing, no briefcase, not even a pen. He wasn't here to counsel, but to receive counsel, to listen, not to speak, and he certainly wouldn't be recording any of it on paper. They waved him through. The light stayed green, silent, yet the first guard swept a wand over him, while the second performed a pat-down. A third officer then led him deeper inside, through sequential doors that sealed shut one after another around sharp corners meant to hinder a sprint, past thick green observation windows with watchful eyes behind them. The lobby had felt transitional, with its linoleum floors, mint green walls, and fluorescent lights, still touched by the outside world through drafts and melted snow puddles. The prison proper was another realm, disconnected from sky or weather, devoid of decoration. Walls were bare, raw concrete, glossy, where countless sleeves had brushed against them, pale and dusty elsewhere. Underfoot, a gritty gray paint squeaked under his overshoes. 4 interview rooms awaited, each a windowless cube split by a broad, desk-high concrete counter topped with thick, slightly green safety glass. Overhead, caged lights glared down. The glass was segmented into 3 panes, creating 2 narrow side slots for conversation and a central slot at the bottom for passing documents, much like a bank teller's window. Each side of the room held its own chair and its own door, a study in stark symmetry. The attorneys came in through one entrance, while the incarcerated individuals entered through another. Later, they departed the same way they had arrived, each heading toward a separate fate. A corrections officer unlocked the door from the hallway, took a step inside to visually confirm everything was in order, then moved aside to allow the lawyer to pass. The lawyer entered and waited until the guard shut the door, leaving him alone in the room. He took a seat and glanced at his watch. He was 8 minutes behind schedule. The worsening weather had forced him to drive cautiously. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered tardiness a mark of unprofessionalism and a sign of disrespect. But prison visits operated by a different clock. Time held little meaning for those locked away. After another 8 minutes, the door set into the wall behind the security glass opened. A different guard performed a brief check before stepping back, and a prisoner shuffled into view, the lawyer's client. The man was pale, massively overweight, his body layered with fat and completely devoid of hair. He wore a bright orange jumpsuit. His restraints, thin chains at his wrists, waist, and ankles, looked almost delicate, like pieces of fine jewelry. His eyes were dull, his expression blank and submissive, yet his lips moved faintly, as if someone of limited capacity was straining to hold on to complicated details. The door behind the glass clicked shut. The prisoner sat down. The lawyer pulled his chair closer to the counter. The inmate mirrored the movement, creating an odd symmetry. "Sorry, I'm late," the lawyer said. The prisoner remained silent. "How are you holding up?" The lawyer tried again, still no reply. The lawyer fell quiet. The room's air was stifling and warm. After a long minute, the prisoner began to speak, reciting from memory a rehearsed series of lists, instructions, and lengthy paragraphs. Occasionally, the lawyer interjected, "Slow down a bit." Each time, the man would pause, wait, and then pick up again at the beginning of the last sentence. His pace and monotonous sing-song delivery completely unchanged. It was as though he possessed no other mode of communication. The lawyer prided himself on a strong memory, particularly for detail, a trait common in his profession, and he focused intently on the act of memorization itself, using it as a shield against the disturbing content of the instructions. Yet even as he concentrated, a small part of his mind kept tally, 14 distinct criminal proposals before the prisoner finally fell silent and leaned back. The lawyer said nothing. "Got all that?" the prisoner asked. The lawyer gave a single nod, and the prisoner lapsed into a vacant bovine stillness, or perhaps more like a donkey in a field, displaying a patience that felt eternal. Time meant nothing to prisoners, especially to this one. With a push, the lawyer moved his chair back and stood. His door was unlocked. He stepped out into the corridor. It was 5 minutes to 4 in the afternoon. 60 hours remained. The same guard was waiting for him. 2 minutes later, he was back in the parking lot, fully dressed again, his personal items returned to his pockets, their familiar weight a small comfort, a token of normalcy. The snow was falling harder now, the air sharper, the wind whipping wildly. Darkness was closing in, early and swift. The lawyer sat for a moment in his car, the seat heater warming his back, the engine idling, the wipers sweeping berms of snow back and forth across the windshield. Then he pulled away, making a wide, slow turn, his tires whispering against the fresh powder, his headlights carving bright arcs through the swirling white. He aimed for the exit, the wire gates, the obligatory wait, the trunk inspection, and then the long, straight road leading through town to the highway. 14 criminal proposals, 14 actual crimes, if he passed the messages along and they were carried out, which they certainly would be. Or 15 crimes, counting himself as a co-conspirator the moment he relayed the plans. Or perhaps 28 if some ambitious prosecutor decided to treat each separate element as its own conspiracy, which they might very well do, either for sport or for the career-making headlines. 28 distinct roads leading to disgrace, professional ruin, and the courtroom ending in a cell. A life sentence was almost guaranteed, especially considering the nature of one particular proposal, and that would only be after a successful negotiation. The thought of a failed deal was too terrifying to even consider. The attorney navigated the highway interchange, easing into the right lane. Outside, a heavy curtain of gray snow fell in the fading daylight. Traffic was sparse, just a few cars and trucks moving in both directions, separated by the median. He drove with one hand, shifting uncomfortably in his seat to pull out his cell phone, feeling its weight in his palm. He faced 3 clear options. First, he could do nothing at all. Second, he could make the call he had been instructed to make. Third, and the one he truly should make, was to dial 911, followed quickly by calls to the local police, the state patrol, the county sheriff, and the bar association, before finally securing his own legal counsel. With a resigned certainty, he chose the second option. Doing nothing would only delay the inevitable moment when they came for him. Calling the authorities that would lead to a slow, agonizing end. He was sure of it, a small, anxious man with no pretensions of bravery. He dialed the number, checked it twice, and pressed the call button. Raising the phone to his ear, he committed what would be a crime in many states, but not here in South Dakota. Not yet, anyway. A small mercy. The voice that answered was coarse and rough, laced with a crude, predatory menace. It belonged to a world the lawyer could scarcely fathom. "Go ahead, buddy," it said, the words dripping with smug enjoyment and absolute control, clearly savoring the lawyer's palpable fear and disgust. The lawyer swallowed hard and began to speak, mechanically reciting the lists, the instructions, the detailed paragraphs, just as they had been conveyed to him. He started his monologue 7 miles and 7 minutes from a highway bridge that didn't look much like one. The road stayed perfectly level, but the land beneath it dipped into a wide, shallow gulch, dry for most of the year. This ditch would become a raging torrent with the spring melt. The engineers had funneled it through a neat culvert packed with 40 massive concrete tubes to protect the roadbed, a system brilliant for April, but with one glaring winter flaw. Warning signs in both directions read, "Bridge freezes before road." As he drove and talked, 7 minutes in, he reached the most blatantly naked and brutal of the 14 proposals. He repeated it into the phone with the same detached, emotionless tone he'd heard in the prison. The coarse voice on the other end laughed, a sound that sent a violent shudder through the lawyer. A deep moral revulsion twisted inside him, jerking his shoulders and grinding the phone against his ear. His hand twitched on the wheel. His front tires lost traction on the bridge ice. He overcorrected clumsily, and the rear of the car swung the opposite way, fishtailing once, twice, 3 times. He slid across all 3 lanes. Through the swirling snow, he saw a bus coming the other way. It was white, enormous, and moving fast, heading straight for him. Some primitive part of his brain screamed that impact was unavoidable. But his conscious mind argued back. No, there was still space, still time, still a grassy median and 2 solid metal barriers standing between him and the oncoming traffic. He pressed his lips together, loosened his hold on the wheel, and pushed himself upright just as the bus roared by, perfectly aligned but a full 20 feet to his side. He let out a shaky breath. On the other end of the line, the voice demanded, "What happened?" "I lost traction for a second," the lawyer replied. "Then finish your damn report," the voice snapped back. The lawyer swallowed hard and picked up where he'd left off, repeating the last few words to regain his thread. Meanwhile, the driver of the white bus heading the opposite way was a seasoned professional with 12 years on the job. In his niche field, he was considered among the best, fully licensed, thoroughly trained, and deeply experienced. He was past his youth but not yet nearing retirement, operating at a steady peak of sound judgment and physical skill. He wasn't running late, wasn't speeding, and was completely sober. But fatigue had settled in after nearly 2 hours of peering into a monotonous curtain of falling snow. Spotting the car skidding sideways a football field ahead, his worn-out reflexes hesitated for a critical instant. Then the tension in his weary muscles made him overcorrect, jerking the wheel as if dodging a punch. It was too much, too late, and ultimately pointless. The sliding car had already straightened and slipped past him. But his front tires now turned sharply, met the bridge's black ice just as he tried to steer. They lost all grip and slid. Most of the bus's weight was concentrated far in the back. The massive iron engine, the full water tank, the heavy restroom fixtures, all acting like a clumsy pendulum. The rear end began to swing, trying to overtake the front. It only shifted a few critical degrees, but that was enough. The driver did everything by the book to counter the skid, yet the steering wheel went light in his hands, the front tires offering no resistance, no feel. The back end swung back into line, then whipped out the other direction. For 12 agonizing seconds, each one stretching like an hour, he wrestled the oversized wheel left and right across 300 yards, trying to tame the building momentum. But the pendulum weight behind him slammed violently side to side, the soft suspension buckling and heaving, the tall body tilting and yawing. The rear of the bus swung out 45 degrees left, then 45 right. Bridge freezes before road. The old warning flashed through his mind just as the front tires finally regained bite. Unfortunately, they bit while still angled sharply toward the shoulder, pulling the whole bus obediently in that direction as if following a command. He stomped on the brakes. Fresh snow piled ahead of the tires and the bus slowed, but not enough. The front wheels bumped over the rumble strips, crossed the shoulder, and dropped with a jarring thud into a snow-filled frozen ditch. The undercarriage shrieked and scraped along the pavement edge for another 10 feet before everything finally ground to a halt. The bus rested, tilted at an awkward angle, its front third buried in the ditch, the rear two-thirds still on the shoulder, and the engine compartment jutting out into the traffic lane. The front wheels dangled at their full droop. With the engine dead, the only sounds were the hiss of hot metal meeting snow, the sigh of the air brakes, and the passengers, first screaming, then gasping, then falling into a stunned, brittle silence. The passengers were a uniform group, save for one exception. 20 silver-haired seniors, plus one younger man, rode in a bus built for 40. 12 were widows. The other 8 made up 4 long-married couples. They were a church group from Seattle on a cultural tour. They'd already visited a famous prairie town and were now on the long trek west toward Mount Rushmore, with a promised detour to the geographic center of the country. National parks and sweeping grasslands were on the itinerary, a lovely plan, but utterly misguided for this time of year. As the quiet set in, one of the widows fumbled for her friend's hand, her earlier excitement about seeing bison now replaced by a cold, sharp fear. Winter in South Dakota was notoriously harsh, which explained why only half the seats were filled despite the low ticket price. Among the passengers was a man who stood out, not just because he was decades younger than the rest, but because of how he'd joined them. He had boarded unexpectedly at a rest area east of Cavour, slipping onto the bus without any real explanation. A few noticed him speaking with the driver beforehand. Some even thought they saw cash exchange hands. This made him less of a stowaway and more like someone who'd paid his way, albeit in an unconventional manner. Still, the group wasn't sure what to make of him. He kept to himself, sitting several rows behind the elderly travelers, and though he was quiet and respectful, his size was impossible to ignore, towering over everyone else and built with the solid frame of a former athlete, maybe a football player past his prime. He wasn't dressed sharply, just a wrinkled shirt beneath a sturdy canvas jacket, and he carried no luggage, which struck a few as odd. Yet there was something reassuring about having him there. A man that large could be intimidating, but his calm demeanor made him seem almost charming. A couple of the more adventurous widows considered striking up a chat, but he seemed to discourage it, sleeping through much of the trip and offering only polite, brief replies whenever someone tried to engage him. At least they knew his name. When one gentleman introduced himself on the way back from the restroom, the stranger hesitated for just a moment before shaking his hand and saying, "Jack Reacher." The bus lurched violently, jolting Reacher awake as his head struck the window. He knew immediately where he was, and his mind raced through the possibilities. Snow, ice, a reasonable speed, light traffic. They were either going to collide with the divider or slide off the shoulder. Worst case, the bus might roll. He'd be fine. But the older passengers up front? That was another story. Even if they survived, the aftermath would be a mess. 20 seniors possibly hurt, stranded in the middle of a building winter storm miles from help. For nearly 12 seconds, he braced himself against the fishtailing motion, feeling the swings more sharply at the back of the bus. Up front, he could see the others being tossed around, their frail necks whipping side to side. In the rearview mirror, the driver's determined face said he was fighting for control, but a luxury coach was a clumsy beast on ice. Ironic, really. Be careful what you wish for. He'd been in Marshall, Minnesota, for reasons already fading from memory, and caught a ride with a man heading to Huron, South Dakota, who for his own private reasons dropped Reacher off at that rest stop near Cavour. At first, it seemed like rotten luck. Cavour wasn't exactly a hub for cross-country travel, but after 2 coffees, this white 40-seater had pulled in, and with only 20 people disembarking, empty seats were there for the taking. The driver looked like a no-nonsense type, so Reacher approached him directly. $20 for a ride to Rapid City? The driver had wanted $40 for the ticket, but settled for $30, and Reacher had spent the day riding in surprising comfort. That comfort came from soft suspension and loose steering, neither of which was helpful now. Still, after just a few seconds, Reacher felt a flicker of hope. With the gas pedal untouched, the bus was naturally slowing. It didn't feel like it, but physics said it had to be true. Newton's laws were clear. As long as no one plowed into them, they'd wobble and slide to a stop, maybe sideways or backwards, but likely upright and in one piece. Then the front tires caught traction again, and he realized they were going to roll right off the road. Not good. But the driver stood on the brakes, wrestling the wheel through a violent chorus of thumps, bangs, and scrapes until they came to rest half on, half off the pavement. That part was acceptable. What wasn't acceptable was their rear end jutting into the travel lane, and the sudden complete silence from the engine was definitely not okay. Reacher looked back. No headlights for the moment. He moved to the front and saw flat, snow-covered land ahead. No drop-offs, no steep banks. That meant no risk of tipping. He turned and started urging the older passengers to move up the aisle toward the front. If a big rig slammed into them now, it might just tear off the back without crushing anyone. But the passengers were shaken and hesitant, just staring blankly. Reacher returned to the front. The driver sat frozen, blinking hard, swallowing back his fear. "Good work," Reacher told him. The driver gave a slow nod. "Thanks. Can you get us out of this ditch?" "I don't think so." "Best guess? Probably not." "All right. Do you have flares?" "What? Flares? Our back end is blocking the lane." The driver seemed dazed, then bent down, unlatched a locker by his feet, and pulled out 3 warning flares, dull red cardboard tubes with steel spikes. Reacher took them. "Got a first aid kit?" Another nod. "Take it and check everyone for injuries," Reacher said, "and get them to move up front, all together in the aisle if you can. If we get hit, it'll be from behind." The driver nodded again, shook himself like a wet dog, and grabbed a kit from another compartment. As he stood, Reacher added, "Open the door first." The door hissed open, and a blast of freezing air and swirling snow rushed in. It felt like a full blizzard. "Close it after me. Keep everyone warm," Reacher said. He jumped down into the icy ditch, fighting through mud and slush to reach the shoulder. Once on the pavement, he ran to the bus's rear corner, snow stinging his face. He lined up with the lane markers and ran back along the road in a wide curve, 30 paces, roughly 30 yards. At 88 feet per second, a car going 60 miles an hour would cover that distance fast, and plenty of fools would still drive that speed even in a storm. He jammed the first flare's spike into the asphalt. It ignited with a fierce crimson glow. He ran another 30 paces and placed the second, then another 30 for the third, completing a warning sequence. 3, 2, 1, get over. Then he ran back, floundered through the ditch again, and pounded on the door until the driver broke away from checking a passenger's arm and let him in. Reacher climbed back inside, bringing a gust of snow with him. He was already seriously cold, his face numb, his feet freezing, and the bus's interior was turning chilly fast. The snow was already sticking in thick, wet clumps against the windows on one side. Reacher turned to the driver. "You need to leave the engine on. Keep the heat running." "I can't risk it," the driver replied, his voice tight. "We scraped the undercarriage pretty hard back there. Could have cracked the fuel line. I'm not turning this bus into a bonfire with everyone still on it. I didn't smell any gasoline when I was outside," Reacher said. "Maybe not, but I won't take that chance. We're all alive right now. I aim to keep it that way, so you'd rather we all freeze. You handle the first aid. I'm going to try and get a call through." Reacher moved back down the aisle to check on the passengers. The driver had already tended to the first couple of rows. Each person by the window now wore a Band-Aid where the metal window frame had cut them during the crash. An ironic twist, they'd wanted a better view, and they'd certainly gotten a more memorable one. One elderly woman had a second bandage on her cheek, likely from her husband's head snapping into her when the bus swerved. He'd been thrown around like a stuffed toy. The first real break was in the third row. A petite woman, frail as a sparrow, had been leaning right when the bus violently jerked left. The window had slammed into her shoulder, and the result was a broken collarbone. Reacher could tell just by the careful, protective way she held her arm. "Ma'am, would you mind if I took a look?" he asked. "You're not a doctor," she stated, her voice thin. "I had training Army? A medic?" Military police? We learned enough. He saw her shiver. You're cold. It's the shock, she murmured. And all this snow. She shifted slightly, offering a silent permission. Through the fabric of her blouse, he felt the bone fragile as a twig snapped cleanly in the middle. It's a clean break, he told her. Actually, it's good. The collarbone acts like a fuse. It breaks so your shoulder and neck don't take the damage. It'll heal quickly. I need a hospital, she insisted. We'll get you to one, Reacher promised. He continued down the bus, a sprained wrist in row 4, a broken one in row 5, 13 various cuts, plenty of bruises, and a growing sense of collective shock as the temperature inside plummeted. Through the back windows, he could still see the emergency flares burning. 3 hazy red blossoms glowing defiantly in the whirling snow. No headlights approached in either direction. The road was utterly deserted. He found the driver up front, slouched in his seat, an open cell phone in his hand. The man was staring blankly through the windshield, his left fingers tapping an anxious rhythm on the steering wheel. "We've got a problem," he said without turning. "What kind?" "I got through to 911. All the highway patrol units are tied up 60 miles north or east. There are 2 major storm systems converging, one down from Canada, another off the Great Lakes. They've got 100-car pileups and total chaos. This stretch of highway is officially closed behind us and ahead of us. No traffic." That explained it. "Where exactly are we?" "South Dakota." I gathered that much. "Then you know what I'm saying. If we're not in Sioux Falls or Rapid City, we're in the absolute middle of nowhere, and we're definitely not in either of those places. We have to be near something. GPS shows a little town called Bolton, about 20 miles off. It's just a dot on the map. Probably a gas station and a post office. Can your company send another bus? I'm based out of Seattle, maybe in 4 days after the snow stops, if we're lucky. Does this Bolton have a police department?" "I'm waiting for a call back." "Maybe they have tow trucks." "I'm sure they do. Probably one at the local garage, fine for pulling a busted pickup out of a ditch. Not meant for something this size. What about farm tractors? Could a few of them manage it? They'd need a whole fleet, and chains strong enough to anchor a ship, or maybe a school bus we could transfer into if they have one." "The highway patrol won't just leave us here," the driver said, though he sounded like he was trying to convince himself. "They'll get to us eventually." Reacher studied him. "What's your name?" "J. Knox." "Start thinking ahead, Mr. Knox. The highway patrol is at least an hour away in perfect conditions. In this, double that if we're lucky. We need a plan before the cold really sets in. 3 hours, tops, given the situation they're probably facing. That means we have to move fast. In an hour, this bus will feel like a freezer. In 2, these elderly passengers will start succumbing to the cold, maybe even sooner. What's your suggestion?" Reacher was just about to reply when Knox's phone buzzed. He answered, and for a moment, a flicker of hope crossed his face before it faded back into grim lines. He hung up and turned to Reacher. "Turns out Bolton has a police department. They're sending an officer, but they've got their own issues right now. It'll be a while." "How long is a while?" "An hour, minimum." "What kind of issues?" "They didn't specify. You need to start the engine. They have coats, not nearly enough." "I'm concerned about a fire. Diesel isn't as flammable as gasoline." "Since when are you an expert? Army experience. Trucks and Humvees ran on diesel for a reason." Reacher looked back down the aisle. "Got a flashlight? A fire extinguisher?" "Why? I'll check underneath." "If it looks clear, I'll knock twice on the floor." "You start it up. If anything catches fire, I'll handle it and knock again, and you shut it down." "I'm not sure about this. It's the best option we have. We need to do something." Knox was silent for a long moment, then he shrugged, opened a few compartments, and pulled out a silver maglite and a red extinguisher. Reacher took them, waited for the door to hiss open, and stepped back into the eerie red glow of the emergency flares. He dropped into the ditch again, this time trudging counterclockwise around the front of the bus. The awkward angle meant more of the left side was above the pavement than the right. Crawling in the freezing ditch was unappealing, but the shoulder was slightly better. He located the fuel filler door, sat in the snow, then swiveled onto his back, wriggling into position with his head beneath the bus's side panel. He clicked the flashlight on. The thick tube running from the filler neck to the tank looked intact. The tank itself was a massive, boxy cylinder, dented and scraped from the impact, but not leaking. The fuel line trailing toward the engine compartment seemed fine. Snow seeped through Reacher's jacket and shirt, a freezing dampness hitting his skin. He shivered. Using the butt of the maglite, he rapped twice on a frame member. He heard relays click and the fuel pump whine to life. He checked the tank and the line as far as the beam would reach. Kicking against the snow, he pushed himself farther under. No leaks. The starter motor turned over and the engine clattered to life, settling into a heavy, rhythmic beat. Still no leaks, no fire, no fumes. Fighting the cold, he gave it another minute, using the time to inspect other components. The big tires looked okay. Some front suspension parts were dented. The luggage hold floor was battered in places. Several smaller tubes and hoses were crushed, torn, and split. Some insurance company in Seattle was about to get a hefty bill, that much was certain. He scrambled out, stood, and brushed himself off. His clothes were soaked. Fat, heavy snowflakes swirled around him. Already 2 fresh inches blanketed the ground, dusting his footprints from just minutes before. He followed them back to the ditch, floundered to the door, and Knox was waiting. The door opened, he climbed in, and a gust of howling wind and snow followed him. He shivered violently. The door closed, then the engine died. Knox dropped back into his seat and hit the starter button. From the rear of the bus, Reacher heard the starter motor straining, wheezing, turning over again and again. Nothing happened. Knox asked, "What did you see down there?" "Damage," Reacher said. "A lot of things are banged up, crushed tubes, some." Knox nodded grimly. "The fuel line is pinched shut. We're not going anywhere." They'd burned through the last of the fuel in the line, and now the engine was truly dead. The brakes were probably gone, too. Maybe it was a blessing the thing wouldn't start. "Call the Bolton police again," Reacher insisted. "This is getting critical." Knox made the call while Reacher moved down the aisle. He pulled coats from the overhead bins, urging the elderly passengers to bundle up. Hats, gloves, scarves, anything they had. He had nothing himself. Just the soaked, freezing clothes on his back. His body heat was draining away, leaving him with a constant full-body shiver. A life without luggage had its freedoms, but moments like this laid bare its stark vulnerabilities. He returned to the front. Cold air whistled through the door seal, making it noticeably colder near the driver. "Well?" he asked. Knox lowered the phone. "They're sending a car as soon as they can." "A car isn't going to cut it. I told them that." "I explained the situation. They said they'll figure something out. You ever seen weather like this before?" "This isn't the main event. The real storm is 60 miles off. This is just the opening act." Reacher shuddered. "Is it heading here without a doubt? How fast? Better you don't know." Reacher left him and walked to the very back of the bus. He settled on the floor near the restroom, pressing his back against the rear wall, hoping for a trace of warmth from the dormant engine compartment. He waited. It was nearly 5 in the evening. He had 59 hours left to kill. 45 minutes later, the lawyer finally reached his house. The drive had been a grueling crawl. His driveway was buried, and for a heart-sinking moment he feared the garage door would be frozen shut. He hit the remote, and the motor groaned but lifted the door. He pulled in, only to have the safety sensor trigger when clumps of snow fell from his wheel wells. Muttering, he wrestled his overshoes back on, grabbed a shovel, and cleared the threshold. Finally, the door closed. In the mudroom, he took a deliberate breath, shedding the day's tensions like a coat. It was 20 minutes to 6. He stepped into the warm kitchen and greeted his family with a practiced, ordinary smile, as if it had been just another day at the office. By that same time inside the bus, the cold had become a sharp, living thing. The interior was pitch dark, and Reacher was wrapped in a fierce, shuddering hug, trying to contain his own heat. Ahead of him, the 20 elderly passengers and Knox were all huddled in similar desperate poses. The windows on the windward side were plastered solid with snow. Those on the leeward side framed a swirling gray void. The blizzard, driving in from the north and east, hammered the stranded vehicle snow boiling over and under its shape in a chaotic, weightless dance. Then lights, faint at first, then clearer, white, red, and blue spheres piercing the gloom. The muted, rhythmic crunch of snow chains broke the eerie silence. A police cruiser driving the wrong way on the divided highway nosed cautiously toward them. A long minute later, a cop boarded the bus, having trudged through the ditch. Fresh from a heated car, he was bundled in winter boots, waterproof pants, a heavy parka, and a fur hat with ear flaps covered by a plastic shield. He was tall and lean, with lined blue eyes that spoke of years spent under both summer sun and winter gales. He introduced himself as Andrew Peterson, second in command at the Bolton Police Department. He removed his gloves and worked his way down the aisle, offering handshakes and repeating his name and title to every passenger, his manner crafted to seem open and earnest, like a helpful local genuinely thrilled to lend a hand. But Reacher studied those pale blue eyes and sensed the performance. He suspected Peterson was a sharp man with deeper concerns than a simple roadside assist. That suspicion grew when the deputy started his inquiries. Who were they? Where had they come from today, and where were they bound? Did they have lodging reserved? For Knox and the elderly tour group from Seattle, the answers came easily. A scheduled trip from the Dakotaland Museum to Mount Rushmore, with 13 rooms booked at a motel near the monument. All truthful, yet oddly thorough given the situation. Peterson even asked to see the motel confirmation. Then he turned to Reacher with a smile. "Sir, I'm Andrew Peterson, Deputy Chief with the Bolton Police Department. Mind telling me who you are?" Reacher doubted Peterson was ex-military. Unlike many Heartland cops, he seemed more like a hometown guy who'd excelled in high school and stayed to serve, comfortable with local matters, but maybe stretching his limits with anything beyond, yet determined to handle whatever landed in his lap. "Sir," Peterson prompted again. Reacher gave his name. Asked if he was with the group, Reacher said no. "So why was he on the bus?" Reacher explained. He was traveling west out of Minnesota, hoping to turn south soon for better weather. "You don't care for our weather?" "Not particularly. And you caught a ride on a tour bus?" "I paid for it." Peterson glanced at Knox for confirmation, got a nod, then looked back. "Are you on vacation?" "No." "Then what's your situation exactly?" "My situation is irrelevant. None of this was planned. We're here because of an accident. Pure chance. So there's no link between us and whatever's worrying you. There can't be." "Who says I'm worried?" "I do." Peterson held Reacher's gaze, steady and assessing. "What happened with the bus?" "Ice, I suppose," Reacher said. "I was asleep," Peterson nodded. "There's a bridge that doesn't look like one, but the signs are posted." Knox spoke up, a touch defensive. A car coming the other way was sliding all over. I twitched. Peterson gave him a look that was all sympathy and no blame. "A twitch will do it. Happens to plenty of folks, me included," Reacher cut in. "We need to get these people off this bus. They're going to freeze. I am too." Peterson fell silent for a long moment, turning over Reacher's words about there being no connection to his concerns. Then he nodded, decisive. "Listen up, everyone. We're getting you into town where we can take proper care of you. The two ladies with injuries will ride with me, and there'll be another vehicle right behind for the rest of you." The drop into the ditch was too much for the injured women, so Peterson carried one and Reacher carried the other. The car was already fading into the swirling white, just a vague shape 10 yards out, and when Reacher turned back after Peterson drove off, the bus had vanished completely. He stood alone in a howling void, snow stinging his face, clogging his lashes, finding its way under his collar with an icy persistence that felt almost personal. A sharp, primal fear flashed through him. If he lost his bearings in this whiteout, he'd wander until he simply stopped moving. He forced himself to take a deliberate sidestep, and there they were, the brave, crimson glows of the roadside flares. Using them as a guide, he oriented himself toward where the bus should be, felt his way along its sheltered side, and trudged around the front, battling the wind again until he found the door. Knox pulled him inside, and they both crouched low, peering out into the impenetrable dark, wondering what on earth was coming for them. It was just before 6 in the evening. They had 58 hours left by 6 o'clock. The 14 illicit proposals had finally been committed to paper. The man who'd taken the lawyer's call was shrewd in a practical, survivalist way, but he knew his own limits. Under pressure, details had a tendency to blur for him, and pressure was absolutely guaranteed now. Getting these ideas from concept to reality would require approval from intensely risk-averse individuals. So he wrote it all down, 14 distinct points, then picked up a brand-new prepaid cell phone, untraceable, straight off the charger, and began to dial. What arrived for them was a school bus, but not the cheerful yellow kind. This was a standard Bluebird, painted a dull institutional gray with heavy steel mesh welded over every window and Department of Corrections stenciled boldly along its sides. It looked nearly new. Knox shrugged. "Better than nothing. I'd ride in a hearse if it had a working heater," Reacher replied. The prison bus executed a clumsy three-point turn across the lanes, rocking back and forth until it was lined up perfectly, alongside the stranded coach, its entrance step positioned opposite the emergency exit window. Reacher understood Peterson's thinking. He'd seen the ditch, the elderly passengers, and that pop-out panel, and made a smart call. For once, the biting cold worked in their favor, stripping away any hesitation the passengers might have had about climbing through a hatch into a blizzard. Knox helped them up and out. Reacher lifted them down. It was straightforward work apart from the numbing cold. The lightest passenger was a frail man who couldn't have weighed more than 95 pounds. The heaviest was a woman closer to 200. The men all insisted on shuffling the short distance themselves. The women were grateful to be carried. The interior of the prison bus was starkly utilitarian. A polished steel cage separated the passenger compartment from the driver. The seats were narrow, hard benches faced with slick plastic. The floor was bare rubber, and the window mesh cast grim cross-hatched shadows. But there was heat, a roaring, blessed heat. This wasn't some state-sanctioned kindness for inmates. The bus manufacturer had installed it for the schoolchildren it was originally meant to carry, and the state simply hadn't bothered to remove it. A small passive mercy, the driver had the thermostat cranked all the way up. Peterson had done his job well. Once the passengers were settled, Reacher and Knox plunged back into the storm to retrieve suitcases from the dead bus's luggage hold. The old folks would need their medications, night clothes, toiletries, and changes of clothing. There were a lot of bags. The prison bus was packed. Every spare seat taken and the aisle crowded with people. Knox found a spot to sit, while Reacher stood near the driver, positioning himself close to a heater vent. Outside, the wind rocked the bus, but the chained tires held firm, allowing them to press steadily onward. After 7 miles, they turned off the highway, rolling past a rusted yield sign riddled with old shotgun pellets. The road became a long, straight County 2 lane, and soon a new reflective sign appeared. Correctional facility ahead. Do not stop for hitchhikers. Reacher frowned at the sight. That sign was going to make hitchhiking out of town tomorrow morning more difficult than he'd hoped. Almost immediately, a woman near the front shifted nervously, glancing around before asking, "We aren't actually going to be locked up, are we?" "No, ma'am," Reacher replied. "Most likely a motel. This was probably the only available bus tonight." The prison driver grunted. "Motels are all full," then fell silent. It was just past 5 in the evening. 57 hours remained. The county road stretched ahead for over 10 miles, visibility rarely extending beyond 10 yards at a time. Snowflakes glittered in the headlights, but beyond that lay a white void. Reacher guessed the land was flat, judging by the steady hum of the engine. No hills or valleys, just open prairie already buried and destined for another foot of snow by morning. Then a sign emerged from the blur. Bolton city limit. Population 12,261. So not some tiny speck after all. The driver didn't slow. The chains clattered on for another mile. then another, until the faint glow of street lamps began to pierce the gloom. Soon, a police car came into view, parked sideways to block a side street, its red roof lights rotating slowly. The vehicle had been there a while. Its tire tracks were already filling with fresh snow. The bus continued another quarter-mile, made 3 turns, right, left, right again, and then Reacher saw a low wall topped with a thick layer of snow, a lit sign running along its length, Bolton Police Department. Behind it, a large parking lot was half filled with civilian cars, sedans, trucks, crew cab pickups, all showing signs of recent use, clear windshields, fresh tracks, slush melting on their hoods. The bus eased past the vehicles and stopped opposite a brightly lit entrance lobby. The engine settled into a noisy idle, but the heater kept blowing. The police station was a long, low building, clearly not a small operation, with a flat roof sporting a forest of antennas poking up through the snow. The lobby door was flanked by 2 trash cans, standing like mismatched sentinels. Inside looked warm and inviting. The bus door hissed open, and a man in a police parka emerged with a snow shovel, starting to clear the path between the trash cans. Reacher and Knox began hauling suitcases from the aisle out into the cold. The snow had lightened slightly, but the air felt sharper than ever. One by one, the passengers disembarked, Knox helping them down the bus steps, Reacher guiding them along the cleared path, the officer in the parka ushering them inside. Some found benches to sit on. Others stood or milled about uncertainly. The lobby was a plain, square space with worn linoleum floors and walls coated in glossy paint. A reception counter stood at the back, behind which a corkboard wall was plastered with thumbtack notices of various sizes. On a stool in front of it sat an older man in civilian clothes, not a cop, but some kind of aide. The officer in the parka disappeared briefly, then returned with a man Reacher assumed was Bolton's chief of police. He wore a gun belt and a uniform, with 2 metal bars pinned to the collar of his shirt, insignia resembling an army captain's. The man standing before them was a glimpse of Andrew Peterson's future, a tall and wiry plainsman whose frame had begun to bow slightly with the years, softened by time. He wore an expression of weary distraction, a man burdened by his duties yet momentarily pleased, as if handed a straightforward puzzle in a world of complicated ones. He seemed nostalgic, more at ease with yesterday than today. Leaning against the counter, he raised his hands for silence, though the room was already quiet. "Welcome to Bolton," he began. "I'm Chief Tom Holland. We know the motels are booked solid, but the people here aren't about to let guests sleep on cots in a school gym. So we put out a call, and folks answered. We've got more than a dozen residents right here, ready to welcome you into their homes like family." A murmur of subdued conversation rippled through the lobby, surprise giving way to tentative relief, then clear satisfaction. The elderly travelers perked up, standing a little straighter. Chief Holland gestured, and from a side room emerged their hosts, 5 local couples, 4 men and 4 women who had come alone. Suddenly, the space was a bustling crowd of handshakes and introductions, people clustering together and sorting through the luggage pile. Reacher did the math in his head. 13 groups, 13 spare rooms, a perfect match for the 13 Mount Rushmore reservations on Knox's paperwork. Peterson had done his job well. Reacher, of course, wasn't on any official list. He watched as the lobby gradually emptied, suitcases lifted, arms linked, doors pushed open into the cold. It was all over in 5 minutes. Then he was alone. The man in the parka reappeared, shut the doors against the night, and vanished down a crooked hallway. Chief Holland returned, his eyes settling on Reacher. "Let's wait in my office," he said. It was 5 minutes to 8. 56 hours remained. The office was a familiar sight, the kind of municipal space Reacher had seen in 100 small towns. Everything spoke of a low-bid contract. Sloppy glossy paint, vinyl tiles, a cheap veneered desk. Against one wall stood a row of aging file cabinets, slightly misaligned beneath a bland institutional clock. Centered below it was a framed photograph, a younger, straighter Holland smiling beside a fair-haired, strong-featured woman and a girl of about 8 or 9, their daughter, her face still soft and undefined. A family portrait from a decade past. On the desk sat a pair of old bone dice, their dots worn smooth from use, the calcium etched away in delicate veins. Beyond these two items, the room was strictly impersonal. Holland sank into a worn leather chair behind the desk. Through the triple-paned window at his back, nothing but darkness and a ledge of snow were visible, a heater humming softly below the sill. Reacher took the chair opposite. For a long moment, Holland said nothing. Funny how a simple offer of a bed could feel so much like an interrogation. Finally, Reacher broke the silence. "What am I waiting for?" "We wanted to extend the same hospitality to you as the others," Holland replied. "But I was a tougher case to place." A tired smile touched Holland's lips. "Not exactly. Andrew Peterson volunteered to take you in himself. He's just tied up at the moment. You'll have to wait a while," Holland said. "Busy with what?" Reacher asked. "Police work." Reacher glanced around. "This town is bigger than it looked on the bus GPS. Just showed as a dot. We've expanded. That data must be old." The office was stifling. Reacher's shivering had stopped, replaced by a clammy sweat. His clothes were drying into stiff, grimy fabric. "You grew because they built a prison here." "What makes you say that?" "Saw a new prison bus and the sign right off the highway." Holland gave a slow nod. "We landed a brand new federal facility. Towns fought for it. It's like landing a major auto plant. Jobs, money. Then the state added their own penitentiary in the same complex. Plus the county jail moved in. More jobs, more dollars. That why every motel's booked visiting day tomorrow? 3 visiting days a week total, with the bus schedules. Most families end up staying 2 nights. That's heads in beds 6 nights a week. Motel owners are living the dream, so are the diners, the pizza places, the shuttle services. Like I said, jobs and dollars. Where's the complex? 5 miles north, the gift that keeps on giving." "Lucky you," Reacher said, his tone dry enough to leave a mark. Holland paused, then replied quietly, "Learned a long time ago not to look a gift horse in the mouth." The door opened without a knock, and the officer in the parka walked in, handing Holland a sealed folder. The wall clock read 8 p.m., matching the one in Reacher's head. Holland swiveled his chair, angling the folder up to block Reacher's view, but its contents were clearly reflected in the dark window behind him. Crime scene photos, glossy 8x10s with printed labels, an establishing shot, then a series of close-ups. A large figure in black lay sprawled on snow, blunt trauma to the right temple. No visible blood. Reacher remembered Knox closing his phone on the bus. "Bolton has a police department. They're sending someone, but they've got their own issues. It'll take time." Holland shut the folder and stayed silent, a reserved man, much like Reacher himself. They sat without speaking, the quiet between them not hostile, but charged. Holland kept his hand on the file, his eyes flicking from it to Reacher as if weighing which posed the larger problem. Outside, the station buzzed with activity for nearly half an hour before falling still again. A watch change, Reacher guessed. Not a standard 3-shift rotation, more likely 2 shifts, day and night, 12 hours each. Unusual, probably temporary, hinting at some kind of strain. They've got problems of their own. Andrew Peterson returned to the station just before 9:20. Reacher poked his head into Holland's office, and Holland stepped out into the hallway with the folder of crime scene photos. Their quick huddle was brief, maybe 5 minutes at most. Reacher figured Peterson had already seen the body firsthand, so poring over pictures was unnecessary. The 2 officers returned to the room and stood there, their posture screaming that they were done for the day. It was that familiar end-of-shift weariness, a long hall behind them, another waiting tomorrow, but for now, a blank space. Reacher knew that feeling well from his own past, a rhythm he'd sometimes shared, but never on a day when a body turned up on his watch. "Let's roll," Peterson said. It was 9:25 p.m., 54.5 hours remained. That same moment, 9:25 p.m. in South Dakota, was 10:25 p.m., in a fortified estate 100 miles from Mexico City. The man who owned the place was notably small in stature and went by Plato. Some believed he was Brazilian, adopting that culture's custom of swapping a lengthy birth name for something short and memorable, much like the soccer legend Edson Arantes do Nascimento becoming Pelé, or Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite choosing Kaká. Others argued he was Colombian, which would make more sense given his line of work. A few insisted he was genuinely Mexican. But everyone agreed on one thing. Plato was short, though no one with a sense of self-preservation would ever say it to him. His driver's license fraudulently listed him as 5'3". In truth, he stood 5'1" in lifts and barely cleared 4'11" without them. The reason for the silence was a former associate named Martinez. During a heated argument, Martinez had lost his cool and called Plato a midget. Shortly after, Martinez was found unconscious and rushed to Mexico City's finest hospital. There, in an operating room, he was measured from the crown of his head down. At the 4'10" mark, lines were drawn on his shins. A surgical team then carefully amputated both legs at that precise point. After 2 days of recovery, Martinez was sent home by ambulance. Plato sent a get-well present with a card hoping the gift would be treasured and permanently displayed. The message was understood. Martinez's people initially thought the large, sloshing crate contained an aquarium. Unwrapped, it proved to be a tank, but filled with formaldehyde, preserving Martinez's own severed feet, ankles, and lower shins, a full 10 inches of proof. After that, no one ever commented on Plato's height again. He had taken the call from the city villa and promised a decision within 12 hours. But the matter, a minor concern in a vast, intricate organization, hardly deserved that much attention. After just 90 minutes, his mind was set. He would approve eliminating the witness. He'd send his man as soon as feasible, and he'd go a step further, adding a 15th item to the agenda. He was almost disappointed. No one had suggested it already, but then he was Plato, and they weren't. For safety's sake, he would sever the whole chain. The lawyer would be silenced, too. Peterson led Reacher out into the biting cold and asked if he was hungry. "Starving," Reacher replied. So Peterson drove them to a familiar chain diner wedged between a gas station and the main road leading out toward the interstate. The police-issue Ford Crown Victoria was fitted with winter tires up front and chains on the rear wheels. The interior held the mingled scents of hot rubber, old fast food, and warm electronics. Outside, the snowfall had nearly ceased. "Too cold for snow now," Peterson remarked, and it appeared he was right. The night sky had broken open in patches, allowing a deep, icy mass of Arctic air to settle over everything. Reacher felt it bite through his thin layers, sending a fresh shiver through him as they crossed the restaurant parking lot. "I heard a major storm was on the way," he said. Peterson nodded. "2 of them, actually. This is the calm before they're shoving all this cold air ahead of them." "How long until they arrive? Sooner than we'd like? And then it warms up? A bit?" "Just enough to let the snow start falling again." "Fine by me. I'll take a blizzard over this deep freeze any day." Peterson gave him a sidelong glance. "You call this cold? It's not exactly a beach day." "This is nothing," Peterson insisted. "I'm aware," Reacher replied. "I survived a winter in Korea that was colder, but the Army issued me a proper coat back then, and at least Korea had something going on." The comment seemed to prick at Peterson's pride. The diner was nearly deserted, the staff clearly winding down, but they entered anyway. They settled at a small two-top, laminated square that felt cramped between them. "The town of Bolton has its own kind of excitement," Peterson said defensively. "The deceased man?" "Yes," Peterson said, then caught himself. "What deceased man?" Reacher allowed a faint smile. "You can't take it back now. Don't tell me Chief Holland filled you in. He didn't. But I was in his office for a while." "Alone? Not for a second." "But you saw the case photos. He tried to keep them hidden. Your cleaning crew does excellent work on his windows, though. You saw all of them? I couldn't tell if the man was dead or just knocked out. So you baited me with that Korea comment. I like to be informed. Call it an appetite for details." A weary waitress in her 40s approached, her sneakers quiet under a uniform that included a knotted tie over a khaki shirt. Peterson ordered the pot roast. Reacher did the same and asked for coffee. Peterson studied him. "How long were you in the service?" 13 years as a military policeman." Reacher nodded. "With medical training?" Peterson pressed. "You've been chatting with the bus passengers and the driver." "You've been looking into my background." "Naturally, what did you expect I'd be doing? And now you want me staying at your place tonight. You have a better option, where you can keep tabs on me, if you want to put it that way." "Why?" "There are considerations. Care to share them? Just feeding that appetite for knowledge, I suppose." "All I'll say is, right now we need to track who's moving in and out of town." Peterson fell silent, and soon their meals arrived. Heaping plates with mashed potatoes and rich gravy. The coffee was stale but potent. Peterson tried again. "What exactly was your role in the MPs?" "Whatever assignment came down. Major crimes, occasionally, homicides, everything from a single attempt to multiple bodies." "How extensive was your medical training? Worried about the food here. I like to know things too." "Truthfully, my medical training was minimal. I was mostly trying to reassure those elderly passengers, that's all. They spoke highly of you." "Don't put too much stock in that. They don't know me." Peterson didn't respond. Reacher shifted the topic. "Where was the body found? Not where the cruiser was blocking the side street earlier?" "No, that was unrelated. The dead man was discovered elsewhere. He wasn't killed there." "How can you be sure?" "No blood in the snow hit someone hard enough in the head to kill them. The scalp splits open every time. Scalp wounds bleed profusely. There should have been a blood stain 3 feet wide." Peterson ate quietly for a moment, then posed a new question. "Where's home for you?" It was a complicated inquiry. Not for Reacher personally. His answer was straightforward. He had no home and never really had. He was born in a Berlin military hospital, the son of an army officer, and from the moment he left wrapped in blankets, his life became a blur of bases and temporary housing. He followed the same path when he enlisted, never staying anywhere long. His 4 years at West Point were the most settled stretch he'd ever known, and he hadn't liked either the place or the routine. Even after leaving the service, he kept moving. It was the only life he understood, a habit he never tried to break. "I'm a nomad," he said. Peterson replied. "Nomads have herds. They move for pasture. That's the definition." "Fine. I'm a nomad without the animals." "You're a bum. Maybe. You don't even have luggage. Got a problem with that?" "It's odd." Cops notice odd behavior. Why is staying in one spot any less odd? Peterson was quiet a moment. "Everyone owns things. I don't need them. Travel light, go far." Peterson didn't answer. Reacher added, "Either way, I'm not your problem. I'd never heard of Bolton. If that bus driver hadn't flinched, I'd be at Mount Rushmore right now." Peterson gave a reluctant nod. "Can't argue with that," he said. It was nearly 10 at night. 54 hours remained. 1,700 miles south, inside a walled compound 100 miles from Mexico City. Plato was also eating a ribeye steak flown in from Argentina. Close to 11 local time, a late dinner, he wore chinos, a white button-down, and black leather loafers, all from the Brooks Brothers boys section. The clothes fit perfectly, but they looked strange on him, designed for plump American kids, not a squat, brown-skinned man with a shaved head. Still, buying clothes that fit right off the rack mattered to him. Custom tailoring was out. He hated the silent measurements, and the discreet calls of small numbers alterations were just as bad, with nervous seamstresses and leftover fabric making him furious. He set down his knife and fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and hit redial on his phone. When the other end picked up, he said, "No need to wait. Send the man in and take out the witness." "When?" asked the voice from the city villa. "As soon as it's safe." "Understood. And get the lawyer, too. Break the chain. Understood. And make sure those fools know they owe me." "Understood. And tell them not to bring me this kind of trouble again." Midway through the pot roast, Reacher asked, "So, why was that street blocked off?" Peterson said, "Maybe a downed power line." "I hope not." That'd be some messed up priorities, leaving 20 seniors freezing on a highway for an hour to guard a wire on a side street. Could have been a fender bender. Same answer. Why does it matter? You were already headed into town. That car had been there over 2 hours. Its tracks were full of snow, but you said no one was available. True, that officer wasn't available. He was on a job. What job? None of your business? How big is your department? Big enough, and everyone was busy. Correct. How many were busy sitting in parked cars doing nothing? If you're concerned, move here, pay taxes, and take it up with the mayor or Chief Holland. I could have caught a chill, but you didn't. Too soon to tell. They returned to their meal until Peterson's cell phone rang. Peterson took the call, his expression tightening as he listened. He set his fork down and slid his plate away. I have to head out, he announced. You should stay put. I can't, Reacher replied. They're closing up. It's past 10, and the server is ready to lock the door and get home. Peterson remained silent. Reacher added, Walking isn't an option. I don't know the way, and it's freezing out there anyway. After another pause, Reacher suggested, I'll just wait in the car. Pretend I'm not there. Fine, Peterson said, though he didn't seem pleased. Reacher left a 20 on the table, earning a grateful smile from the waitress. He figured she had reason to be happy, 2 pot roasts and coffee at local prices, and he was leaving a tip that was more than half the bill. Or maybe the whole thing was a tip, if this was one of those towns where cops didn't pay. The Crown Victoria's interior held a trace of warmth as they got in. Peterson accelerated, the tire chains gripping, and they plowed through the accumulated snow. The streets were empty except for snowplows making the most of the break in the weather. Reacher had a minor linguistic gripe about the term snowplow. A plow turns earth over and leaves it. These machines were really more like bulldozers for snow, but whatever you called them, Peterson sped past them all, ignoring stop signs and traffic signals. Where are we headed? Reacher asked. West side of town. What's happening? Report of intruders. In a home? On the street? It's a neighborhood watch call. Peterson offered nothing more, just drove hunched over the wheel, clearly stressed. Reacher settled back, curious what kind of trespasser would get the deputy chief himself rushing out on a civilian's tip. 1,700 miles to the south, in a secluded villa in Mexico City, a man placed a long-distance call to the United States. It was his last duty for the evening. 11 o'clock local time, 10 o'clock in the Mountain Time Zone north of the border. The call was answered, and he relayed Plato's instructions with careful precision, leaving no room for misinterpretation or mistake. He waited for acknowledgement before hanging up. There was no need to report back to Plato. In Plato's world, an order given was as good as done, as inevitable as sunset. The only way it wouldn't happen was if the planet itself stopped turning. Peterson had his police radio up loud, and Reacher could make out 4 different officers in 4 separate cruisers, all patrolling the western neighborhoods with no sign of the reported intruders. Peterson steered toward the streets they hadn't covered yet, making right and left turns, venturing into cul-de-sacs and backing out, moving steadily on. A low moon cast a glow over tidy suburban blocks, small homes in orderly rows, golden light behind windows. Everything was smoothed into a uniform muted blue by the deep snow. Roofs were laden with white. Some streets had been cleared, leaving high ridges along the curbs, while others lay under a fresh, unbroken layer. Deep, but not as deep as the yards and driveways. Clearly, this was the 2nd or 3rd snowfall in recent days, part of the relentless winter cycle of accumulation and clearing. How many intruders are we looking for? Reacher asked. 2, according to the call. In a car? On foot. Doing what? Just walking around. Then stick to the plowed routes, Reacher said. Nobody goes strolling through half a foot of snow for the fun of it. Peterson slowed briefly, considering, then turned without a word onto a cleared path, following the plow's zigzag trail through the main and cross streets. The snow here was scraped thin and pale, the excess heaped into soft, clean banks along the sides. They spotted the intruders less than 5 minutes later. Two men stood shoulder to shoulder, facing off against a third. That third man was Chief Holland. His vehicle, an unmarked navy blue Crown Victoria, was parked about 20 feet away, its engine still running in the pale moonlight. You could just make out the police antennas on the trunk and the faint glow of emergency lights behind the rear window. Thin plumes of exhaust vapor had settled into dark stains on the snow beneath the tailpipes. Holland had clearly gotten out to confront the pair head-on, but the situation had turned against him. The two men were large, disheveled, and dressed entirely in black, from their Fry boots and jeans to their denim shirts, leather vests, and fingerless gloves. Each had a black parka thrown loosely over the rest. They looked like carbon copies of the deceased man from the crime scene photos. Peterson brought his car to a stop 30 feet back, his headlights washing over the tense scene. Holland appeared nervous, even cornered, with a snowbank at his back and the two men crowding aggressively into his space. His holster was open and empty, but no gun was in his hand. Only a frantic glance toward the snow suggested he'd either dropped it or had it knocked away. "Who are they?" Reacher asked. "Troublemakers," Peterson replied. "Important enough for the police chief to handle personally?" "You're looking at it. What's the plan?" "It's delicate. They're likely armed." "So are you." "I can't make the chief look incompetent." "Could be the cold," Reacher said. "That car hasn't just arrived. Check the exhaust buildup. It's been idling here a while." Peterson stayed silent, unmoving. Reacher pressed again. "Who are they, really? Why do you care? They seem to have you spooked." "You think so? If they didn't, they'd already be in cuffs in your back seat. They're bikers. I don't see any motorcycles. It's winter, they use trucks when it snows." "Since when is that a crime?" "They're tweakers, crystal meth users, methamphetamine. They vaporize it and inhale the fumes using glass pipes, broken light bulbs, whatever's handy. It makes them volatile, unpredictable. People usually are. Not like this. You don't know them, do you? Not by name, but I know the type. They've set up camp about 5 miles west of town. Mostly keep to themselves, but folks around here aren't fond of them." Reacher nodded. "The dead man was one of them." "Seems that way." "Maybe they're searching for their friend, or for some kind of payback." Peterson kept his eyes on the standoff. Holland was visibly shivering now from cold or fear or both. The two men hadn't budged, their postures still aggressive and looming. "You should step in," Reacher said. Peterson didn't move. "Interesting tactic," Reacher added. "Waiting for them to freeze to death." No response. "Only problem is, Holland will freeze first." Still nothing. "I'll go with you, if it helps. You're a civilian." "Only on paper. You're not dressed for this cold." "How long could it take? You're unarmed against guys like that. I don't need a weapon." "Don't underestimate meth. It strips away all restraint." "Then we're evenly matched. Users don't feel pain. They don't need to. They just need to know when they're awake or asleep." Peterson said nothing. After a beat, Reacher suggested, "You take the left." "I'll take the right. I'll swing the car around and you can slip in behind them." Up ahead, Holland shouted something and the two men surged forward, causing Holland to stumble back and land hard in the snowbank. Now he was well beyond reach of where his weapon must have fallen. "It was 10:30 at night," Reacher said. "We can't wait on this." Peterson gave a nod. He opened his door. "Don't lay a hand on them," he said. "Don't start anything right now. They're just bystanders." With Holland flat on his back, innocent until proven otherwise, that's how it works. I'm serious. Don't touch them. Peterson got out of the car. He paused a moment behind his open door, then stepped around it and started forward. Reacher moved with him, step for step. The two men saw them approaching. Reacher went to the right, Peterson to the left. The car's interior had been a cozy 70 degrees. The night air was at least 60 degrees colder, maybe more. Reacher zipped his jacket all the way up, shoved his hands deep into his pockets, and hunched his shoulders so his collar rode up on his neck. Even so, he was trembling within 5 steps. This wasn't just cold. The air felt artificially frozen, like walking into a deep freezer. The two men ahead stepped back, giving Holland space. Holland pushed himself to his feet. Peterson moved up beside him, his own gun still secured in its holster. Reacher circled over the thin, icy crust and stopped about 6 feet behind the two men. Holland stepped forward, dug around in the snowbank, and retrieved his weapon. He brushed it off, checked the muzzle for packed snow, and slid it back into his holster. Everyone stood motionless. The scraped snow on the street was a mix of bright white powder and glittering ice crystals that shimmered under the moonlight. Peterson and Holland were staring directly at the two men, and even from behind them, Reacher was fairly certain the two were staring right back. He was shivering violently now, his teeth beginning to chatter, his breath forming thick clouds in front of him. No one spoke. The man on Reacher's right stood over 6 feet tall and was nearly 4 feet wide. Some of that bulk was the goose-down insulation of his black winter parka, but most of it was solid flesh and bone. The man on his left was a bit smaller in both height and width, and far more restless. He shifted from foot to foot, twisted at the waist, rolled his shoulders. He was cold, certainly, but not actively shivering. Reacher figured the fidgeting was more about chemistry than temperature. Still, nobody spoke. Reacher broke the silence. "Listen, fellas, either you need to get moving right now, or one of you needs to lend me your coat." The two men turned around slowly. The big guy on the right had a broad, pale face almost hidden by a thick beard, which was crusted with frost like some polar explorer or high-altitude climber. The smaller guy on the left had a couple days' worth of stubble and nervous, darting eyes. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish nibbling at the surface, revealing thin, mobile lips and uneven teeth. The big guy on the right finally spoke. "Who are you?" Reacher said. "Go home. It's too cold for playing games out here." No response. Behind the two men, Peterson and Holland did nothing. Their guns remained holstered. The straps snapped shut. Reacher mapped out his next moves in his head. Always better to be ready. He didn't foresee any major trouble, though he would have preferred the bigger guy on his left to get a fuller swing with his right hand. But he could adapt. Maybe the twitchy one should go down first. The bigger guy was probably slower and, without chemical help, maybe less motivated. Reacher said, "Your coat, or you're going for a swim, guys." Still no answer from the two. Then behind them, Chief Holland snapped to life. He took one furious step forward and snarled, "Get the hell out of my town." Then he shoved the smaller man hard in the back. The smaller man lurched forward, bracing against his own momentum before spinning back toward Holland, his fist drawn back like a pitcher ready to unleash a fastball. Reacher caught his wrist, held it for a split second, then released him. The man stumbled through the rest of his turn, off balance and clumsy, his swing arriving late and wide, missing Holland completely. But then he wheeled right back, aiming a second punch straight at Reacher's head. That, in Reacher's view, pretty much tossed any presumption of innocence out the window. He sidestepped left, and the fist whistled past his chin. The force of the missed swing carried the man forward, and Reacher swept his feet out from under him, dropping him face first onto the ice. That's when the bigger guy started plowing in, thick thighs pumping, taking short, choppy steps, his fists like cured hams, steam blasting from his nostrils like some cartoon bull. Easy pickings. Reacher met his charge head-on, driving his elbow horizontally into the blank space between the man's beard and his hairline. It was like running full speed into a steel beam, game over. Except the smaller guy was already pushing up onto his knees, scrambling for traction like a sprinter in the blocks. So Reacher kicked him hard in the head. The man's eyes rolled back and he toppled sideways, lying still with his legs tangled beneath him. Reacher slid his hands back into his pockets. Peterson muttered, "Jesus!" The two men lay close together, dark mounds on the moonlit ice, steam rising off them in a faint cloud. Peterson stayed quiet. Holland stalked back to his unmarked sedan, used the radio, and returned a long minute later. "I just called for 2 ambulances," he said, his gaze fixed on Reacher. Reacher offered no response. Holland asked, You want to explain why I had to call for 2 ambulances? Reacher said. Because I slipped. What? On the ice? That's your story? You slipped and just kind of blundered into them? No. I slipped when I was hitting the big guy. It took some force out of the blow. If I hadn't slipped, you wouldn't be calling for 2 ambulances. You'd be calling for 1 ambulance and 1 coroner's wagon. Holland looked away. Peterson said, Go wait in the car. The lawyer went to bed at 11:15. His kids had been asleep for 2 hours and his wife was still puttering in the kitchen. He placed his shoes on the rack, his tie in the drawer, and his suit on a hanger. His shirt, socks, and underwear went into the laundry hamper. After changing into pajamas, he used the bathroom, brushed his teeth, and climbed into bed, staring at the ceiling. The laugh from the phone call just before he'd spun out on the highway still echoed in his mind. A sharp, excited bark full of gleeful anticipation. Eliminate the witness, he had recited, and the man on the other end had laughed with pure delight. Reacher got back into Peterson's car and shut the door. His face was numb from the cold. He angled the heater vents upward and cranked the fan to high. He waited. 5 minutes later, the ambulances arrived, their flashing lights painting the snow in pulses of red and blue. They loaded the 2 unconscious men onto stretchers. Concussions, probably some minor facial fractures, nothing a few days of bed rest and a careful week of recovery wouldn't fix, aided by some decent painkillers. Reacher waited in the car. Through the clear, frigid air, 30 feet ahead, he could see Holland and Peterson talking. They stood close, half turned away, speaking in low tones. Given how they never glanced back, Reacher figured the topic was him. Chief Holland was asking, could he be the guy? Peterson replied, if he's the guy, he just put 2 of his own allies in the hospital. That would be a strange move. Maybe it was a decoy. Maybe they staged the whole thing. Maybe one of them was on the verge of saying something they shouldn't, so he had to silence them. He was protecting you, Chief. At the start, yes. After that, it became self-preservation. How certain are you he isn't our man? Completely. It's practically impossible he's even in the area. Could he have forced the bus off the road right there? Not without charging up the aisle and assaulting the driver. No one reported that. Not the driver, not a single passenger. All right, Holland conceded. Then what about the driver? Did he wreck it intentionally? That's a huge gamble. Not necessarily. Suppose he's familiar with that stretch of highway, having driven it in every season. He knows exactly where the black ice forms. He could have initiated a controlled skid. There was an oncoming vehicle. That's his story now, but he risked serious injury. He could have caused fatalities, landed himself in a hospital bed or a prison cell for vehicular manslaughter, not strolling around free. Maybe not. Modern buses are loaded with electronic safeguards, traction control, anti-lock brakes. All he did was swing the tail out a bit and ease onto the shoulder. No major harm done, and then we embraced him as a hero, our very own Good Samaritan, Peterson suggested. I could speak with Reacher tonight. He was on that bus. A conversation might clarify things. Holland countered. The man's unstable. I want him out of here. The roads are impassable. Then I want him behind bars. Seriously, Peterson replied. Be honest, Chief. He strikes me as sharp, considerate. He spared you a broken nose and saved me from shooting 2 people. What he did tonight did us both a solid by accident, or by design. You think he understood exactly what he was doing in that moment? Yes, I do. I believe he's the type who sees things unfolding 5 seconds before anyone else. You're actually serious? Yes, sir. I've had a chance to observe him. Holland gave a resigned shrug. Fine, he said. Talk to him if you're so inclined. Can we utilize him further? He's former military. He might have useful insights. About what? About whatever is happening out west. You've taken a liking to him? Whether I like him is irrelevant. We can use his skills. Given our situation, it would be irresponsible not to. That sounds like admitting we're in over our heads. No, sir, it's pragmatism. Better to seek help up front than get thoroughly beaten later. How much would we need to disclose? Most of it, Peterson said, possibly everything. He'd likely piece it together on his own anyway. "Is this the call you'd make if you were chief?" "Yes, sir, it is." Holland considered this, then nodded. "All right," he said once more. "I'm convinced." "Go ahead and talk to him." It was 5 minutes before 11 at night. 53 hours remained. Peterson drove his patrol car home, a practice reacher found odd. In his experience, municipal officers usually parked their cruisers in a shared lot and used personal vehicles to commute. The next shift would then take over vehicles still warm from the previous crew, but Peterson explained the Bolton Police Department was well equipped, issuing a car to every officer. All personnel were required to live within a 10-minute drive of the station. Peterson's place was just 2 minutes away, a mile east of town, situated on what was left of an old farmstead. The house was a sturdy, rectangular wooden structure, painted a deep red with white accents, several windows glowing with warm yellow light. A matching barn stood nearby. Both roofs were heavily laden with snow. The surrounding land was a flat, frozen, silent expanse of white. The property covered about an acre, square in shape, bordered by a barbed wire fence strung between weathered posts, only about a foot of which was visible above the deep snow. The driveway split in a Y shape, one branch leading to the barn and the other to the front door. Peterson pulled into the barn, a large open-fronted building with 3 bays. One of the garage bays held a Ford pickup fitted with a snowplow, while the other was stacked high with split logs. Reacher stepped from the car, and Peterson followed, both men retracing their steps along the cleared path before turning the sharp corner toward the house. The front door was a simple panel of wood, painted the same deep red as the exterior walls. It swung inward just as they reached it, revealing a woman silhouetted by the warm glow from inside. She appeared to be around Peterson's age, tall and lean, with fair hair tied back. Dressed in black pants and a patterned wool sweater, she stood framed in the doorway, Peterson's wife, Reacher assumed. For a moment all three hesitated in a silent dance of courtesy, Peterson eager to escape the cold, his wife reluctant to let the warmth escape, and Reacher unwilling to cross the threshold without invitation. After a brief pause, the woman opened the door wider. Peterson placed a hand on Reacher's shoulder, guiding him inside. The entryway had polished wood floors, a low ceiling, and wallpaper. To the left was a parlor, to the right, a dining room, and straight ahead the kitchen, somewhere. A wood stove was burning fiercely. Reacher caught the scent of hot metal and a faint wisp of smoke. Peterson made quiet introductions, his lowered tone suggesting sleeping children upstairs. His wife, Kim, seemed already informed about the bus accident and the need for temporary lodging. She mentioned, almost apologetically, that she had prepared a pull-out bed in the den. Reacher replied, "Ma'am, the floor would have been perfectly fine. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience." "It's no trouble at all," she said. "I plan to move on in the morning." "I doubt you'll be able to. They're forecasting heavy snow before dawn." "Perhaps later in the day, then." "I'm afraid they'll keep the highway closed." "Isn't that right, Andrew?" Peterson nodded. "Most likely." "You're welcome to stay as long as necessary," Kim offered. Reacher said, "That's very kind of you, thank you. Did you leave your bags in the car?" Peterson answered for him. "He doesn't travel with bags, claims he has no use for possessions." Kim fell silent, her expression unreadable, as if struggling to comprehend such a concept. Her gaze drifted over Reacher's jacket, shirt, and pants. He explained, "I'll pick up new things at a store tomorrow. It's my routine. I buy fresh every few days. Instead of doing laundry." "Exactly. Why? Because it makes sense. You'll need a proper winter coat." "So it seems." "Don't buy one. They're too expensive for just a few days. We can lend you one. My father is about your size. He keeps a coat here for visits, along with a hat and gloves." She turned to a closet, reached deep inside, and wrestled a hanger free. She emerged with a massive tan parka, the color of dried clay, quilted with thick horizontal sections of down. It was well worn, with faint darker shapes where patches and badges had been removed. The outlines on the sleeves suggested chevrons. "Retired officer?" Reacher asked. "Highway patrol," Kim replied. They let them keep the gear if they remove the insignia. The coat had a fur-lined hood with a matching hat stuffed in one pocket and gloves in the other. "Try it on," she urged. It turned out her father was not Reacher's size. He was larger. The parka was a full size too big, but as Reacher often thought, too large is preferable to too small. He shrugged it on, glancing down at the ghostly impressions where the stripes had been. The sight brought a faint smile. He had always respected good sergeants. The coat carried the scent of mothballs, the hat a hint of another man's hair. It was made of tan nylon and rabbit fur. "Thank you," Reacher said. "You're very thoughtful," he said, shrugging out of the coat once more. She took it from him and hung it on a hook in the hallway, right beside Peterson's official police parka. Together they moved into the kitchen, a long, wide space that stretched across the house. It held all the standard appliances, along with a worn table and chairs, plus a family area with a faded sofa, a couple of armchairs, and a television. At the far end, a wood stove roared like a freight train, and beyond it stood a closed door. "That's the den," Kim told him. "Go right in." Reacher figured he was being sent off for the night and turned to thank her again, only to find Peterson right on his heels. Kim added, "He wants to talk to you, I can tell, since he's not talking to me." Meanwhile, the man tasked with eliminating the witness and the attorney began cleaning the weapon he'd been issued. It was a Glock 17, neither old nor new, reliable and well kept. He disassembled it, brushed out the interior, applied oil, and put it back together. The grip's textured surface had collected grime in its tiny grooves, which he carefully removed with a solvent-dipped cotton swab. Near the heel, the manufacturer's name was stamped, an overly intricate, almost amateurish design with a large letter G encircling the rest of the word. At a quick glance, it could easily be mistaken for lock. The whole area was dirty. After another dip of the swab, he had it spotless in under a minute. Peterson's den was a compact, dim, square room in the back corner with two exterior walls holding windows. Heavy plaid curtains were tied back, letting in the night. The other walls featured 3 doors, one back to the family room, likely a closet, and possibly a small bathroom. The remaining wall space was taken up by second-hand cabinets and an old wooden desk, atop which sat a small refrigerator. Perched on the fridge was an antique alarm clock with a loud, persistent tick and 2 metal bells. In the room's center sat a low-slung leather chair that looked Scandinavian, alongside a 2-seater sofa pulled out into a narrow bed. Reacher settled on the bed as Peterson grabbed 2 beers from the fridge, twisted off the caps, tossed them into a wastebasket, and handed one over. Peterson sank into the leather chair and said, "We've got a situation here. I'm aware," Reacher replied. "How much are you aware of?" "I know you're tiptoeing around a gang of bikers hooked on meth, like they scare you." "We're not scared of them." "Then why the cautious approach?" "We'll get to that. What else do you know?" "I know you have a fairly large police station, right?" "Which suggests a fairly large department." 60 officers. And you were operating at full capacity all day and into the evening, to the point where the off-duty chief and deputy chief had to respond to a call at 10 p.m. That seems to be because most of your people are tied up at roadblocks. Essentially, you've locked down the whole town. Why do you think that is? Because you're worried about someone coming in from outside. Peterson took a long drink from his beer and asked, "Was that bus crash genuine?" "I'm not your guy," Reacher said. "We know you're not. You had no control, but maybe the driver is our guy." Reacher shook his head. "Too complicated, surely. 1,000 things could have gone wrong. Was he really fighting the skid? As opposed to what? Causing it, maybe. Wouldn't he have just killed the engine and faked a breakdown? Closer to the interchange. Too obvious. I was asleep. But what I saw after I woke up looked real to me. I don't think he's your guy, but he could be. Anything's possible. If I were in that position, I'd have posed as a prison visitor. Chief Holland mentioned you get plenty of those. Heads on pillows, 6 nights a week. We know the regulars. Not many short sentences out there, so the faces stay the same. We keep an eye on them. Anyone unfamiliar, we call the prison to confirm they're on the list. Most are women and children anyway. We're expecting a man." Reacher shrugged and took a drink from his bottle. The beer was Miller. Beside him, the refrigerator kicked on with a low hum. Warm air had slipped in when Peterson opened the door, and now the motor was working to push it back out. Peterson continued, "The prison took 2 years to build hundreds of construction workers. They set up a camp for them about 5 miles west of here on public land. There was an old army site already there. They added more huts and trailers. It was practically a small town. Then they packed up and left." "When was that?" "About a year back, and bikers moved in, took the place over. How many are we talking?" "More than 100 now. And they're pushing meth, a lot of it, east and west thanks to the highway. It's become a major operation, so bust them." We're trying. It's not simple. We don't have probable cause to search out there. Usually that's not an issue. A meth lab in a trailer tends to blow up in a day or two. You just follow the fire trucks, all those volatile chemicals. But these guys are careful. No accidents so far. But we caught a break. A big player from Chicago came west to arrange a bulk buy. He met their head guy right here in Bolton, neutral ground, more civilized. He bought a sample out of a pickup in the restaurant parking lot, right where we had dinner, and we have a witness who saw the whole deal. The Chicago guy got away, but we seized the drugs and the cash and arrested the biker. He's sitting in county lockup now, waiting for trial. Their top guy? Didn't that give you probable cause to search his place? His truck is registered in Kentucky. His license says Alabama. He claims he drove up. Says he doesn't live here. We couldn't tie him to the camp. A judge won't give us a warrant just because he dresses like other guys we've seen. They want something solid. So what's the plan? We flip him, offer a plea deal, and he gives us what we need to clean the whole mess up. Has he agreed? Not yet. He's waiting us out, hoping the witness forgets details or dies. Who's the witness? A sweet older lady here in town, over 70. Used to be a teacher and a librarian. Her credibility is perfect. Is she likely to forget or die? Of course she is. That's how these people operate. They intimidate witnesses, or eliminate them. Which is why you're worried about strangers showing up. You think they're coming for her? Peterson nodded silently. Reacher took another long drink and asked, "Why assume it'll be a stranger? Couldn't the bikers handle it themselves?" Peterson shook his head. "We're all over any biker who comes into town, like you saw tonight. Everyone's watching. So it won't be one of them that would backfire. Their whole strategy is keeping us from getting probable cause." "All right," Peterson said. "Someone else is on the way, has to be, on their behalf. Someone we won't recognize when he arrives." Reacher took a third pull from his bottle and said, "It's not the bus driver." Peterson asked, "How sure are you?" "How much are these guys pulling in from the meth?" 200 a gram from what we know, and they're moving it by the truckload. That's a whole lot of grams. They could be clearing millions. Then they can afford professionals. A pro hitman who moonlights as a bus driver doesn't add up. Peterson nodded. "Okay, it's not the bus driver. Mr. J. Knox is innocent, and you're certain about every person who visits the prison." "We monitor them closely. They check into the local motels, ride the shuttle buses to the facility, and return. They depart the following day. Any deviation from that routine, and we'd be on them immediately. Where is the witness now? At her residence. Her name is Janet Salter. She's a lovely woman, the kind of grandmother you'd read about in a story. Thankfully, she lives on a cul-de-sac. We have a vehicle stationed at the entrance around the clock. You passed it. That isn't sufficient, we're aware. We have a second car directly outside her home, and a third positioned 1 street over, covering the rear. Additionally, we have our most capable female officers inside the house, a minimum of 4 at all times, with 2 awake and 2 resting. When does the trial begin? In a month if we're fortunate, and she refuses to relocate? You could place her in a hotel, perhaps somewhere like the Caribbean. That's an offer I'd accept immediately. She won't go. She's remarkably stubborn. Is she fully aware of the risk she's facing? We've explained the situation to her, but she's determined to do what she believes is right. She calls it a matter of principle. Good for her. Peterson agreed. Good for us as well because we intend to take down the entire group, but it's a strain on our resources too. We're committing a significant amount of personnel. Reacher nodded in understanding, which explains why you're being cautious. Why you haven't confronted the bikers directly. A full-scale conflict right now would stretch you too thin, and because we need this case to hold up in court, we can't let the defense argue. This is all part of a targeted harassment campaign. Besides, the bikers aren't foolish. They keep their activities discreet. As individuals, they haven't technically done anything illegal in public, at least nothing we can prove. In fact, the opposite appears to be true. I saw the photographs.
Exactly, Peterson said. It looks like one of our upstanding citizens assaulted one of theirs.
The clock on the refrigerator ticked steadily toward midnight. 52 hours remained outside. The moon had climbed higher, casting a bright glow over the fresh snow. The air was perfectly still without a whisper of wind. The cold was so profound, Reacher could feel it penetrating the farmhouse walls. There existed a narrow zone, about a foot deep, where the chill advanced before the heat from the iron stove pushed it back. Reacher asked, "Is Chief Holland capable of handling this?" Peterson replied, "Why do you ask first impressions? He seems a bit out of his depth to me. Holland is a decent man." That doesn't answer my question. Did you critique your superiors when you were in the Army? Constantly, with others of similar rank? Are we of similar rank? Roughly. So what were your superiors like? Some were competent, others were complete jerks. "Holland's all right," Peterson said, "but he's worn out. His wife passed away, then his daughter grew up and moved out. He's alone, and it's taken a toll on him." I saw the photograph in his office, from happier times. They were a nice family. So, is he up to the task? He's competent enough to seek help when he needs it. Who is he asking? You. Reacher finished his beer. He felt warm, comfortable, and weary, he said. What could I possibly do for him? Peterson explained. There's an old military site where they established the construction camp. You mentioned that earlier. We need to know precisely what it was. Don't you already know? Peterson shook his head. It was established a long time ago. There's a single stone structure, about the size of a small house. Is that all? Peterson nodded. A long, straight road leads to a solitary small building out on the prairie. And it's the size of a house, smaller than this one. What shape is it? Square, rectangular, like a house? Does it have a roof? Naturally, because I was considering if it might be a missile silo. There are plenty of those in the Dakotas. It's not a silo, then it could be anything. Perhaps a project they began and never finished. We don't think so. Among the older residents, there's a kind of shared memory. They say there were hundreds of engineers out there for months. There was a security perimeter and a lot of activity. That's a massive undertaking for a structure the size of a house. I've encountered stranger situations. We have to be certain. Odds are we'll be heading out there to make dozens of arrests. We need to understand exactly what we're walking into. Make a call, contact the Department of the Army. We've called, the county board has called, even the state government has placed calls, and not a single reply. How old are your oldest residents? Is that relevant? I'm trying to establish when the place was constructed. Did they witness those engineers firsthand? Or are they just repeating stories passed down from their parents or grandparents? The facility is roughly 50 years old. How long has it been since anyone reported seeing military personnel out there? Never. The place was never operational. Reacher gave a slight shrug. So it's a derelict Cold War installation, possibly never even finished. One day it seemed strategically vital, the next it was obsolete. That sort of thing happened constantly back then because strategic thinking shifted like the wind or because, frankly, nobody really knew what they were doing half the time, but it's not a major concern. A stone building will naturally hold up better against small arms fire than a prefab hut or a trailer. But I'm assuming you're not planning an armed assault out there anyway. We need definitive information. I can't provide that. I was never stationed here, never heard any rumors. You could make some discreet inquiries. You might still have contacts. I've been out of that world for a very long time. You could drive out west and take a look for yourself. It's a stone building. Army stone is identical to anyone else's. Then why the need for hundreds of engineers? What's your real concern? We're considering the possibility it's an underground complex. Maybe that stone structure is just an entrance, a stairhead. Their real operation could be buried down below. That would explain why we haven't seen any fires or explosions in the trailers. They could have fortified the entire area. There might be stockpiles of food, water, and weapons down there. This whole situation could escalate into a prolonged siege. That's the last thing we want. Peterson stood up, moved to the desk, and retrieved 2 more bottles from the refrigerator. This told Reacher they were merely at the midpoint of their discussion, maybe only a third of the way through, if a full 6-pack was chilling in there. Peterson said, "There's more to it." "No kidding," Reacher replied. "We've got their leader locked up, but command and control is still active. They're still fully functional. So he has a second in command. Street gangs don't operate that way. Then he's still communicating. Cell phone or smuggled notes. That's not happening? You're certain? Absolutely. Then it's through his lawyer, a private conference every day pretending to discuss the case while your guy is actually issuing verbal orders and his lawyer is relaying them. That was our initial theory, but that's not occurring either. How do you know? Because we have concealed video and audio in the attorney conference rooms for privileged discussions between lawyers and their clients. Is that even legal? Maybe. It's a brand new prison, and there's a lot of fine print in some of the recent federal statutes. He's not a federal prisoner. All right, so no, it's probably not entirely legal. But you're doing it anyway. Yes, Peterson admitted, and we haven't intercepted a single instruction or operational detail. No notes passed, nothing written down. You ever heard of the Fourth Amendment? This could torpedo your entire case. We don't plan to use anything we overhear. The prosecutor isn't even aware we're doing it. We just want an early warning, strictly within the police department, in case they decide to target the witness. She'll be fine. You've got her secured tightly. It's only for a month. You're on the hook for some extra overtime, but that's the extent of it. We competed aggressively for that prison. Holland mentioned it, like trying to land an auto plant. Or Honda, Peterson added. It was a negotiation back and forth. That's how these things always go. The prison gave our officers tax incentives. We got funding for new homes and to expand the local school and, Reacher prompted. The final condition was that we adopt their emergency protocol, which involves what? If there's an escape, every member of the Bolton Police Department has a pre-assigned position, meaning the entire force mobilizes to a predetermined perimeter 1 mile out from the facility. Every single officer, every last one, on duty or off, asleep or awake, healthy or under the weather. You can't be serious. It was the agreement we had to make for the town's benefit. That's not good, Reacher stated. Not good at all, Peterson echoed. If that alarm sounds, we drop everything and head north, all of us, which means if it goes off any time in the next few weeks, Janet Salter is left with zero protection. Reacher finished the better part of his second beer. That's completely insane. Only in the real world, Peterson replied. On paper, it looks fine. The State Patrol is listed as our backup, and the feds offered witness protection for Mrs. Salter. But the patrol is often hours away all winter, and Mrs. Salter turned down the protection. She says the bikers are the ones who should be locked away, not her. Major problem, Reacher said. You're telling me? Peterson sighed. Reacher looked out at the moonlit snow and said, though it's not exactly prime escaping weather, is it? Not right now. There's 2 feet of fresh snow covering everything for miles. If someone gets past their fence, they'd freeze within an hour, or a helicopter would track their footprints from the air. They'd stand out like a sore thumb. Nobody escapes on foot anymore, Peterson countered. They hide in a supply truck or something similar. Then why set a perimeter a mile out? Nobody claimed their crisis plan was logical. So bend the rules, leave a few people behind, at least the officers stationed at the house. We can't. There will be a head count. We'll be audited. If we don't comply exactly, the town faces a decade of federal oversight. We signed a contract. We took their money for the extra patrol cars. Peterson nodded. And for the housing subsidies. Everyone lives within a 10-minute radius. Everyone has a department car. Everyone keeps their radio on. Everyone responds immediately. Couldn't you just put Mrs. Salter in a car and bring her with you? We're supposed to keep civilians clear of the operation. We definitely can't bring one along. She'd refuse anyway. It would feel like an arrest. We can't do that. Has anyone escaped yet? No. It's a new facility. They've been running a tight ship. Then hope for the best. You're missing the point. We would hope for the best if this was about random chance. But it isn't. The same person who wants us away from Janet Salter's house has the direct personal ability to make that happen whenever he chooses by orchestrating an escape on demand, Reacher said. I don't buy it. I know prisons. Escapes take planning. He'd need to case the place, devise a strategy, find a compliant trucker, build trust, secure funds, make arrangements. It's not a light switch. There's more, it gets worse. Go on. Part 2 of their crisis plan is for a prison riot. The correctional officers move inward to handle the interior, and we take over the guard towers and the main gate. All of you? Same drill as Part 1. And riots don't take months to organize. They can ignite in a heartbeat. Prisons are powder kegs, believe me? There was no third beer. The substantive conversation had wound down, leaving only a few loose ends and some repeated points. Peterson leaned forward, his tone shifting from weary to bitterly sarcastic. So you see the beautiful simplicity. The guy can practically schedule it. The wrong word to the wrong inmate. A scuffle breaks out a minute later. A full-blown riot is brewing 60 seconds after that. We get the call, and 10 minutes later every Bolton cop is over 5 miles from Janet Salter's house, leaving her sitting duck in that big quiet home. Marvelous system, really. He's in the county lockup, Reacher said. That's a separate holding facility. People don't riot there. They're all awaiting trial, keeping their heads down. They're all acting like they've got nothing to hide, playing innocent. He rides with a motorcycle club. That means he's got connections in the main prison building, friends or friends of friends. That's how these groups operate inside. They protect their own, and they've got plenty of ways to get messages through. This isn't looking good, Reacher repeated. Not good at all, Peterson agreed. When an emergency call comes in, we leave the retired civilian volunteer at the front desk, and that's it. He's supposed to contact us if there's a terror threat, but short of that, our hands are tied. Are you expecting a terror threat here? Not in Bolton. Mount Rushmore has its symbolic value, but that's a Rapid City issue. Reacher shifted in his chair. Did the police department grow along with the school? Peterson gave a slow nod. We had to. The town got bigger. How much bigger? We doubled in size. After that, we were competing with the new prison for qualified people. Keeping standards high became a real struggle. That's a big part of Chief Holland's headache. Half the force are his veterans from the old days, and the other half are newcomers he barely knows. I can't fix that for him, Reacher said. I'm just passing through. You could make those calls to the Army. That would help. If we can get through the next few weeks, we're going to need whatever information you can dig up. I've been out too long. It's a new generation running things now. They'd probably hang up on me. You could still try. I wouldn't even get past the main switchboard. You know, back when I first joined the force, we had a direct emergency line to the FBI field office in Pierre. The whole system changed years ago, but I still remember that number. And your point is? I'm guessing there's a number you remember, too. Maybe not for a switchboard. Reacher stayed quiet. Peterson leaned forward. Just make the calls for us. That's all I'm asking. We'll handle everything else, and then you can be on your way. Reacher didn't answer. We can give you a desk and a chair. Where? At the station? Tomorrow? You want me to come to work with you? To the police department? You still don't quite trust me, do you? You're in my home, with my wife and my kids asleep upstairs. Reacher nodded slowly. Can't argue with that, he said. But Kim Peterson wasn't asleep, not then. About 10 minutes after Andrew left him alone, Reacher grew tired of the stale hop scent coming from the 4 empty beer bottles. He hooked their necks between his knuckles, 2 in each hand, and carried them out to the kitchen, hoping to find a trash can. Instead, he found Kim Peterson reorganizing her refrigerator. The room was dark, but the light from inside the appliance spilled out, wrapping her in a soft yellow glow. She wore a worn candlewick robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. Reacher lifted the bottles in a silent question. Under the sink, Kim said. He bent down, opened the cabinet, and lined them up neatly beside 6 others already waiting there. Have everything you need? She asked. Yes, thanks. Did Andrew ask you for a favor? He wants me to make some phone calls. About the old Army post. Reacher nodded. Are you going to do it? I'm going to try. Good, that place has been eating at him. I'll do what I can. Promise, ma'am? Promise me if he asks. Will you help him any way possible? He works too hard. He's carrying everything now. Chief Holland is swamped. He doesn't even know half the officers. Andrew has to pick up the slack. It's hard on him, and on me. Reacher used the small bathroom off the den to take a long, hot shower. Afterward, he draped his clothes over the back of the chair Peterson had used and slid under the covers. The sofa springs groaned and twanged under his weight. He turned one way, then the other, listening to the loud, steady tick of the wall clock, and was asleep within minutes. It was 5 to 1 in the morning, 51 hours left. He woke at 10 to 7 to a hushed, snow-blanketed world. Beyond the den windows, thick flakes drifted down steadily, layering onto a fresh accumulation already nearing a foot deep. The air was perfectly still. Billions of snowflakes drifted straight down from the sky, each one a tiny parachute. Some wobbled slightly on the way, others spiraled or danced a sideways step or two, each movement dictated only by its own delicate, airy nature. Most landed softly, adding their minute weight to the thick white blanket already covering the ground. A few caught on power lines and fence wires, building up into strange feathery sculptures that grew taller by the minute. Inside, the bed was warm, but the air in the room had a sharp, cold bite. Reacher figured the iron stove had been shut down for the night, its fire carefully saved, its vents closed tight. He lay there for a moment, considering the etiquette. Should he get up, open the dampers, and toss in a couple of logs? Would that be seen as helpful or just plain rude? He imagined messing up some carefully planned heating routine, forcing his hosts into a freezing midnight trip to the woodpile weeks from now. In the end, he decided to stay put. He pulled the quilt up to his chin, closed his eyes, and tried to ignore the chill. It was just before 7 in the morning. He had 45 hours left. 1,700 miles to the south. The day was already further along. Plato was finishing his breakfast in the smaller of his 2 outdoor dining areas, the one he used for casual meals. The larger space was for business dinners, which meant it mostly gathered dust. His current associates were primarily Russian, and Russians, he had found, had no taste for the evening heat so close to Mexico City. They craved air conditioning. Plato chalked it up to what people were used to. He'd heard stories about parts of Russia so bitterly cold that spit would freeze solid before it hit the ground and bounce like a little rock. Frankly, he thought that was nonsense. He could believe the temperatures got low enough. Sure, he'd seen the numbers, but surviving in that kind of cold meant wearing a heavy mask over your face. How could you possibly spit through a ski mask? Besides, such extreme cold usually meant extremely dry air. Who would even have enough moisture in their mouth to spit in the first place? The story made a point, he supposed, but it wasn't literally true. Plato prided himself on seeing through such sentimental exaggerations. His mind was on Russians because he'd gotten a fascinating call from one about an hour before. It was the usual vague inquiry. A friend of a relative of an in-law needed a large amount of a certain product, and could Plato facilitate? Plato's primary interest, naturally, was facilitating things for Plato. Looking at the proposal from that angle, he'd seen a possibility. With a little refinement and persuasive charm, he could turn this into a spectacular deal. Spectacularly good for him, that is. The unnamed Russian connection wouldn't fare nearly as well, but then he wasn't the one with the resources. 3 key things had to happen. First, he had to flip the script. The product wouldn't be moved to the Russian would have to come to the product. Second, he had to operate on the solid principle that having something concrete in your grasp was far better than chasing 2 possibilities in the distance. And third, pulling this off would require some adjustments up in South Dakota. That situation needed to stay clean, operational, and utterly appealing, a perfectly marketable opportunity. Which, of course, meant the witness and the lawyer couldn't be allowed to linger. They were a loose end that needed tying up, and quickly Plato reached for his phone. At 7:14, the old farmhouse was silent. By 7:15, the quiet shattered completely. The thin, insistent beep of alarm clocks filtered through the walls, followed by the heavy, stumbling footsteps of a family waking up overhead. Reacher counted 4 distinct rhythms, 2 adults, and from the sound of their uncoordinated haste, 2 boys. Doors swung, toilets flushed, and showers hissed. Soon the kitchen came alive with the gurgle of a coffee maker, the thud of the refrigerator closing, and the scrape of wooden chairs on the floor. Reacher considered the etiquette of the situation. Would walking in unannounced for breakfast unsettle the kids? It probably depended on their age and temperament. Maybe he should wait for an invitation, or at least until they'd left for school, if school was even happening with a fresh foot of snow outside. He washed up quickly in the small bathroom, made the bed, and sat down to wait. A moment later, a chair scraped back, small feet pattered across the floorboards, and a hesitant knock landed on his door. It swung open before he could answer, revealing a boy of about 7 who looked like a younger copy of Andrew Peterson. The kid's expression was a mix of annoyance at being sent on an errand, nervousness about what he'd find, and plain curiosity about the stranger in the house. He stared for a second, then blurted out, "Mom says you should come get some coffee," and vanished. By the time Reacher reached the kitchen, both children were already thundering back up the stairs, the air behind them practically swirling like in a cartoon. Their parents sat quietly at the table, dressed as they had been the day before, Peterson in his uniform, his wife in a sweater and pants. Any conversation was impossible over the racket from above. Reacher poured himself coffee, and by the time he turned around, Peterson was already heading out to the barn to start his truck and plow a path to the street. His wife went upstairs to check on the boys. A minute later, both kids crashed down the steps and out the door. Through the falling snow, Reacher caught a flash of yellow and heard the rumble of a diesel engine, the school bus, apparently unfazed by the weather, right on time. Suddenly, the house fell into a deep silence. Kim didn't return to the kitchen, and no breakfast was offered. Not that Reacher minded, he was used to an empty stomach. He sat alone until Peterson called for him from the hallway. Slipping into the borrowed highway patrol coat, Reacher stepped out. It was 5 minutes to 8. 44 hours remained. Elsewhere, the lawyer was once again battling his garage door. A new layer of snow had drifted against it, jamming the mechanism. He wore his overshoes and gripped his shovel, while the motor on the ceiling groaned in protest, giving the inside handle a hard jerk. He forced the door upward, chains clattered, and a crest of snow tumbled inward. He shoveled it back out, started his car, and prepared to face another day. A day that, these days, began with an extended breakfast out. On the surface, it was normal small-town behavior, a coffee shop, some friendly chatter, a little networking, but what was once a quick 30-minute ritual had stretched into an hour, sometimes an hour and a half. He was stalling, afraid to go to the office. The message forms at his firm were yellow. Each morning his secretary handed him a stack. Most were routine, but every so often one would read, "Client requests, conference re-case, MIME 517714. There was no such case number on file, no paperwork at all." That note was a code, a silent instruction to drive up to the prison and receive orders he dared not write down. Thankfully, most mornings no such note appeared. Some mornings the uncertainty hit him hard. It was impossible to foresee. It had become part of his daily routine to pause by his secretary's desk, palm extended, and a knot of dread tightening in his chest, bracing for whatever twist his life might throw at him next. On the drive into town, Reacher's view was nothing but snow blanketing the ground, swirling in the air, consuming everything. The world felt muted, sluggish, and strangely diminished. Traffic was sparse, vehicles huddled in narrow, packed-down tracks down the center of the streets. Clumps of slush kicked up from tires in hesitant arcs. Small clusters of cars formed cautious convoys, inching forward like sluggish trains, barely pushing 20 miles an hour. But inside Peterson's cruiser, it was warm, secure, and steady, a substantial car on level terrain, fitted with chains on the rear and winter tires up front. It handled the conditions without a fuss. In daylight, the police station appeared more stretched out and closer to the ground than it had under darkness. It was a sprawling, single-story structure of pale brick, topped by a flat roof studded with microwave dishes and radio antennas mounted on steel frames. To Reacher, it brought to mind a classic state police outpost, perhaps constructed from some universal government blueprint. The parking lot held numerous squad cars, engines still radiating warmth, freshly arrived. Day shift officers, Reacher assumed, coming in from home for a briefing before their 8:30 start. A compact front loader chugged between the vehicles on rubber tracks, busily piling snow into a mound already taller than a man. Peterson seemed at ease. Reacher guessed the snow worked in his favor. It hampered rapid movement anywhere, including Janet Salter's house. Anyone with ill intent would likely wait for clearer weather. Trying to sneak through drifts waist-deep wasn't practical. Reacher kept the parka but left the gloves and hat in the car. They felt too personal. He'd find his own replacements later. Inside the lobby, a different elderly man sat on the stool behind the counter, the day watch aide, similar in age and dressed to the night shift guy, but a different person entirely. Peterson guided Reacher straight past him and down a hallway into a large open squad room, buzzing with noise, conversation, and uniformed officers, both men and women. They clutched travel mugs of coffee, scribbled notes, scanned bulletins, and geared up to head out. Close to 30 were present, a department of 60 split evenly between day and night shifts. They were a varied bunch, some young, some older, some crisp and tidy, others noticeably less so. Peterson had mentioned they'd doubled in size, and keeping standards consistent was a struggle. The evidence was right in front of Reacher. The tension between seasoned veterans and newer hires was almost tangible. Unit cohesion had frayed, and professionalism had slipped. An us versus them dynamic hung in the air. Reacher understood Chief Holland's dilemma. He was essentially managing two separate departments within one, and frankly, the man seemed drained by it. He should have retired, or maybe the mayor should have shown him the door as soon as the prison deal was signed. But whether new or seasoned, every officer was punctual. By 8:30, the room was nearly empty. Clearly, the roadblocks were draining personnel, and a snowy day probably meant minor collisions were stacking up. Only 2 cops remained behind, both in uniform. One had a name badge reading Kappler, the other Lowell. Neither wore a duty belt, no sidearm, no radio, no handcuffs. Both looked to be in their mid-30s. Kappler had dark hair and the lingering traces of a tan. Lowell was fair-skinned and ruddy-faced like a local. Both appeared fit, capable, and thoroughly unhappy. Kappler moved clockwise around the room. Lowell counterclockwise as they cleared out trays from every desk, gathering stacks of paper they then carried off through an unmarked door farther down the corridor. Reacher asked, "What's that about?" Peterson replied, "Standard clerical work? While you're stretched thin on manpower?" I doubted. "What's your take then?" Disciplinary action. They'd messed up and were now stuck on desk duty. Holland had them turn in their weapons. I'm not at liberty to discuss it. Are they rookies or veterans? Lowell's been around for a while. He's from an old local family here in Bolton. Kappler is newer, transferred up from Florida a couple years back. Why for the climate? I thought people usually headed south for that. He needed the work. Why what happened down there? Why assume something happened? With all due respect, if you're in law enforcement in Florida, ending up in South Dakota suggests you've run out of options elsewhere. I don't know the specifics. Chief Holland and the mayor approved his hiring. So what did Lowell do to get paired with him? Lowell's a bit of an oddball, Peterson admitted. Keeps to himself, actually reads books for fun. What exactly did they do to get benched? I really can't talk about it, and you've got your own work to do. Take any desk you want. Reacher chose one in the far back corner, an old instinct. It was a simple laminate desk, the chair still adjusted for a smaller person and faintly warm. A blank computer screen and a multi-line console phone sat on the surface. The screen was dark. The phone had buttons for 6 lines and 10 speed dial slots. Dial 9 for an outside line, Peterson said. Reacher figured there was probably a number Peterson remembered, too. Maybe not for a main switchboard. He dialed. 9 for a line, then a Virginia area code, then 7 digits etched in his memory. A recorded message answered which wasn't what he recalled. A man's voice, speaking with deliberate, almost theatrical slowness, began, "You have reached the Bureau of Labor Statistics. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. Otherwise, please choose from the following menu." A monotonous list followed. Press 1 for agriculture, 2 for manufacturing, 3 for service industries. Reacher hung up. "Got another number?" Peterson asked. "No. Who were you trying to reach?" "A specialized unit, an investigative branch. Sort of an elite group, like the Army's own FBI, but much more compact." Who answered instead? Some government office? Something about labor statistics? Guess things change. "I guess they do," Reacher said. Then he added, a wry twist in his tone. "Or maybe the fundamentals never really do. The bureaucracy just gets a new, more boring voice." He dialed the same number again. Heard the same ponderous recording. "If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time." He dialed 110. A click, a purr, and a new dial tone. A live voice answered on the first ring. "Yes?" A southern accent, a man, probably in his late 20s. "Almost certainly a captain, unless standards had utterly collapsed and they were letting junior officers or, heaven forbid, civilians answer that line now. I need to speak with your commanding officer." "Whose commanding officer?" "Yours. And who exactly do you think you're speaking to?" "You're the 100 NTEF MPHQ in Rock Creek, Virginia?" "Are we?" "Unless you've changed your number, there used to be a live operator. You had to ask for room 110. And who am I speaking with?" "I used to work for the 110th. "In what capacity?" "I was its first commanding officer." "Name?" "Reacher." A brief silence. Reacher asked, "Does anyone actually sit through that whole menu?" "Sir, if you worked for the 110th, you know this is an active emergency line. I need you to state your business immediately. I want to speak to your CO concerning. A favor I need. Tell him to check the archives for my file and call me back." Reacher read the number off the label stuck to the phone console. The man on the other end hung up without another word. It was 5 minutes to 9 in the morning. 43 hours remained at 9:30. The phone on Reacher's borrowed desk rang, but the call wasn't for him. He stretched the cord and handed the receiver to Peterson. Peterson identified himself and listened for nearly a full minute. After urging the caller to keep him updated, he handed the receiver back. Reacher hung it up. "We need whatever you can tell us, and we need it fast," Peterson said. Reacher gestured toward the console. "You know how the younger generation is. They don't keep in touch. I'm not joking. What's different now?" That was the DEA. The actual Drug Enforcement Administration calling from Washington, D.C. as a professional courtesy. They have a wiretap on a suspected Russian narcotics distributor new to the business and trying to establish himself out of Brooklyn. A man in Mexico named Plato just contacted him about a property for sale located 5 miles west of Bolton, South Dakota. A property for sale? Those were the exact words used. So, is this about real estate or drug trafficking? If there's a hidden lab out there, It's both, isn't it? And that's precisely the question the DEA will ask next. It's obvious. They're compiling a case file, and they'll call us to find out what that facility actually is. Tell them to contact the Department of the Army directly. It would save everyone time. That would make us look incompetent. We can't admit we've had a mysterious installation next to us for 50 years and have no idea what it's for. Reacher shrugged and pointed back at the phone. You'll know when I do, if I ever find out. You were their commanding officer in an elite unit? Reacher gave a single nod. For a time. Then he added, Plato is a strange name for a Mexican, don't you think? Sounds more Brazilian to me. No, Yugoslavian, Peterson corrected. Like that old dictator. That was Tito. I thought he was a South African bishop. That was Tutu. So who was Plato? An ancient Greek philosopher, student of Socrates, teacher of Aristotle. What does Brazil have to do with any of that? Better not to ask, Reacher said. Just then, Kappler and Lowell returned to the squad room. They dropped freshly copied memos, still warm and slightly curled, into every in tray before slouching out again. Peterson watched them go. And that concludes their productive output for the day. Now they'll probably take a 5-hour lunch. What a spectacular waste of resources. What did they do? I really can't discuss it. Was it that serious? Not exactly. So what was it? I shouldn't talk about it. Yes, you can. All right. 3 days ago, they were out of radio contact for a full hour. They refused to explain why, how, or what they were doing. We can't permit that, especially with the prison contingency plan in effect. The phone rang again at 10 minutes before 10. Reacher answered, Yes, a woman's voice inquired. Major Reacher, speaking. Do you know who I am? Keep talking. You taught a class during your final year of service, did I? It was about integrating military and federal investigations. I was in that class. Don't you recognize my voice? Keep talking. What would you like me to say? In that moment, Reacher wanted her to say a great deal because her voice was exceptional. It was warm, slightly husky with a breathy, intimate quality. He enjoyed the way it seemed to whisper directly into his ear. He enjoyed it quite a lot. In his mind, he imagined her as blonde, somewhere in her early 30s, probably tall and attractive. Altogether, a terrific voice, certainly. But not one he recognized, and he said so. The voice replied, I'm very disappointed, maybe even a little hurt. Are you absolutely sure you don't remember me? I need to speak with your commanding officer. That will have to wait. I can't believe you don't know who I am. Can I take a guess? Go ahead. I think your authenticity test. I think your CO wants to know if I'm legitimate. If I claim to remember you, I fail, because I don't. We never met. Part of me wishes we had, but we didn't. But I took your class. You didn't. You read my file. That's all. The course title was for public consumption. The actual class was about outmaneuvering federal agencies, not cooperating with them. If you'd been standing there with me, you'd understand exactly what I mean. Nice job. The voice on the line held a hint of amusement. Consider that your first test, and you passed. All right, then, who am I actually talking to? You're talking to yourself. Explain. I'm the commanding officer of the 100th Special Unit now? Seriously? Dead serious? Impressive? Well done. How's it treating you? You can probably picture it. I'm at your old desk as we speak in every sense of the word. Do you remember that desk? I've had plenty of desks over the years. This one's at Rock Creek. Truth was, Reacher remembered it clearly. A heavy government-issued desk, steel painted a dull green, the edges already worn down to bare metal by the time it landed with him. The voice continued. There's a serious dent on the right side. Rumor has it you put it there with somebody's head. Rumor has it. It's practically unit folklore, true story. Probably the movers banged it up. It's a perfect concave shape. Could have been a bowling ball. I'm sticking with the legend. Reacher asked, What's your actual name? The voice replied, Make one up for me. Excuse me. Let's keep this unofficial. Give me a code name. This is a private call. Not exactly. Our system shows you're calling from a police station. I'm guessing there's a switchboard, maybe even recording equipment. Reacher said, Fine, keep talking. I'll pick a name that suits you. What do you want me to say? Read the phone book aloud. That'd give me plenty to work with. Another quiet laugh came through the line. Word is that dent came from a colonel's skull. They say, that's why you were shown the door from the 110th. I wasn't shown the door. I was reassigned, plain and simple. Only because nobody liked that colonel. But you definitely took a walk off the plank. That's the story anyway. Amanda? Amanda? Sure, that works. Call this number again and ask for Amanda. Now what do you need today? There's a town in South Dakota called Bolton. More or less central, about 12 miles north of Interstate 90. I see it. Our system has your location. I'm looking at Bolton right now. How are you looking at it? On my laptop, Google Earth. You all have it easy these days. Technology is a beautiful thing. What can I do for you? 5 miles west of town, there's an old Cold War site abandoned. I need to know what it was. Can't you tell from the ground? Haven't laid eyes on it. And from what I hear, there's not much left to see. Might be nothing, but I want you to dig into it for me. You sure it's not a missile silo? The Dakotas are littered with them. They say it's not a silo. Doesn't match the description. All right, hang on. I'm zooming in. Latest image shows what looks like an old prison camp west of town. 15 small structures and one older building, arranged in 2 rows of 8, plus a long, straight-access road, maybe 2 miles of it. Does the older building look residential? From above, it looks exactly like a house. Okay, but I need more than that. You want me to drive all the way up to South Dakota and walk the site with you? Since I'm snowed in here with time to kill, that'd be perfect, but a records check will do. It'll be in the archive somewhere. I need its original purpose, scale, and layout. Call me back end of day. Then the line clicked dead. Morning was slipping by, 42 hours left until the clock ran out. The lawyer pulled into his office parking lot and stepped into his overshoes. He shuffled into the building's lobby, removed them, and tucked them into a plastic grocery bag. Carrying the bag alongside his briefcase, he rode the elevator up. His secretary greeted him outside his office, but he didn't reply. He wasn't sure yet whether it was a good morning or a bad one. He simply held out his hand for his message slips. There were 8, 3 dealt with minor office matters, 4 involved actual legal work, the last was a request for an urgent client meeting at the prison regarding case number 517713, scheduled for noon. Reacher spent a few minutes by himself before getting up and moving down the hall. He located Peterson in a vacant office just outside the main squad room. The room was set up with 4 desks pushed together in the middle, and the walls were lined with long cork boards. Peterson was pinning up photographs from the previous day's crime scene, the victim in dark clothing, wide shots of the area, tight close-ups. The ground was covered in snow, and the man had suffered a heavy blow to the right side of his head. There was no visible blood. Peterson looked over and mentioned they'd just received the autopsy findings. The body was definitely transported from somewhere else, he said. Any other damage on him? Reacher asked. Some bruising that happened right around the time of death. Are there rough neighborhoods around here? A few spots are tougher than others. Have the bars been checked? What would we be looking for? Freshly mopped floors, unusual stains. You think this started as a bar fight? Somewhere on the cheaper side of town, but not in the absolute worst area. Why do you say that? What did the medical examiner say about the weapon? Something round and fairly smooth, likely metal or wood, maybe a section of fence post or a piece of drainage pipe. Neither of those, Reacher replied. A fence post or a pipe has a consistent width. Too thick to get a solid grip for a powerful swing. My money's on a baseball bat, and bats aren't easy to come by in the middle of winter. They're stored away in closets, garages, basements, unless they're kept behind a bar where the owner can snatch one in a hurry. Not in the nicer parts of town, obviously, and in the really bad areas they'd probably just reach for a shotgun. Peterson stayed quiet for a moment. Anything else? Reacher shook his head. I'm heading out. I'll be back later. Outside, the snow was still falling heavily. Peterson's car was just a vague white mound in the parking lot. Reacher tugged the hood of the coat he'd borrowed up over his head and walked right past it. He reached the sidewalk and looked both ways. Snow whirled around him, finding its way under his hood, sticking in his hair and eyelashes, and trickling down his collar. Across the street was what looked like a town square or a small park, and beyond it stood a row of businesses. The snow was too thick and the distance too great to make out details, but one building had a steady stream of steam rising from a roof vent, a good sign it was either a dry cleaner or an eatery. That meant there was about a 50% chance he could still get a late breakfast there. He trudged through the deep, plowed snow, slipping a little as he crossed the square. His ears, nose, and chin were going numb, and he kept his hands buried in his pockets. The steamy place turned out to be a diner. He pushed inside, greeted by warm, damp air. There was a counter and 4 tables. At one of them, sitting alone, was Jay Knox, the bus driver. His table was scattered with empty plates, suggesting he'd finished a big meal a while back. Reacher walked over and rested a hand on the back of the chair opposite him, a silent request to sit. Knox didn't look especially happy or upset to see him, just distracted and a little moody. Reacher sat down anyway. "Getting by all right?" Reacher asked. Knox shrugged. "They stuck me with some locals, and they're polite enough, I guess, but you decided to escape for a long breakfast. Didn't want to overstay my welcome. They didn't offer you food. Look, I'm not exactly fond of them, okay?" Reacher didn't press it. Knox asked, "Where'd they put you?" "With the cop who met the bus, so why are you here? He didn't feed you." Reacher ignored the question and said, "Any updates?" "The tow trucks made it this morning. They hauled the bus off the highway. We're getting a replacement sent from Minneapolis. Should arrive not long after the storm lets up. Could be worse. Except it'll come with its own driver, which means I'll be riding shotgun all the way back to Seattle like a passenger." "That means my paycheck stopped as of 4 o'clock yesterday," he said. "Not ideal. Someone ought to fix that bridge. Have you spotted any of the passengers?" "They're around. One woman's got her arm in a sling, another has a cast, but honestly, they're not complaining much. I don't think anyone's dialed a lawyer yet. A few are even treating the whole mess like some unexpected adventure." "Could be worse," Reacher replied. Knox didn't respond. He just stood up abruptly, grabbed borrowed gear from a hook, a hat, a scarf, a bulky coat that didn't fit him, and bundled up. He gave Reacher a curt, irritable nod before heading out into the snow. A waitress approached, and Reacher ordered the largest breakfast on the menu, plus coffee. It was nearly 11:41 hours remained. Meanwhile, the lawyer left his briefcase behind, but took his overshoes in a grocery bag. He put them on in the lobby and trudged back to his car through the lot. After buckling up, he started the engine, turned on the seat heater and the wipers. He knew the highway was closed, but there were other routes, those endless South Dakota roads that seemed to run forever. He kicked off the overshoes, pressed the brake, and shifted into drive. Back at the diner, Reacher was working through a mountain of food when Peterson arrived, dressed for the cold. He seemed pleased with himself for tracking Reacher down so easily, though Reacher figured he might have checked a few other spots first. Peterson rested a hand on the chair Knox had used, and Reacher gestured with his fork for him to sit. "Sorry you missed breakfast at the house," Peterson said. "No trouble at all. You've been more than generous. Kim gets lonely, that's all. Mornings when the boys and I leave aren't her favorite. She usually retreats to her room." Reacher said nothing. "Ever felt lonely yourself?" Peterson asked. "Sometimes," Kim would say. "You haven't. Not unless you've sat on a back porch day after day in South Dakota, looking out at nothing for 100 miles in every direction." "Isn't she from here?" "She is. But getting used to something doesn't mean you have to like it." "I suppose not." We checked the bars. Found one up north, near where the prison guards drink. The floor was suspiciously clean. "Any helpful witnesses?" "No. But the bartender is gone, took off in his truck yesterday." "All right," Reacher said. "Thank you." You're welcome. Reacher speared a piece of bacon and some egg. Anything else on your mind? Peterson asked. I figured out how your jailed guy is getting messages out. How? He made a friend inside, or forced one. Your guy talks to the second inmate, and that inmate talks to his own lawyer. It's a workaround. You've been monitoring the wrong room. There are dozens of lawyer visits every day. Then you'd better start sorting through them. Peterson was quiet for a moment. Anything else? Reacher nodded. I need to find a clothing store more or less promised your wife. Someplace cheap, nothing fancy. Know anywhere? Peterson suggested a place a block west of the square. It catered to local farmers selling sturdy, no-frills clothing. The summer and winter sections looked almost the same. Some items were off-brand, others had name labels but slight defects. The colors were muted, the prices low, even for boots. Reacher began with the basics, pulling on a sturdy pair of waterproof boots in black. From there he moved to the clothing racks, guided by a simple personal rule: choose either olive green or blue. Olive green for his army past, blue because a woman once remarked it made his eyes stand out. He went with olive green this time, as it came closest to the tan of the borrowed coat he was wearing. He selected lined flannel pants, a plain t-shirt, a flannel button-down, and a heavy cotton sweater. To that he added simple white underwear, black gloves, and a khaki knit cap. The total came to $130, though the shopkeeper accepted $120 for cash. Figured out that was about 4 days of wear at $30 a day, which tallied to over $10,000 a year just for clothing. Some might call that crazy, but Reacher saw it differently. Most people spent far less annually on their wardrobes, maintaining a limited selection of quality pieces stored in closets and washed in basements, yet those closets and basements were inside houses, and houses cost a whole lot more than $10 grand a year to own, rent, maintain, or insure. So, really, who was the impractical one? He changed in a small booth and tossed his old things into a trash bin behind the counter. He pulled the cap low over his ears, drew up the parka's hood, zipped the coat shut, and slid on the gloves. Stepping outside, the cold hit him instantly. The air carried a deep, meat-locker chill that seeped into his gut, his ribs, his legs, his back, even his eyes and lungs. It reminded him of the bitterest days in Korea, though back then he'd been younger, following orders and getting paid. This was entirely voluntary, and somehow that made the cold feel more personal. Snow flurries swirled around him, driven by a rising wind that pushed against his body. His nose began to run, and his vision blurred slightly. He took brief shelter in doorways along the way, turning what should have been a 10-minute walk to the police station into a 20-minute winter trek. When he finally arrived, the place was in an uproar. It was 5 minutes before noon, with 40 hours left until the anticipated threat. Phones seemed to be ringing off the hook. The older officer at the front desk held 2 receivers, speaking into both at once. Inside the squad room, Peterson stood behind a desk, a phone wedged between his ear and shoulder, the cord bouncing as he moved. He gestured sharply with both hands like a general deploying troops across an imaginary map of Bolton spread over the desktop. Reacher observed quietly, piecing together the situation without needing any complex deduction. A serious violent crime had occurred, and Peterson was scrambling to allocate personnel both to handle the new scene and to maintain coverage for existing priorities. The crime scene appeared to be on the right side of the desk, likely indicating the eastern edge of town. The existing obligations seemed clustered slightly south and west of downtown, presumably near where Janet Salter, their protected witness, was staying. Peterson was committing more resources to her security than to the fresh crime scene, suggesting either prudent caution or that the victim at the scene was already beyond help, possibly both. After another minute, Peterson hung up the phone, his expression tense. He was clearly adept with routine local matters, but seemed stretched by this escalating situation. "We've got a man shot dead in a car," he said. Reacher asked, "Who is he?" "The plates are registered to an attorney from the neighboring county. He's had 5 client meetings up at the jail since we arrested the biker, just like you predicted. He was their outside contact, their parallel track. Now their plan is set, so they're tidying up loose ends." "It's worse than that," Reacher replied. Peterson gave a grim nod. "I know their inside man isn't on his way. We missed him. He's already here." Twice Peterson tried to leave the squad room, and twice he was called back by a ringing phone. On his 3rd attempt, he finally made it out into the corridor. He glanced back at Reacher and offered, "You coming with me?" Reacher countered, "You want me there? If you're up for it, I should really be heading somewhere else. Where's that? I ought to go pay a visit to Mrs. Salter." "What's the reason?" "I'd like to get a feel for the situation, just to be prepared," Peterson replied. "Mrs. Salter is already taken care of. I made certain of that. Don't trouble yourself over it." He hesitated before adding, "What, you believe they'll make a move on her today? That this dead attorney is some kind of distraction?" "No, I think they're cutting links. But with this snow, it seems I'll be stuck here a couple of days. If that prison siren goes off anytime soon, then I'm the only backup you've got. But I should meet the lady first." Peterson stayed silent. Reacher said, "I'm just trying to lend a hand, that's all, to return the favor for your hospitality." Peterson didn't respond. Reacher added, "I'm not your suspect. I'm aware, but you could be useful at the scene. You'll manage. You know the drill, right? Get plenty of pictures. Watch for tire marks and footprints. Check for spent casings." "All right. But first, call your officers at Mrs. Salter's place. I don't want to cause a scene when I come up the drive. You don't even know where she lives. I'll figure it out." In warmer weather, locating Mrs. Salter's house might have been a 10-minute task. In the relentless snow, it took nearly half an hour with visibility poor and every step a laborious effort. Reacher backtracked the route the prison bus had taken, fighting through deep drifts and trudging across unplowed sections, his boots slipping in the icy grooves left by vehicles. The snow continued to fall heavily, the large flakes swirling around him, clinging to his clothes and stinging his face. He found the main road heading south. He knew the diner was up ahead, and beyond that the parked patrol car. He pressed on, the cold biting through his new clothes, which provided basic protection but little comfort. A handful of cars moved in both directions, headlights on and wipers working furiously, their presence forcing him to stay on the shoulder and avoid the clearer, yet more treacherous tire tracks. The road beneath was likely wide, but traffic had carved out just 2 narrow lanes near the center, 4 parallel ruts growing deeper with each passing vehicle, their walls of snow hardening. He passed the diner, its windows steamed over from the busy lunch crowd inside, a brief glimpse of warmth in the frozen landscape. Another 400 yards brought the patrol car into view. It had veered out of the southbound ruts, breaking through the snowy berm to block the side street entirely. The engine was off, but the roof lights rotated slowly. The officer behind the wheel, Montgomery according to his nameplate, sat motionless, staring blankly ahead with a look of profound boredom. Reacher made a wide approach to avoid startling him. The cop rolled down his window. "You, Reacher?" he called out. Reacher gave a stiff nod, his face too numb for words. Montgomery was unshaven, carrying extra weight, maybe in his late 20s, the kind of soldier who would have faced constant discipline in the Army. He said, "Salter Place is up ahead on the left. Can't miss it." Reacher continued his slog. The side street showed only 2 faint tire tracks, already being reclaimed by the snow, evidence of the shift change hours before. The day shift officer had accelerated a bit too eagerly after the turn. His tracks weaving slightly before straightening out, a small moment of impatience frozen in the white expanse, the street made a soft bend, flanked on either side by grand old homes set back on wide level properties. They had the ornate, imposing look of Victorian architecture, easily a century old. Once symbols of prosperity, most remained so, clearly constructed during a much earlier period of wealth, long before federal prison money ever touched this town. The snow blurred their intricate details, but their substantial forms, Their solidity and elaborate gingerbread trim were still evident. Peterson had described Janet Salter as a storybook grandmother, which had led Reacher to picture a quaint little cottage, maybe with checkered curtains, especially for a former teacher and librarian. But perhaps this particular storybook grandma had a different tale altogether. Reacher was curious to meet her. He'd never really known his own grandmothers. There was a faded black and white photo of him as an infant on a stern-looking woman's lap, his paternal grandmother, he'd been told. His mother's mother had passed when he was 4, before he ever had the chance for a visit. The second patrol car was parked ahead, facing him, its lights off. The officer inside was watching him intently. Reacher trudged forward through the snow and stopped about 10 feet short. The cop pushed his door open, stepped out, and circled around, his boots kicking up puffs of powder and sending little snowballs skittering. "You Reacher?" he asked. Reacher gave a nod. "I need to pat you down." "Says who?" "The deputy chief." "Searching for what?" "Weapons. She's over 70. I doubt I'd need a weapon." "Fair point," the cop replied, his tone dry. "But you'd need one to get past the officers inside the house." This officer was a sharp, fit-looking man on the younger side of middle age, compact, muscular, and clearly competent. It was a department of two halves, Reacher mused. The newer, greener hire back at the end of the street, and now this seasoned veteran posted at the house. He planted his feet, unzipped his coat, and held his arms out wide, letting the frigid air rush in. The cop performed a thorough pat-down, squeezing his coat pockets from both sides simultaneously. "All right," he said finally. "Go on in, they're expecting you." The driveway was long, leading up to an ornate house that looked like it could have been plucked straight from the historic districts of Charleston or San Francisco. It had every classic feature, a wide wraparound porch fit for rocking chairs, dozens of windows, fish-scale shingle siding. It boasted turrets and more stained glass than some small churches. Reacher climbed the steps onto the porch, his boots thumping on the wooden boards as he stamped off the snow. The front door was an elaborate multi-paneled carved piece. Beside it hung an old-fashioned bell pull, a cast-iron weight on the end of a wire that ran over pulleys and disappeared into the house through a small bronze eyelet. It was the kind of thing probably ordered from a Sears Roebuck catalog 100 years back, delivered by wagon in a straw-packed crate, and installed by a craftsman more accustomed to fitting cartwheels and horseshoes. Reacher gave it a tug. A moment later, a low, polite chime sounded from deep within the house. After another brief pause, the door was opened by a policewoman. She was young, petite, with dark hair, dressed in full uniform. Her sidearm was holstered, but the strap was unsnapped, and she had an alert, capable air about her. Peterson had mentioned the officers inside the house were women, the best they had, with a minimum of 4 always present, 2 awake, 2 resting. "Are you Reacher?" she asked. He nodded again. "Come inside." The entrance hall was dim, paneled in dark wood and impressively grand. Oil paintings hung on the walls. Ahead, a substantial staircase ascended out of view. All around were closed doors likely made of chestnut, each polished to a deep gleam by a century of care. A large Persian carpet covered the floor, and old steam radiators connected by thick pipes hummed softly, filling the space with warmth. A bentwood hat stand stood nearby, burdened with 4 new police-issue winter parkas. Reacher shrugged out of his own unzipped, worn coat and hung it on an empty peg. It looked out of place, a battered relic surrounded by sleek modern gear. The woman officer said, "Mrs. Salter is in the library. She's waiting for you," Reacher asked. "Where's the library?" "Right this way." The officer moved forward with a formal air, and Reacher trailed behind to a door on the left. She knocked before stepping inside. The library was a generous, square-shaped space with a tall ceiling, featuring a fireplace and a set of glass doors that opened to the garden. Every other wall was lined with shelves packed with thousands of books. Another policewoman stood relaxed in front of the glass, hands clasped behind her back, gazing outside. She didn't turn, only glanced over her shoulder, received a silent confirmation from her colleague, and returned her attention to the view. An older woman sat in an armchair. "Mrs. Salter, no doubt." The retired teacher, the librarian, the witness. She offered Reacher a courteous smile. "I was just about to have some lunch," she said. "Would you like to join me?" It was 5 minutes past 1 in the afternoon. 39 hours remained. Janet Salter made lunch herself. Reacher observed from a chair in her spacious kitchen as she moved between the refrigerator, counter, stove, and sink. The image he'd formed from Peterson's offhand description didn't quite match the woman before him. She was definitely over 70, with gray hair average in height and build, and she appeared genuinely kind without a hint of severity, yet there was also an erect, almost noble posture to her, the bearing of someone accustomed to respect and compliance, perhaps from a sizable staff. Reacher suspected she wasn't actually a grandmother. No wedding ring circled her finger, and the house had an untouched, childless feel, as if it had been decades since any young ones had run through its rooms. "You were one of the poor souls stranded on that bus," she remarked. "I'd say the others had it rougher than I did," Reacher replied. "I offered my home naturally. There's plenty of room here, but Chief Holland wouldn't consider it, not given the situation." I believe he made the right call, because having more people here would have complicated his officers' work. No, because extra people in the house could have turned into unintended casualties if there was an attack. Well, that's brutally honest, at least. Though they tell me you're an authority on such matters, you were in the Army, a commanding officer, I understand, for a time of an elite unit. That's what we like to tell ourselves. Do you think I'm being sensible?" she asked. "Or reckless, ma'am, in what regard?" "In agreeing to testify at the trial, that depends on what you actually saw." "How so?" "If you saw enough to put the man away for good, then you're doing the right thing. But if what you saw was vague or incomplete, then it might be an unnecessary risk." "I saw what I saw. Everyone assures me it was enough to secure a conviction to put him away, as you say. I observed the conversation, the examination of the merchandise, the counting and handing over of the money." "From how far?" "About 20 yards, through a window." "From inside the diner, yes. Was the glass clean? Any fog or steam?" "Clean and no steam." "Direct line of sight? Perfectly clear? Weather conditions?" "Cool and clear. Time of day? It was evening." "Was the parking lot well lit, very brightly? Is your eyesight good?" "I'm a little farsighted. I wear reading glasses sometimes, but never for distance." "What was the merchandise?" "A brick of white powder, tightly sealed in wax paper. The paper had a slight yellow tint from age. There was a design stamped on it, a crown, a headband with 3 points, and each point had a little ball, probably meant to look like a jewel. You saw that from 20 yards away? Being farsighted has its advantages, and the design was fairly large. No doubts at all? No assumptions, no missing pieces, no guesswork?" "None whatsoever." "Then I think you'll be an excellent witness." She brought lunch to the table. A salad in a dark, oil-aged wooden bowl. It was a mix of leafy greens and assorted vegetables, with canned tuna and still warm hard-boiled eggs. Janet Salter's hands were small and precise. Her skin was pale and thin, like parchment, her nails neatly trimmed, and she wore no jewelry. Reacher looked at her and asked, "How many other customers were in the diner when it happened?" "5, she replied, "plus the waitress." "Did any of them actually see what went down?" "I believe they all did, but afterward they acted as if they hadn't. The people from the community to our west have a certain reputation around here. Their presence alone seems to unsettle folks, just by being different, by being the other. It creates a kind of low-grade tension. In truth, they haven't caused us any direct trouble. We coexist in this uneasy, silent truce. But I can't ignore the feeling of threat that hangs in the air." Reacher pressed on. "Do you recall the Army base being constructed out there?" Janet Salter shook her head. "Chief Holland and Mr. Peterson have asked me that more times than I can count. I don't know any more than they do. I was away at school when it was built. Folks say it took months to finish, longer than a school term, most likely. You never heard any talk when you came back to town?" "I went to school abroad. Traveling internationally was costly back then. I didn't come home during breaks. In fact, I didn't set foot back in Bolton for 30 years. Where abroad? Oxford University, in England. Reacher stayed quiet. Janet Salter tilted her head. Does that surprise you? He gave a slight shrug. Peterson mentioned you were a teacher and a librarian. I suppose I imagined a local schoolhouse. Mr. Peterson has that classic South Dakota reluctance toward anything that sounds too grand, and he's not wrong, really. I was a teacher and a librarian. I taught library science at Oxford, later helped manage the Bodleian Library there, then returned to the States to run the library at Yale. After that, I retired and came back home to Bolton. What's your favorite book? I don't have one. What's yours? I don't have one either. Janet Salter said, I'm aware of the emergency plan at the prison. They tell me it's never been activated, but as with most things, you imagine there will be a first time sooner or later. Plato skipped lunch, which was out of character for him. He usually enjoyed the daily rhythm of 3 meals. His staff had prepared a dish, but he never appeared to eat it. Instead, he walked a winding path through the scrubland on his property, pacing quickly, his cell phone pressed to his ear, his shirt growing damp with sweat. His contact inside the American DEA had done a routine check of wiretap transcripts and called with a heads up. Plato hated warnings. He preferred solutions, not problems. His DEA man knew that and had already reached out to a colleague. There was no stopping the clumsy Russian from getting arrested, but the timing could be delayed until after the deal was complete, letting the money vanish safely and leaving Plato richer and untouched. The price? 4 years of college tuition. The colleague had a 16-year-old kid and no savings. When Plato asked how much college costs these days, the number gave him a mild jolt. You could buy a pretty nice car for that kind of cash. Now he had one lingering issue. The facility in South Dakota served multiple purposes. Most of its contents could be sold off, but not everything. Some items needed to be moved out first, like clearing the sofa, before selling a house. He trusted no one, which usually worked in his favor, but sometimes it created complications. Like now, who could he get to pack and ship it all? Calling a moving company was out of the question. FedEx and UPS wouldn't do. His reluctant conclusion, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Janet Salter gestured for Reacher to remain seated and began clearing the table around him. She asked, How much do you know about methamphetamine? Reacher said, Probably less than you. I'm not that kind of girl, but you are that kind of librarian. I'm sure you've done your homework on the subject. You go first. I served in the Army, and that means there were missions and circumstances that required what the manuals called sustained alertness, concentration, drive, and mental sharpness for very long stretches. The medics had all sorts of stimulants on hand. Pure methamphetamine was being phased out by the time I joined, but it had been standard issue for years before that. Janet Salter gave a knowing nod. It was known as Pervitin, a German improvement on a Japanese formula. It was everywhere in the Second World War. They baked it right into the rations, Fliegerschokolade for pilots, Panzerschokolade for tank crews. The Allies used it just as much, if not more. They called it disoxin. It's a wonder anyone ever closed their eyes. They had morphine for that. But now it's a controlled substance, because it wreaks havoc on people who misuse it, so it has to be made illegally, which isn't too difficult in small homemade labs. But you can't make something from nothing. To produce methamphetamine, you need ephedrine or pseudoephedrine. You can buy it wholesale if you bypass the rules, or you can extract it from common cold medicines. For that, you need red phosphorus and iodine or lithium from specific batteries. That's another method, known as the birch reduction. You can get it straight from the acacia trees out in West Texas, Reacher said, along with mescaline and nicotine. Quite the versatile tree. But this isn't West Texas, Janet Salter replied. This is South Dakota. My point is, you can't build a house without lumber. If they're moving massive amounts of the finished drug out of here, they must be bringing massive amounts of the precursor chemicals in. That has to be noticeable. We're talking truckloads. Why can't Chief Holland intercept that supply chain instead of involving me? I don't have an answer for that. I think Chief Holland has grown complacent. Peterson mentioned you were given a choice to withdraw. But don't you understand? That's not a real choice. I couldn't live with myself. It's a question of integrity. Peterson said you were offered protection from federal authorities, and maybe I should have taken it. But I wanted to remain in my own home. The legal system is supposed to punish the guilty, not the witnesses. That's also a matter of principle. It was almost laughable, Reacher thought, how the bureaucracy of safety so often felt more like a trap than a shield. Reacher looked toward the kitchen door. An officer in the hall, another at the back window, 2 more sleeping upstairs for the night shift, a patrol car out front, another a block over, a third at the street's end, plus watchful neighbors, an anxious police station, and a blanket of snow everywhere. It all seemed secure until that siren might wail, Reacher asked. Do you have grandchildren? Janet Salter shook her head. We never had children. We kept waiting, and then my husband passed. He was English and quite a bit older than me. Why do you ask? Peterson was talking about how convincing you'd be in court. He said you look like a grandmother from a storybook. Do I really? I wouldn't know. I guess I didn't grow up with those kinds of books. Where did you grow up? On Marine Corps bases. Which ones? Felt like all of them. I was raised right here in South Dakota. My father was the last of a long line of industrial tycoons. We traded. We bought land from the indigenous people for pennies an acre. We acquired thousands of government claims through intermediaries. We mined for gold. We invested in the railroads at preferential rates. Naturally, Reacher said. Hence a house like this. Janet Salter smiled. No, this is where we ended up when times got tough. Out in the hallway, the doorbell gave a single polite chime. Reacher rose and moved to the doorway to observe. The police officer on duty was seated on the lowest stair. She stood, crossed the shadowy space, and opened the front door. Chief Holland entered, bringing with him a gentle swirl of snow and a gust of frigid air. He stamped his boots on the mat and gave a slight shudder as the indoor warmth reached him. He removed his heavy coat. The police officer hung his coat on the rack right beside Reacher's borrowed one. Holland gave a brief nod as he passed Reacher in the hallway and stepped into the kitchen. He told Janet Salter he had no real updates, just stopping by as a courtesy. She invited him to wait in the library, saying she'd bring coffee in shortly. Reacher watched her fill an old aluminum percolator, its cord wrapped in faded fabric insulation. The thing looked like a relic, heavy and dull as if it had been forged from leftover bomber parts after the war. When Reacher moved to help, she shooed him away. Go keep the chief company, she said. So Reacher joined Holland among the shelves of books. How's it going out there? He asked. Holland looked up. Out where? The car east of town. The dead lawyer. We're rethinking our first theory about breaking their chain. Could have just been a robbery that turned ugly. A robbery? Reacher's tone was flat. He was a lawyer. No briefcase in the car. You know many lawyers who travel without one? His wallet was still in his pocket. Watch on his wrist. Was he scheduled at the jail? Not on the visitor logs. His office said he got a call, though. Then it wasn't a random theft. He was lured. No briefcase because he wasn't there to take notes. Not in his current line of work, anyway. Maybe. Holland conceded. We'll keep looking into it. Who made the call to his office? A man's voice, same as the others. Untraceable cell. Who was the client he visited earlier? Some mute burnout we arrested for arson 8 weeks back. He won't talk to anyone he doesn't like. Psychological eval is still pending. Honestly, we'll never get a word out of him. Sounds like your biker pals picked the perfect fall guy. From the kitchen came the loud, rhythmic gurgle of the percolator. The rich aroma of brewing coffee began to seep into the library. Columbian Reacher guessed coarse ground and fairly fresh. He shifted topics. Mrs. Salter and I were discussing how the lab you suspect gets its supplies. You think we're slacking? That we're endangering her when we could be doing more? I didn't say that. We've tried. Believe me, nothing's coming through Bolton. We're certain of it. So their supplies are coming from the west. The State Highway Patrol handles the interstate. Our jurisdiction ends at the county line. All we control is the 2-lane road north to the old camp. We patrol it randomly. I literally rolled dice on my desk to schedule the cars. Reacher nodded. I've seen them out there. I do it that way, so there's no predictable pattern. But so far, we haven't gotten lucky. They're watching us, I'm sure. Fair enough. The trial will settle it, or the plea bargain the night before. It won't happen sooner. 1 more month, that's all we need. Peterson mentioned the crisis plan can't be tweaked. He's right, we argued, but the mayor made the deal. Federal money came with strings, Justice Department monitors all over us, forever, a real gift horse. More trouble than it's worth, Holland said. But then, I don't own a motel out at his secluded compound. Plato walked a winding path through 100 acres of scrubland. The idea came to him at the farthest point from the main house, a characteristically audacious scheme. The DEA was going to bust the Russian, that much was certain. Plato wouldn't interfere. The agents needed to see the guy take possession. But possession of what, exactly? Enough to make the charges stick, of course. But not necessarily everything the Russian was about to pay for. That would be an incredibly generous move given the situation. He could keep a small portion, actually a large portion, possibly nearly all of the agreed-upon sum. What was the Russian guy going to do about it? Yell and scream from a supermax prison cell about how unfair the world was? He'd be doing that anyway. So Plato could take the man's money and then turn around and sell the merchandise all over again to another buyer. It was like selling a house and then stripping out the appliances, the light fixtures, and even the window panes. The plan would more than double his logistical headache, but he was confident he could handle it. A solution would emerge, the pieces would fall into place, because he was Plato, and they were not. Janet Salter carried the coffee into the library on a polished silver tray. There was a porcelain pot, a small pitcher of cream, a sugar bowl, and 3 delicate cups with their matching saucers and spoons. Clearly, the policewomen on duty were not invited. There had likely been a prior conversation about maintaining a boundary between professional duties and socializing. The officers were probably just fine with that arrangement. Reacher had been in their shoes countless times. It was always better to keep things separate and stay focused. Janet Salter poured. The cup felt ridiculously small in Reacher's hand, but the coffee itself was excellent. He inhaled the aroma and took a careful sip. Then Chief Holland's cell phone rang. Holland juggled his cup, fished the phone from his pocket, and glanced at the screen. He flipped it open one-handed and answered. He listened for about 8 seconds, then snapped the phone shut and broke into a wide, relieved, utterly happy grin. He announced, "We just caught the lawyer's shooter." It was 5 minutes before 2 in the afternoon. 38 hours remained. Reacher rode back to the station with Holland. The unmarked Crown Victoria fought its way out of the side street, found the packed tracks in the snow, and settled into a smooth, easy roll toward town. Peterson was waiting in the squad room, wearing a smile just as broad and grateful as Holland's. Reacher wasn't smiling. He had serious reservations, born of harsh experience. A quick and tidy resolution to a major crisis usually meant it wasn't a resolution at all. Things that seemed too good to be true almost never were. A fundamental rule of the universe, he asked. "So, who's the shooter?" Peterson said. "Jay Knox, the bus driver." Reacher pieced the story together by lingering off to the side, listening as Peterson filled Holland in. About 40 minutes earlier, a patrol officer had spotted a man struggling through deep snow along a rural road about a mile outside of town. Peterson identified the cop as one of theirs, an experienced hand, presumably from the department's more reliable half, maybe someone Holland actually knew. The officer was on high alert as instructed, but even so, he figured the guy on foot was more likely a stranded motorist than a killer. He stopped and offered a ride. There was something off in the pedestrian's reaction. Surly, uncooperative, shifty, so the officer cuffed him and searched him. He found a Glock 17 9mm pistol in the man's coat pocket. It smelled recently fired, and its magazine was missing 1 round. The officer arrested the pedestrian and drove him to the station. At the booking desk, he was recognized as the bus driver. Swabs of his hands and clothing tested positive for gunshot residue. Jay Knox had fired a weapon within the last few hours. His fingerprints were all over the Glock. His rights were read to him. He was now in a holding cell. He hadn't asked for a lawyer, but he wasn't talking either. Holland left to go stare at Knox in his cell, an impulse Reacher had seen many times before. It was like visiting a zoo exhibit. After a big catch, people always wanted to come and gawk. They'd stand in front of the bars for a minute, taking it all in. Later, they'd either claim they'd always seen something sinister in the guy's face, or, failing that, they'd mumble something about the unsettling ordinariness of evil. Peterson remained in the squad room, methodically piecing together the fragments of the case in his mind. Reacher recognized that familiar, perilous impulse to work backward from a conclusion, a path that often led you to see only what you hoped to find. "How many rounds were in the victim?" Reacher inquired. "Just one," Peterson replied, "to the head." 9mm? "Almost certainly. It's a common round. I'm aware." "Does the location make sense?" Knox was picked up roughly 4 miles from the scene. "On foot?" "That seems too far. There must have been a vehicle involved." "Why?" "You will understand once you see the photographs." The photos arrived half an hour later, contained in a familiar file folder like the one Reacher had seen the previous night in Holland's office. They were glossy 8x10s with printed labels in the corners, numerous and stark. Though shot in color, the images were dominated by grays and whites, snow covering the ground, snow swirling in the air. The camera's shutter had captured the falling flakes as strange, suspended dark shapes, like volcanic ash or scattered impurities frozen in time. The first image was a wide establishing shot looking west to east, showing a snow-covered road with 2 sets of tire ruts hugging the crown. A single car sat perfectly centered in the westbound tracks, its headlights still on. It hadn't swerved or skidded, it had simply rolled to a stop, as precise as a train on its rails. The second photo, taken about 100 feet closer, revealed 3 clear details: a figure held upright in the driver's seat by a tight seatbelt, head slumped forward, the rear passenger side window misted with a large pink stain, and the road itself showing nothing but undisturbed snow and the 4 existing ruts, no other marks at all. A third photograph confirmed this absence. Ignoring the car entirely, the lens tracked directly along the road above where the buried yellow line would be. The scene was featureless, just tire trenches with crushed bases, small side walls, and tiny avalanches of snow smoothed over by a fresh crust. Nothing more. "Good pictures," Reacher remarked. "I did my best," Peterson said. "Solid work. Thank you." "No footprints," Reacher observed. "Agreed," Peterson replied. The fourth photo was a close-up of one eastbound rut, revealing only broken and muddled tread patterns, the same generic waffles and lattices seen all over town. Nothing here was distinct enough for lab analysis. The fifth image zoomed in on the car from the front right side. It was a compact, tidy sedan Reacher didn't recognize. Infinity, Peterson supplied. Japanese Nissan's luxury line. That model has a V6 and full-time 4-wheel drive. It's fitted with snow tires all around. Practical, but about as flashy as a South Dakota lawyer would dare to be. The car was a light silver, relatively clean but dulled by recent winter travel. The way light reflected off the snow gave the vehicle a ghostly, almost insubstantial appearance. The driver's window was fully down. Inside, the victim was pinned upright by his seatbelt, a dusting of blown snow on his shoulders. His chin rested on his chest. He might have been sleeping, if not for the hole in his forehead. That wound was the focus of the fifth photograph, a neat, dark aperture centered like a third eye. Clearly, the man had been looking out the window, his gaze angled partly sideways, partly ahead. He had been shot directly along his line of sight, staring right at the gun. The exit wound had sprayed material across the rear window behind him. His head had dropped forward before rolling back to face straight ahead. The remaining photos captured the body and the interior of the car from every possible perspective. Reacher had insisted on a thorough photographic record. and Peterson had followed those instructions precisely. In the passenger footwell, a pair of rubber overshoes sat neatly side by side. Mounted on the center of the dashboard was a small chrome multi-tool hammer. Reacher recognized it from in-flight shopping catalogs, marketed as an emergency device to shatter windshields or slice through seatbelts. It seemed like the perfect accessory for a cautious, orderly person who took car maintenance seriously. Yet Reacher privately doubted whether one of those gadgets had ever been used in a real emergency since cars were invented. He suspected they mostly just gathered dust. The Infinity's gear shift was in park. The ignition was turned to the on position, the tachometer reading a steady 800 RPM at idle. The odometer displayed less than 10,000 miles. Climate control was set to a comfortable 69 degrees. The radio was tuned to a local AM station. The volume knob turned all the way down to the 8 o'clock position, barely audible. The fuel gauge indicated a nearly full tank. Reacher finally broke the silence. "Walk me through what happened." Peterson obliged. "All right, Knox is in his vehicle driving east. The lawyer is coming west. They're both moving slowly because the road's in rough shape." Knox spots the lawyer approaching, rolls down his window, and sticks his arm out to signal him to stop. The lawyer slows and pulls over, probably thinking Knox is going to warn him about something up ahead, like drivers do in bad conditions. Instead, Knox shoots him and drives away. Who discovered the body? Another eastbound driver, maybe 5 or 10 minutes later. He slowed down, took a look, and called us from a gas station about 2 miles farther up the road. No cell service out there. Is Knox right-handed? I'm not sure, but odds are he is. Did you recover a shell casing? No. If he's right-handed, he'd be firing diagonally across his own body. He'd want his arm extended, so the muzzle was probably just outside the window. The ejection port on a Glock is on the right side, so he'd have to keep that part inside the car. It's a cramped shot, no chance to aim properly down the sights, and yet he placed the bullet right between the eyes. That's not easy. Is Knox really that good a shot? I don't know. You should try to find out. Peterson offered his theory. I figured the shell casing hit the door frame or the windshield at an angle and bounced back inside Knox's vehicle. Tell me about Knox's vehicle, then. It was prearranged. He arrived in town yesterday and met someone today, maybe a biker. The biker hands over a vehicle, likely a pickup truck. Knox does the job, returns the truck, and is walking back when we pick him up. Reacher stayed quiet. Peterson added, "The folks where he stayed last night said he made a point of being out all day. They mentioned he wasn't exactly friendly, seemed preoccupied. I saw him this morning at the coffee shop. How did he seem?" "Not exactly friendly. He said it was because his pay got cut off as of yesterday. Maybe he was worried about his job. Or he was nervous about the job he was about to do. How did he know what the lawyer was driving? Whoever gave him the car would have told him. And how did he know the lawyer would be on that road at that exact time? Simple math. The decoy appointment was for noon. Easy enough to work backward from there timing-wise. Location, too, since everyone knew the highway was closed." Reacher shook his head slightly, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "I just don't buy how he got here in the first place. The whole setup feels overly complicated, and he claimed a car was coming straight at him. He couldn't have prearranged that. He wouldn't make it up, either. He had 21 possible witnesses on the bus. Not one of them saw anything. He couldn't have known that beforehand." Peterson considered this. What if a car really was coming? Maybe he saw a chance and took it, instead of staging a breakdown closer to the exit. Was there any hesitation before he moved? Reacher shook his head. "I can't say I was out cold." Peterson stayed quiet. Reacher added, "I believe you've got the wrong man. That's not what any officer wants to hear." "I'm aware. I wore the badge, too. Doesn't change the facts." "He was carrying a concealed firearm and he discharged it." Reacher looked at him. "So, case closed? That's a significant leap, but right now, yes, I think it is." "Then back it up. Pull your people out of Janet Salter's house." Peterson hesitated. "That's not my call, if it were. I'm not sure. Will Holland do it? We'll have to see. It was 5 minutes before 3 in the afternoon. 37 hours remained. Chapter 16, Holland did not do it. Not, he explained, because he thought Knox was innocent, but because the stakes were so high that the perpetrators would try again, and again as many times as it took. Therefore, Janet Salter's protection detail would remain until the trial concluded. Then J. Knox began to talk, and the situation shifted once more. Knox stated he carried the gun for personal protection, a habit of long standing. He said he was feeling low and aggravated after the bus incident and irritated that his company was going to deduct his pay. He didn't care for the unsavory characters he'd been lodged with. He had dragged out his breakfast at the diner as long as possible, but Reacher had interrupted him, so he'd headed out on a long, furious walk to clear his head. He was trying to walk off the anger. He had reached a small wooden bridge over a frozen creek and noticed a warning sign. Bridge ices before road in a sudden fit of temper, he had yanked out the Glock and shot the sign. He was willing to apologize for that, but he also pointed out that nearly every road sign in the area was riddled with bullet holes or birdshot. He recalled the bridge's location. He remembered exactly where he had been standing. He could make a reasonable estimate of where the spent cartridge should have landed. Peterson, of course, knew where that trestle bridge was. Its position made sense given where Knox had been arrested. He reasoned that if Knox had truly been out there, his footprints might still be faintly visible as gentle depressions under the fresh snow. Certainly no local in their right mind would be wandering around out there in that weather. He dispatched a patrol car to check. The car carried a metal detector in its trunk, a standard issue in regions with gun incidents and winter weather. 10 minutes later, the officer radioed in from the bridge. He had found footprints, and he had found the shell casing. It was nestled in the snow at the end of a short, finger-length trench it had burned into the powder. The trench had been lightly dusted by new snow, but was still discernible to a trained eye. The officer also confirmed a fresh bullet hole in the warning sign, clean and shiny, almost certainly from a 9mm, right between the E in bridge and the F in freezes. Peterson consulted with Holland, and they concurred the man they were actually after was still at large, already operating in the area, and likely only halfway through his planned agenda. J. Knox was a free man 5 minutes later. However, he was informed his Glock would remain at the police station, just as a precaution, until he was ready to depart town. Knox readily agreed to the terms. Reacher watched him walk out of the lobby into the falling snow, pardoned yet still dejected, unburdened, but simmering with the same old frustration. In a twist of bitter irony, the very man they'd just released had provided the clue that confirmed a far more dangerous predator was still on the loose. Peterson and Holland conferred again and placed the entire department on high alert. Even Kappler and Lowell were called back to active duty. The entire department was mobilized into patrol cars with instructions to sweep the streets, scanning for anything unusual, strange faces, unfamiliar vehicles, odd conduct, anything that might signal the lurking presence they all feared. Peterson tacked the fresh crime scene photos onto the boards in the cramped office just off the main squad room, positioning them opposite the images of the man in black lying dead in the snow. "We just made complete fools of ourselves," he muttered, "and burned through a whole lot of time." "Not that much time, really," Reacher countered. "What would your old unit do at this point? We'd start thinking about car transmissions and cautious personalities. Explain that. Aside from Knox being cleared, your reconstruction was spot on. The lack of footprints in the snow confirms it. 2 vehicles pulled up side by side, almost perfectly aligned." The assailant flagged the lawyer down, and the lawyer stopped. But why did he stop? "It's the natural reaction." Reacher gave a slow nod. "I'd agree on a road like that in those conditions. In summer, at regular speed, you'd probably just drive on. But crawling through snow? Sure, you assume the other driver needs help or has urgent information, so you stop. But if you're the cautious type, the kind who wears overshoes, mounts an emergency hammer on the dash, tunes into AM radio for weather updates, and never lets the gas tank dip below half, then you're also wary. You'd keep the car in gear, foot on the brake, ready to bolt if things felt off. Maybe you'd crack the window an inch. This lawyer didn't do any of that. He shifted into park and rolled his window all the way down. What does that tell us? It tells us he was prepared for a full exchange, a real conversation, maybe even a negotiation. He turned his radio down, ready to engage, which suggests he might have recognized the person who stopped him. That's plausible considering the company he seems to have kept. So what's the next move? We'd already be tearing his life apart, piece by piece. That's tough for us. He lived in the next county, outside our jurisdiction. Then get on the phone and start cooperating, like you used to with the feds. Not exactly, Reacher said. Meanwhile, Plato concluded his afternoon stroll by checking on his prisoner. The man was shackled by the ankle to a steel post driven deep into the hard ground, left exposed to the elements. He was a thief, grown greedy. Plato's cash-heavy operations required storing vast sums, often buried or hidden in cellars, where dampness and rodents routinely destroyed about 10% of every million. But this man's division reported losses nearing 12%, an anomaly that investigation revealed as systematic skimming. Plato could forgive errors but never betrayal, hence the chain, the post, the open air. The climate here, 100 miles from Mexico City, wasn't brutally hot. No insects swarmed, the snakes were dormant, and small nocturnal animals kept their distance. The prisoner would die of thirst or starvation depending on the rains, unless he chose another path. A sharp hatchet lay within reach. His shin bone was right there. He hadn't used it yet. But Plato believed he would. The odds were about 50-50. Evidence of that grim calculus was scattered all around, widows in mourning and broken men hobbling on crutches. Back in the South Dakota squad room, the clock clicked to 3:55 p.m. 36 hours remained. Peterson noted, 5 to 4 here is 5 to 5 on the East Coast. Business hours are ending. Time to call your old unit back. We still need that information, Peterson said. Reacher moved to the corner desk in the squad room and sat down. He didn't pick up the phone right away. Close of business in Virginia was 5 o'clock sharp, not a minute before. Punctuality mattered. It had mattered to him, and he was sure it mattered to the person sitting in his old chair now. Peterson shifted topics. What's your take on Mrs. Salter? She strikes me as someone who's spent a lot of time with books. As a witness, solid. Reliable? Is she holding together? She's frightened. Can't say I blame her. Reacher leaned back. What about the lab's supply chain or catching the finished product when it moves? We're working on it. To cover it completely, we'd need eyes on that road around the clock, every day of the week. With the right team, Reacher added. Some of your people seem a little checked out. Regardless, you need to make sure Mrs. Salter knows you're doing all you can. Right now, she's carrying the whole burden alone. We told her she's under no obligation. Some folks define obligation differently. Reacher finally lifted the receiver, pressed 9 for an outside line, and dialed from memory. A recorded voice prompted him. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. He entered 110. The same man answered the captain with the southern drawl, his greeting. Just one word. Yes, put me through to Amanda, Reacher said. There was a click, a soft hum, a brief dial tone, and then her voice came on. Warm, a little rough, intimate in a way that filled the line. You're a real pain, you know that, am I? Like I don't have enough on my plate already? What's the trouble? Your little spot 5 miles west of Bolton isn't exactly in the main files. Nothing shows up in the establishment register. It wouldn't. The place is abandoned. Might never have been operational. Was it sold off? Not sure. Might have just reverted. The local cops call it public land. I checked title transfers going back 50 years. Nothing. So maybe it's still ours. If it is, it should be costing us something. Biannual inspections, basic upkeep at a minimum, but there's no record of any spending. There has to be something. Even the Army doesn't just build things and forget they exist. Is it fenced off? I don't know. I'm 5 miles away. Why? Because even the Army doesn't build things and forget they exist, so no records might mean it's on a different list? Could have been a classified site, Reacher said. They all were to some degree, some more than others. The old-timers here remember a security perimeter. There was always a perimeter. How secret could it have been? They had construction crews on site. Secret, then abandoned now, maybe because whatever went on there was unusual. That might matter to you. But if you really want answers, I'll have to dig deeper. Can you? It'll cost you. Cost me what? Her voice dropped, warm and husky. I want the story behind the dent in the desk. You're too busy. You said so yourself. Right now, I'm just killing time, waiting for a call. Something good? Promising? Tell me about it. That's not the deal. You talk first. I don't like telling stories over a switchboard. You've got nothing to worry about. Obviously, the general's judgment was sound, or you'd have been disciplined back then. And the statute of limitations on damaging government property ran out ages ago. How deep will you dig? As deep as you need. When's your call coming? Soon, I hope? Then we don't have time for the story. Get me what I need by tomorrow, and I'll tell you then. You drive a hard bargain. I was hoping for a freebie. At least give me a hint. All right, Reacher said. It wasn't a colonel. It was a one-star general elsewhere Plato decided on an early dinner. He'd skipped lunch and his hunger had caught up with him. He made his way to the kitchen, a place he liked to visit now and then, just to see what was cooking. He believed his habit of eating with the staff showed unity and a democratic spirit, but somehow it always felt like something out of a medieval court. His employees would grow flustered, their faces flushing as they nodded and fussed, probably out of fear, though he couldn't understand why. He had never mistreated anyone in his household. No one currently working for him had ever been harmed. As for the 2 former staff members buried on the grounds, the present team knew nothing about that. He requested a cold starter and a warm main course, grabbed a beer from the fridge, and settled in the more intimate outdoor dining space to wait. Taking out his phone, he dialed the secure villa 100 miles away in the city. How is the situation in South Dakota progressing? He asked. The man on the other end replied, The attorney was handled 6 hours ago. And the witness? Not yet. So when? Soon. How soon? Very soon. Plato felt pressure gathering behind his temples. He visualized the next 24 hours laid out like marks on a ruler, inspecting each segment as if gliding low over the ocean. Some intervals he filled with plans, others he left open. Contact the operative and emphasize that the witness cannot wait any longer, he instructed. I will, the villa's occupant assured him. After hanging up, Plato made a second call, this time to the airfield. He placed his plane on standby to be fueled and prepared for immediate departure. The filed flight plan would indicate Canada, but that was a diversion. The actual journey would involve 1,700 miles out and 1,700 miles back, with refueling arranged for the midpoint. Then he made a third call, requesting 6 men to accompany him. They needed to be capable, but not so invaluable that he would hesitate to leave them behind if circumstances demanded, which he quietly hoped they would. Reacher's thoughts about the woman with the memorable voice were interrupted by raised voices in the police station lobby. It was a one-sided phone conversation that began formally, turned polite, then edged into defensiveness before exploding into frustration. After the call ended, a hurried discussion followed between the desk sergeant, Holland, and Peterson before Peterson returned to the squad room. Biker trouble? Peterson reported. One of them just called. 3 of their guys are missing over here, and they want to know why we aren't doing anything about it. What did you tell them? Reacher asked. We said we're working on it, and they told us to work harder, or they'll come to town and handle it themselves. They're giving us until tomorrow. It was 5 minutes to 5 in the afternoon. 35 hours remained. Peterson left again, and Reacher sat alone in the quiet squad room, gazing out the window. Snow continued to fall, drifting through the glow of streetlights under a darkening sky. The day was ending. Around him, 12,000 residents huddled in their homes, keeping warm, watching television, preparing dinner. To the north, The prison simmered with tension. To the west, the bikers were up to who knew what. And somewhere out there, an unseen shooter was preparing to take another shot. When Peterson returned, he said, "Chief Holland thinks they're bluffing. He says their whole strategy has been to operate just inside the law and avoid giving us probable cause." Reacher said nothing. "What's your take?" Peterson asked. "Only one way to know for sure, which is reconnaissance. You want us to head over there?" "No, I'll go," Reacher said. "I need to see the place for myself anyway, to understand what we're dealing with. You've got people looking into it already. No substitute for seeing it with your own eyes. You're just going to walk in there. I'll say I'm from the Army, conducting a biannual inspection of government property. By yourself?" "Why not? It won't fly. They'll ask for ID. Not these guys. They don't operate like regular citizens." Peterson hesitated. "When would you go?" "As soon as possible," Reacher said. "There's no sense heading out in the dark. We'll aim for first light tomorrow." Peterson mentioned the department had an unmarked vehicle Reacher could borrow. The exact time would depend on the weather, but it would likely be between 7 and 8. "I'll take you home now," Peterson offered. "You should try to get some rest." Reacher shook his head. "Better take me to Janet Salter's place." She mentioned having spare rooms after the bus crash, almost like she was volunteering them. Then she brought up the prison's crisis plan. It felt like she was sending a message. She wants someone there who won't run when the siren goes off. Think about how that must feel for her. Peterson considered it for a moment, then nodded. He started to speak, then stopped himself. "I was about to say I'd bring your bags over, but you don't have any. Tell Kim I got some new clothes. Tell her you saw me in them. I think she was a little concerned, and let her know I'll take good care of her dad's coat. Thank her again for her kindness." The snow was still falling, but the roads between the station and Janet Salter's house remained navigable, having been plowed at least once that day. The plows had pushed up steep banks on either side, creating deep trenches for the tires. The world was muffled and silent. Snowflakes were invisible until they caught the headlights, settling relentlessly in front of the slow-moving car. The narrowed road meant Peterson couldn't turn onto Janet Salter's street. A parked police cruiser blocked the entire width, its lazy red lights casting a pink glow on the falling snow like garnet dust or distant blood spatter. Reacher climbed out, zipped his coat, and squeezed awkwardly between the cruiser's trunk and the snowbank behind it. The officer inside paid him no mind. Trudging alone down the center of the street, Reacher found the earlier tracks completely smoothed over. The bitter air signaled a cold day giving way to a brutal night. He climbed onto the porch and pulled the bell wire, imagining the officer inside rising from her post on the stair and crossing the Persian rug. The door opened to reveal the officer who had been stationed at the library window, tall, with fair hair pulled into a practical ponytail. Her hand rested near her gun, alert but not tense, a professional appreciating a minor break in the monotony. Reacher hung the borrowed coat on the stand and headed for the library. Janet Salter was in her usual armchair, not reading, just sitting. The other officer, the smaller, dark-haired one who had been in the hallway earlier, stood behind her, staring out the window where the drapes were drawn wide. "You had to leave before finishing your coffee," Janet Salter said. "Shall I make a fresh pot?" "Always," Reacher replied. He followed her to the kitchen and watched as she filled the old percolator. The faucets were just as aged, but nothing in the room felt shabby. Quality lasts, no matter its age. "I understand you'll be staying tonight," she said. "Only if it's not an inconvenience. Weren't you comfortable at the Petersons?" "I was fine. I just don't like to overstay my welcome. Was one night too much for them? They have enough to deal with. You travel very light. What you see is what you get. Mr. Peterson mentioned that. Did he tell you or warn you? Is it a phobia or a philia or a deliberate existential choice? I've never really dug that deep into it. A phobia would be a fear, perhaps, of commitment or entanglement. A philia suggests a love, possibly for freedom or new opportunities, though technically it leans toward an abnormal appetite in your case, maybe for secrecy. We have to wonder about those who choose to stay off the grid. Is the system itself the problem? Or is there something genuinely appealing about life down below? Could be something else entirely, Reacher suggested, something more fundamental. Your rejection of owning anything does seem rather absolute. History shows us that asceticism holds a strong pull, but even the most dedicated monks usually had a robe, a shirt at least, even if it was woven from goat hair. Are you teasing me now? I believe you could manage a small duffel. It wouldn't alter your essential nature. I worry it would, unless it stayed empty, which defeats the purpose. Packing a bag means making choices, deciding what matters. That's a slippery slope. Before long, I'd have a large suitcase, then a couple more. Give it a month and I'd be just like everyone else. And that idea terrifies you. Not terror, no. Being like everyone else probably feels safe and familiar, but some paths just aren't open to you. I came into the world wired differently. That's your explanation? You were just born that way. It seems pretty obvious we don't all start from the same place. Janet Salter poured the coffee directly into sturdy ceramic mugs this time, as if she'd decided silver trays and delicate china weren't right for the conversation, and as if she'd noted his earlier unease with the tiny cup. Well, whatever the exact reason might be, she said, I'm glad you're here. You're welcome to stay as long as necessary. It was between 5 and 6 in the evening. 34 hours remained after the coffee. Janet began preparing dinner. Reacher offered to take everyone out for a meal, but she pointed out it was just as simple to cook for 6 as for 5, which told him the 2 officers on the night shift would be joining them, forming a protective circle for most of the evening. That was a reassuring thought with her. Okay, he used the time while she cooked to check the house. He wasn't concerned with the main floors. His focus was the basement. South Dakota was tornado country, and a solid house like this would almost certainly have an underground shelter. He descended a narrow staircase from a back hallway near the kitchen and found exactly what he'd hoped for. The prairie topsoil was too deep to reach bedrock, so the space was essentially a gigantic wooden box, constructed from enormous timber beams reinforced with iron straps. The walls and floor were massively thick for stability, and the ceiling was sturdy enough to keep the rest of the house from collapsing into it. A forest of heavy wooden posts, each one a smooth tree trunk, stood no more than 6 feet apart throughout. 4 of them were boxed in with drywall to create a furnace room. Inside, an old green-stained furnace hummed, fed by a fuel line from a buried oil tank. It was an antique system, possibly the first in the town. But it was working perfectly. The burner roared, the pump whirred, and the network of wide iron pipes hissed with heat, warming the entire basement. The stairway could be sealed from below by a heavy door that swung outward, secured from the inside with an iron bar set into brackets. It was an excellent tornado shelter, without a doubt. It would likely serve as a decent bomb shelter, too. It was almost certainly impervious to ordinary gunfire. Reacher had seen .50 caliber rounds tear through most materials, but foot-thick hardwood from a century ago would probably hold until the gun barrels themselves melted. He came back upstairs feeling more confident and found the night watch officers awake and moving around. They were with their daytime counterparts in the kitchen. Janet Salter moved comfortably within their loose perimeter. A sense of routine and ease had settled in. This unusual little group was figuring out how to coexist. The oven was on, filling the room with a comfortable warmth. The window pane was misted over, a thin layer of condensation blurring the world outside. Reacher moved into the library and peered toward the back of the property. There was little to make out, just an impression of open ground fading into the icy, endless flatness. The snowfall was letting up, the flakes themselves appearing almost dazed by the bitter chill. As he turned from the glass, Janet Salter entered the room. "Could we speak for a moment?" she asked. "Of course," Reacher replied. "I understand the true purpose of your inspection. Naturally," she said. "You've offered to stand guard if that alarm ever sounds, and you're learning the layout. I appreciate that, truly. Even if your own inclinations might mean you aren't here long enough to see it through, the trial could be a month away. How many clean shirts would that require? 8. Reacher said. She stayed quiet. He added, "You know, backing out wouldn't be something to be ashamed of. No one would think less of you, and those men will trip up on something else eventually. It would be a profound disgrace," she answered firmly, "and I refuse to consider it." "Then maybe don't bring up my inclinations," Reacher said. A slight smile touched her lips. She asked, "Are you carrying a weapon?" "No." "Why not? Do retired electricians keep a voltage tester in their pocket every day?" She gestured toward a lower shelf. "There's a historical volume there that might catch your interest, the large one with the leather binding." It was a substantial old tome, roughly 18 inches tall and several inches thick. The spine was leather, ridged horizontally with an ornate title stamped in fading gold, an accurate illustrated history of Mr. Smith's and Mr. Wesson's handguns. It sounded quaintly Victorian, which didn't quite add up. Smith-Wesson's early production wouldn't fill a book that thick. "Have a look," Janet Salter suggested. Reacher lifted it from the shelf. It had surprising heft. "I think you ought to read it in bed tonight," she said. The weight gave it away. It wasn't a book at all. Reacher opened the leather cover, expecting aged pages and delicate illustrations, but instead found a lined case. Inside, set into molded brown velvet cavities, lay a perfectly matched pair of Smith & Wesson revolvers, positioned muzzle to butt like elegant punctuation. They were military and police models with 4-inch barrels, possibly decades old, simple, functional steel with checkered walnut grips, chambered for .38 special, each with a lanyard ring at the base of the grip. "They belonged to my grandfather," Janet Salter explained. "Did he serve?" Reacher asked. "He was made an honorary commissioner when Bolton first established its police force. The guns were a gift. Do you suppose they still function?" Reacher nodded. "Revolvers like these tended to last almost forever. They'd only fail if badly damaged or corroded shut." "Have they ever been fired?" "I don't believe so." "Do you have any oil?" "I have sewing machine oil." "That'll work." "Will we need anything else?" "Ammunition would be useful." "I have some." "How old is it?" "About a week." "You've been thinking ahead." It felt like the moment to be prepared. "How much?" "A box of 100 rounds." "Good." He closed the case. "Put it back now," she said quietly. "The officers don't need to know. In my experience, professionals aren't fond of amateur arrangements." Later, after the evening meal, the telephone rang. It was Peterson calling from the station. He told Janet Salter that the phone on the back desk had rung, the 100th MP. The woman on the line wouldn't speak to him. She insisted Reacher call her back. The hallway phone, newer than the house but not by much, waited silently. The phone was an old push-button model with a coiled cord, roughly the size of a portable typewriter, resting on a small table with a chair beside it. It reminded him of a time when a single telephone served an entire household, its use carrying a certain weight and ritual. Reacher picked up the receiver and dialed the number from memory. He listened for the tone, then punched in 110. A voice answered. "Yes?" "Amanda, please." There was a soft click, then her voice came through, clear and immediate, as if she'd already been holding the phone. "Either you've lost your mind or the world has," she said. "Could be both," Reacher replied. "Either way, I'm getting close to writing you off." "Why's that?" "Because the location you keep asking about isn't real. It doesn't exist in any record. It was just before 7 in the evening." He had 33 hours left. Shifting in the hallway chair, Reacher said, "It exists. I'd trust a stone marker and a first-hand account over Army paperwork any day." "But you haven't actually seen this stone yourself," she pointed out. "Not yet. But who would make up a story like that?" "Then it must have been unbelievably classified. They built it, but never filed it anywhere. And then they just let some construction camp get plopped right on top of it. How does that logic work?" "Times change, that's how. It was top secret 50 years ago, and completely obsolete 5 years back. Classic Cold War relic probably got declassified in the early 90s when everyone was cleaning out the closets. I don't care about the declassification date. I just want to know what it was." "I could catch a flight," she mused. But you're already there. How's your case going? Reacher asked. Still waiting. Which isn't a good sign. It'll probably unravel by morning. Working through the night? You know how it goes. Then use the downtime. Check congressional appropriations for me. The purpose will be blacked out, but the money will be listed. It always is. That's a place to start. Do you have any idea how massive the defense budget was 50 years ago? How many line items there were? You've got all night. Look for South Dakota involvement, House or Senate. I don't see any real strategic value up here, so it was likely some pork barrel project. Sifting through those records is a mountain of work. What did you expect? A life of leisure? You should have joined the Navy. We have a deal, Reacher, remember? So tell me about the one-star general. You're wasting time. I've got time to waste. Sounds like you're the one who's short on it. It's a long story. The best ones always are. Give me the summary, but hit all the main points. I'm on someone else's phone here. I can't run up a big bill. Wait one, she said. There was a click, a brief silence, and then her voice returned. Now you're on the government's dime talk. You could be tracing that funding for me. I am. I already assigned someone to it 35 minutes ago. I maintain standards here, believe me. However good you were, I'm better. I sincerely hope so. So, once upon a time, what happened? Reacher paused, the memory surfacing like an old photograph. I went to Russia, he began. This was well after the Soviet Union collapsed. We got this strange formal invitation to inspect their military prisons. Nobody had a clue why they'd ask, but the general attitude was, why not go? So we flew to Moscow and boarded a train heading far east. It was a huge, creaking Soviet-era beast with bunk compartments and a dining car. We were on it for days. The food was terrible, but it was a terrible that felt oddly familiar. One night I took a walk down the length of the train and poked my head into the kitchen car. They had these coal-fired stoves, samovars steaming away, and they were boiling pans of water, tearing open these foil packs and mixing the contents. They had stacks of boxes full of them. They were serving us American MREs, our own meals ready to eat, U.S. Army rations, on a Soviet train. A Russian train by then, technically, the cooks didn't have a clue what they were handling. They couldn't read English, probably couldn't read much of anything. So how did our MREs end up there? That, Reacher said, is a story for another time. You should get back to work. I'm waiting for a phone call. From who? I can't say. You're dying to tell me, aren't you? Fort Hood. What's going on there? An infantry captain murdered his wife. That kind of thing happens. But she wasn't just anybody. She worked for Homeland Security. There's a chance the husband has foreign connections. He might have been taking classified documents from her and killed her to hide it. What kind of foreign connections? Let's just say non-state actors, terrorists. Terrorist groups, at least. Lovely. That's a Bronze Star case right there. If I catch him, right now, he's vanished. Let me know if he makes a run for South Dakota, she chuckled. How old are you? Really? Younger than that desk of yours. 5 miles away, inside the prison cafeteria, the evening meal had long been cleared, yet more than 50 men remained seated on the long benches. Their orange jumpsuits were the only uniform thing about them. Some were white, some brown, some black. They sat in 3 separate clusters, distant and self-contained, like isolated islands on a vast sea of linoleum. Then a white inmate stood and crossed the room toward a black inmate. The white man was pale in name only, his skin a canvas of blue tattoos built solid as a brick wall. He had hair down to his waist and a beard that brushed his chest. The black inmate was slightly shorter but just as imposing, with biceps like footballs and a scalp shaved to a shine. The white man said, "The Mexicans owe us 2 cartons of cigarettes." The black man showed no reaction. Why would he? White and brown business had nothing to do with him. The white man continued, "The Mexicans claim you owe them those 2 cartons, still nothing. So we'll collect directly from you. What goes around, comes around." In a way, it was a straightforward economic proposition. Prison ran on its own economy. where cigarettes were as good as cash, like dollars earned selling a car in New York that could buy a television in Los Angeles. But economic deals required a kind of diplomacy, treaties, an uneasy peace, and those were in short supply between black and white factions. Then the white man added, "We'll take payment in flesh, something young and tender. The sweetest you've got 2 nights, and you'll get her back." Over at Janet Salter's house, the shift change was underway. The day watch officers were handing over to the night watch. One of the incoming officers came out from the kitchen and took her position in the hallway. The other headed toward the library. The day team climbed the stairs. Janet Salter mentioned she was going to the parlor. Reacher figured she needed a little solitude. Being guarded around the clock wore on everyone, host and protectors alike. But she motioned for him to join her. The parlor wasn't much different from the library. Similar furniture, similar decor, shelves upon shelves of more books. Through the window, the view stretched across the porch to the street outside. The snow had nearly stopped. The officer in the patrol car had stepped out periodically to clear his windows. That much was obvious. A foot of snow lay piled on the roof, hood, and trunk, but the glass was clear. The cop was still awake and alert. Reacher could see his head turning, checking ahead, checking the mirror, glancing side to side. Not bad for what had to be his 12th hour on duty. The better half of the Bolton PD made a solid team. Janet Salter wore a long cardigan with sagging pockets. From them she pulled out a white rag and a small old green can labeled Singer Oil, setting them on a side table. She said, "Go bring me the book I showed you earlier." When Reacher entered the library, the night watch officer turned. She was a compact, round-shouldered woman, made broader by her duty belt. Her eyes flicked toward him, then away, assessing, dismissing, no threat. She turned back to the window. Reacher lifted the hollowed-out book from the shelf, feeling its deceptive weight. He carried it into the living room, and Janet Salter shut the library door behind him. Kneeling on the rug, he opened the leather case and took out the first revolver. It was a Smith Wesson military and police model, a design that had been finalized back in 1902. The average American man then stood about 5'7", with hands to match. Reacher, at 6'5", had hands that could palm a basketball, so the old gun felt like a toy. Still, his finger fit inside the trigger guard, which was the only thing that really counted. He thumbed the release, swung the cylinder out, and found it empty. After locking it back, he dry-fired, feeling the gritty, reluctant grind of parts that hadn't moved since the Truman administration. He spent the next few minutes working oil into the mechanism with a rag, the sharp scent filling the quiet room. After cleaning the second revolver the same way, he recapped the oil can. "Where's the ammo?" he asked. "In my medicine cabinet upstairs," Janet replied. "That's an odd choice. With the guns down here, I thought if I heard something, I might have a moment to get to it." "A lot of people thought that right before they didn't," Reacher said, his tone flat. "You're completely serious, aren't you?" "This isn't a game." She left without another word, her footsteps a soft creak on the staircase. She returned with a new, unopened box of 100 Federal .38 Specials, semi-watt cutter hollow points. Someone had given her solid advice. The 158 grain load wasn't the most powerful, but the hollow points would expand on impact, doing plenty of damage. Reacher loaded 6 rounds into the first revolver and left the second empty. "Look away, then look back and point your finger right at me," he instructed. "What on earth for?" "Just do it, like you're calling on a student in class. I was never that kind of teacher." "Pretend you were," she complied, and her finger landed unerringly between his eyes. "Good," he said. "Now do it again, but aim for my chest." She did, her finger lining up with the center of his torso. "That's how you shoot. The barrel is just an extension of your finger. Don't overthink it. Don't aim. Just point at the biggest target. Even if you don't kill him, you'll ruin his whole week." Janet was silent. Reacher handed her the unloaded gun. "Try the trigger." She did, and the hammer rose and fell with a smooth click. "I imagine there will be some recoil," she said. "Unless physics took a sick day," Reacher replied. "Will it be severe?" He shook his head. "The .38 Special is a polite round, not too loud, not too much kick." She dry-fired several more times. "It's making my hand tired," she noted. "It won't tire you if you need it, and if that happens, you put all 6 rounds into the man. Don't stop until the gun is empty." "This feels horrible," she whispered. "It won't feel horrible if it comes to that. It'll be you or him." You'd be amazed how quickly that clarifies your thinking. She handed the revolver back. "Where should I keep it?" she asked. "In the book, I suppose." "Wrong. You keep it in your pocket. At night, it goes under your pillow." He loaded 6 rounds into it, locked the cylinder, and passed it back. "Don't touch that trigger unless you intend to use it." "I don't know if I can." "I think you can." She looked at the second gun. "Are you keeping the other one?" He gave a single, slow nod. "I'll make sure it's handed in before I go. 5 until 8 in the evening. 32 hours remained. The prison alarm began its long, mournful cry. Chapter 19. Though the siren originated 5 miles to the north, its sounds sliced through the frozen night with startling clarity. It existed in a strange middle ground, both loud and far off, both a lament and a warning, both a familiar noise and something utterly foreign. It shrieked and moaned, its pitch climbing and falling, screaming one moment before dropping to an urgent whisper the next. The sound rolled over the flat terrain, poured down the hushed, snow-covered streets, and fractured the crystalline stillness of the air. Inside the house, the police officers reacted without hesitation. They had drilled for this, in practice and in their minds, steeling themselves for the difficult decision ahead. The officer from the hallway peered into the parlor, her face a mask of torn duty. From upstairs came the thunder of footsteps as the day watch scrambled into action. The librarian officer sprinted straight for her parka hanging on the rack. Outside, the nearest patrol car was already swinging around, slabs of broken snow sliding from its roof and hood. The vehicle stationed at the road's entrance was reversing at speed. With the sound of running feet on the stairs, the hallway officer managed a quick, "I'm sorry," before she was gone, snatching her coat, and vanishing out the door, the last to depart. The cop cars sat with doors open, a frenzy of radio chatter spilling into the night. The officers from the house hurled themselves inside, and the vehicles spun their wheels, churning through the snow as they sped away. Reacher watched them go, then stepped back and shut the front door. His borrowed coat had fallen to the floor in the commotion. He hung it back on a hook, where it dangled alone on the empty rack. The siren continued its relentless wail, yet the house descended into an absolute silence. Then, over the alarm, Reacher caught the distinctive patter of tire chains on snow and the grind of a large engine being revved hard and urgent in a low gear. He checked the parlor window. Bright headlights. A Crown Victoria, unmarked, black or maybe dark blue, hard to tell in the moonlight. It crunched to a stop at the end of the driveway, and Chief Holland climbed out, bundled in his parka hat and boots. Reacher tucked his gun into the back of his waistband, draping his sweater over it, and moved to the hallway. He opened the front door just as Holland reached the porch. Holland looked startled. "I didn't realize you were here," he said. "It made more sense," Reacher replied. "There are empty beds here, and Kim Peterson doesn't need the protection." "Was that Andrew's idea or yours, mine? Is Mrs. Salter all right?" "She's fine. Let me see her." Reacher stepped aside, and Holland entered, closing the door behind him. Janet Salter emerged from the parlor. Holland asked her, "Are you okay?" She nodded. "I'm perfectly fine, and I'm very grateful you came. I appreciate it more than you know, but really, you should be heading to the prison." Holland nodded slowly. "I was, but I didn't want you to be left alone here. Rules are rules," she said gently. "Even so, I'll be all right. I'm certain Mr. Reacher will prove more than capable." Holland glanced back at Reacher, his face etched with the same wretched conflict. The hallway officer had shown. Reacher asked him, "What's going on up there?" "Blacks and whites going at each other," Holland said. "A full-blown prison riot, first one ever, correct? Fantastic timing. Tell me about it." "Bottom line, what happens if you don't go?" "The department is disgraced, and I get fired. After that, it's anyone's guess. Then go." "I don't want to." It was a simple, stark statement. The way Holland said it and the way he stood there afterward made Reacher think his reluctance was about more than just his duty to Mrs. Salter. He wanted to stay indoors, comfortable and warm, somewhere safe. Holland was scared. Reacher asked him, "Have you ever worked a prison disturbance before?" Holland said, "No." "There's nothing to it. You'll be on the perimeter fence and in the guard towers. If anyone tries to get through, you shoot them. It's that straightforward. They know the rules, and honestly, they won't even try, not on a moment's notice in weather like this. They'll stay inside, fighting each other. They'll wear themselves out. It's inevitable. You'll get chilled and restless, but that's the worst of it." Ever done prison duty? I've done it all, even private security. And no offense, but I can handle this just as well as you can. So let me. It's the smart move. I'm not convinced. I can manage things here, and you can focus on your team up there. This could drag on for hours, maybe days. Honestly, it might stretch into weeks. But if it heads that way, you can always reassess. You really think so? Reacher gave a single nod. No one can work non-stop for days on end. Not your whole crew. That's an unreasonable expectation. Once the initial rush fades, you can build in some rotation. Holland stayed silent. Outside, the siren abruptly stopped, cutting off mid-howl and plunging everything into a deep, brittle quiet. The air itself seemed to frost over with the sudden absence of sound. Reacher said, "That's probably your cue to be up there right now." Holland nodded slowly. Once, then again, his expression uncertain. He turned to Janet Salter. "At least ride with me. I need to see you somewhere secure." Janet Salter replied, "That's against the rules, Chief Holland. Procedures are procedures. But don't fret. I'll be perfectly safe here with Mr. Reacher." Holland paused another moment, then nodded a third time, more firmly now. His decision was made. He spun on his heel and strode out the door. His car was still idling, a faint plume of exhaust gathering behind it. He got in, executed a tight turn, and drove off until he was out of sight. A ghost of white vapor lingered in his wake before dissolving. The faint crunch of his tires on the hard-packed snow faded into nothing. Reacher shut the door, and the house settled back into silence. The smartest tactical play would have been to secure Janet Salter in the basement, but she flatly refused. She remained in the hallway, her hand resting on the grip of the pistol in her pocket. Her gaze swept the room, moving from one wall to the next, as if she'd just realized the very structure meant to shelter her was also a collection of potential entry points. Doors and windows were everywhere. Any one of them could be forced open in a heartbeat. The next best option was her bedroom upstairs. Second-floor breaches were far less common than ground-level ones, but she wouldn't go up there either. She said it would make her feel trapped, with no escape route. "You won't be running," Reacher told her. "You'll be shooting. Not while you're here, I hope. 12 bullets in a guy beats 6 any day." She fell quiet for a moment, studying him as if he were from another planet. "Shouldn't you be making rounds outside?" "No." "Why not?" "It would take me too long to get from the front to the back if I needed to. My gloves are too thick for the trigger guard, and it's too bitter out there to go without them. So we just wait in here?" Reacher nodded. "Exactly. We wait right here." They settled in the parlor. Reacher judged it the optimal spot. It faced the front, and with all the snow on the ground, an approach from that direction was the most probable. But even if no one came near, the parlor was still the best room. Its view extended out under the porch roof and across its full width, meaning any would-be sniper would have to position himself directly in front to get a clear shot. He'd be visible from 20 yards away, long before he even shouldered his rifle. There were plenty of other threats to consider. Incendiaries or explosives topped the list, but if something like that was headed their way, it hardly mattered which room they were in. The clock ticked past 9 o'clock, marking the end of their first hour alone. The street outside was empty. Reacher conducted a meticulous check of the interior perimeter. The front door locked. All the first-floor windows shut tight. The French doors in the library secured. The back door locked. The second-story windows were all secure. Most would require a ladder to reach. As he finished his circuit, he noticed Janet had moved to the window, her breath fogging the cold glass as she stared into the darkness, a new tension tightening her shoulders. The only real option was a front bedroom window, its sill resting right above the porch roof. But the snow outside was deep, and that roof would be slick and dangerous. Still, it was manageable. The weather was shifting, a breeze picked up, the clouds thinning to reveal a bright moon and stars. The air grew colder, each window reacher passed radiating a palpable chill. The wind didn't help, sneaking through unseen gaps to pull warmth from the old house. It didn't help his focus either, stirring up a chorus of noises, the rustle of frozen leaves, the creak of icy branches, a faint whine from the power lines. These sounds were quiet in themselves, but they muddied what he needed to hear, the faint crunch of footsteps in the snow. Janet Salter's occasional chatter made it harder, yet he didn't stop her. She was understandably anxious, and talking seemed to steady her nerves. Returning from another round through the house, she asked, "How often have you been in a situation like this?" He kept his gaze on the window. "A few times, and you're still here. For now, what's your secret to staying alive?" "I hate losing. It's simpler for everyone if I just don't." "That's a heavy weight to carry, that relentless drive to come out on top." "Are there people who actually enjoy losing?" "It's not that simple. You don't have to enjoy it, but you could accept whatever comes. You know, win some, lose some. Doesn't work like that in my world. You win some, then you lose one, and that's it. Game over. You're still a soldier at heart, aren't you?" "No, I've been out for years. In your mind, I mean." "Not really. Don't you miss it?" "Not really. I overheard you on the phone earlier with that woman in Virginia. You sounded more alive then." "That was because of her, not the Army. She has a remarkable voice." "You're lonely, aren't you?" She fell silent. The clock ticked steadily. No one approached. After 90 minutes and 4 full sweeps, Reacher felt familiar with the house's layout. It was built for an earlier era, one both tougher and more trusting. The windows had sturdy brass latches and the doors solid locks, but nothing compared to the heavy-duty security sold today. That left 43 potential entry points, 15 of them practical, 8 likely to be tried by a reasonably smart intruder, and 6 easy to counter. The last 2 would be tricky, complicated further by Janet Salter moving around. Lines of sight were always a puzzle. He considered again urging her to lock herself in the basement, but she seemed to sense his thought and spoke up, as if to distract him. As he scanned from the parlor window, she asked, "Was it your mother or your father who was a Marine?" He glanced at her. "What? You mentioned growing up on Marine bases. I wondered which parent made that possible unless they both served. Was that allowed back then, a husband and wife together?" "I doubt it. So which one was it?" "My father. Tell me about him." "Not much to tell. He was a good man, but always busy." "Was he distant?" "He probably thought I was. Every base had a pack of kids. We ran wild all day in our own little world." "Is he still alive?" "He died years ago. My mother, too." "It was the same for me," Janet Salter said softly. "I made myself distant. I was always reading," she said. He didn't answer, and silence settled between them once more. His gaze swept the street outside. It was still and lifeless. He shifted to the library window and scanned the yard. Nothing stirred. The final shreds of cloud drifted off, leaving a moon that grew brighter, casting a cold, blue, desolate light over everything, a world that seemed utterly vacant. Except it wasn't, yet no one appeared, hide and seek. Perhaps the most primal game of all, wired into the deepest, oldest parts of the human mind. The thrill of the hunt, the chill of being hunted, that electric jolt of hiding in the dark, holding your breath as footsteps approach. The savage joy of circling back, flinging open a door and finding your quarry. It's how ancient fears get twisted into modern laughter, but there would be no laughter here. This would be a burst of frantic gunfire, the acrid smell of cordite and blood, then a stunned, ringing silence. a frozen moment to look down and see if you were hit. Another to check on the people beside you, then the trembling, the gasping, the bile rising in your throat. No laughter, and this wasn't a game. No one was truly hiding, and no one was truly seeking. Whoever was out there knew exactly where Janet Salter was. They'd have the address, probably with turn-by-turn instructions, maybe even GPS coordinates. And she was just sitting there, waiting. There was no art to it, just raw, ugly brutality, which Reacher had to admit was a little disappointing. He was excellent at hide-and-seek, the real-world kind, not the playground version. Good at hiding, even better at seeking. His old job had demanded it. He'd been a proficient hunter of people, fugitives mostly. He'd learned that empathy was the master key, understand their motives, their situation, their goals, their fears, their needs. Think like them, see what they see, become them. He'd gotten so he could spend an hour with a file, another hour thinking, a third with maps and directories, and then pinpoint the exact building where the guy would be holed up. He checked the view to the front again, no one. Just an empty, white, frozen world. He glanced back at Janet Salter. "I need you to watch the front for me." "All right. I'll be in the hallway for a while. If anyone comes through the kitchen or the library, I'll intercept them in the corridor. All right? Stay back in the shadows, but keep your eyes sharp." "All right. If you see anything at all, you call out to me loud and clear. Give me numbers, location, direction, and a description." "All right. And do it standing up. Why?" "So if you doze off on duty, I'll hear you hit the floor." She took a position well back in the room, invisible from outside, but with a good line of sight. Her hand remained on the gun in her pocket. He stepped into the hallway, moved the chair to the other side of the telephone table so he could sit facing the back of the house, and laid his gun in his lap. He picked up the phone and dialed a number from memory. "Yes. Amanda, please." A pause, a click. Her voice came on, sharp and incredulous. "You have got to be joking. 2 hours ago you dumped 2 weeks of work on me and you're calling for results already." "No, I'm not. But I can't give you 2 weeks anyway. I need something by tomorrow at the latest." "Are you out of your mind? You said you were better than me and I could have done it in a day, so one night should be plenty for you. Is that reverse psychology? Did they teach a class in motivation at West Point?" Reacher kept his hand on his gun and his eyes fixed on the kitchen door. He asked, "Have you caught your guy yet?" "No, can't you tell? Where are you looking? All the airports plus boats along the Gulf Coast between Corpus Christi and New Orleans? He's in a motel a little north of Austin, almost certainly Georgetown, almost certainly the second motel north of the bus depot." "What? Is he wearing a secret tracker I don't know about?" "No. He's scared and alone. He needs help. He can only get what he needs from his overseas contacts, the ones he's aligned with. But he's holding off on reaching out. They'll assist him if he's still in the clear. They'll abandon him if he's been compromised. They might even eliminate him. He's aware of that. Being a fugitive from justice is acceptable to them. A political fugitive, not so much. They'd be concerned about us tracing him all the way back to his home base, wherever that might be. So he needs to know the latest developments. He requires a media market that covers Fort Hood's affairs. If the situation remains a straightforward domestic homicide, he'll make the call. If it escalates into something more, he'll likely end up with his own gun in his mouth. We haven't released any details about the background. Then he'll wait a day or two to be certain, and then he'll contact them. But he could have gone anywhere for that kind of information. Waco, Dallas, Abilene, even. No, he made a calculated choice. Abilene is too distant and too limited a market. Waco and Dallas are too patriotic in their outlook. He believes the TV and radio stations there might suppress any espionage angle. What is he? 4th Infantry audiences in Waco and Dallas don't want to hear about a 4th Infantry captain going rogue. He knows that. But Austin is far more liberal, and as the state capital, its news outlets operate with a little more leeway. He needs the unvarnished truth, and he's convinced Austin is where he'll find it. You mentioned Georgetown. He's wary of the city itself. Too many police, too much activity. He didn't drive, did he? Too nervous about highway patrols. His car is still on the base, correct? Yes, it is. So he took the bus from Hood and got off early. Georgetown is right there, near Austin, but not too near. He watched the scenery the whole way in, one motel after another, mapping them in his mind. He disembarked at the station and walked back the way he came. He didn't want unfamiliar ground. He didn't want to walk too far either, too exposed, too vulnerable. But even then, he didn't like the place closest to the station. It felt too conspicuous, so he chose the second one. He's there right now, in his room with the chain latched, cycling through all the local channels. The voice on the line didn't respond. Reacher said, "Hold on a second." He set the phone down gently on the table and stood up. He checked the kitchen, then the library. Nothing. He checked the parlor. Janet Salter was still on her feet, steady as a rock, deep in the shadows. There was nothing to see on the street. No one approaching. Reacher returned to the hallway, sat back down in the chair, and picked up the phone. The voice asked, "Anything else?" Not that it matters, but he sat in the front third of the bus. "You're full of it." It was a form of camouflage. He didn't want to give himself away as a fugitive. He thinks troublemakers sit in the back. He's a 4th Infantry captain, probably a by-the-book kind of guy. He remembers his school bus days. The rough kids sat in back. He didn't. No answer. "Georgetown," Reacher said. "Second motel north of the bus station. Check it out." "Silence?" Reacher asked. "Where are your closest people?" "I have people at Hood, so send them down. It's about 50 miles. "What's the downside?" "No reply," Reacher said. "And don't forget, I need my information by tomorrow." He hung up. He returned the chair to its proper place and crossed the hallway into the parlor. He checked the window. Nothing to see. No one coming. It was between 5 and 10 in the evening. 30 hours remained. The clock continued its steady march. Reacher considered each passing minute a minor triumph. A prison riot couldn't last indefinitely. Its initial violent phase would be brief. Hostages would be taken, areas would be secured, and then a tense standoff would begin. Adjustments would be made. The corrections officers would reorganize. The police would eventually be stood down. Reacher knew this. Therefore, the other guy knew it, too. Reacher couldn't fathom why he hadn't made his move yet. His target was an elderly woman in a house. What was he waiting for? At 10:30, Janet Salter offered to make coffee. Reacher wouldn't allow it. Maybe that was precisely what the guy was waiting for. The coffee pot needed water. Water came from the tap. The tap was over the sink. The sink was under the window. The gray head visible through the window was a potential target, so he prepared the coffee himself after a careful check of the surroundings. It was a needless precaution, as it turned out. Stepping out the back door without a coat, the cold struck him with a brutal, searching force. It was far below zero, a depth of cold that defied estimation. He retreated inside immediately. No one could be lying in wait out there. It was unthinkable. Within minutes, a person would be shaking too violently to aim. Within an hour, unconscious. Soon after, gone. That reality sharpened the situation. There would be no slow, stealthy approach on foot through this frozen landscape. Any threat would have to come from the front, requiring a vehicle and a fast, direct move. After the percolator finished, he poured 2 mugs and returned to the parlor, proposing to Janet Salter that they alternate watching the window in 10-minute shifts for the next hour. The hour dragged by. Nothing approached the house. The world outside was utterly still, locked in a deep freeze where nothing moved except the wind, scouring powder snow into low drifts and exposing icy ridges that gleamed blue under the moon, a stark, elemental sight. Janet adjusted a wall dial to raise the heat, a move Reacher viewed with some concern. Warmth bred drowsiness, but he didn't want her to get cold either. Remembering stories of elderly people succumbing to hypothermia in their own homes. "Have you ever been here in winter before?" she asked. "Never been here at all," he replied. "North Dakota, perhaps? Only the Dakota Building in New York City." which was named for this place, she said, launching into a story. When it was built, the city barely reached past 34th Street. Putting luxurious apartments all the way up on 72nd Street on the west side seemed insane. People said you might as well build them in the Dakota Territory. The name stuck. The builder owned part of the Singer Sewing Machine Company, which, she noted with a faint smile, rather neatly brought them back to that can of sewing machine oil. She was talking just to fill the silence. Reacher let her, keeping most of his attention on the street while she wandered through state history, explorers Lewis and Clark, the Sioux, forts, settlers, gold rushes, Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull, Custer, the Black Hills, Wounded Knee, the Dust Bowl, and some TV journalist named Brokaw. It was nearly 11 at night. 29 hours remained. Completing another circuit of the house, he found nothing of concern from any window, only that frozen, moonlit emptiness. The only sounds were water rushing in the pipes and a faint creaking as the ice contracted its grip. He thought about the pioneers she mentioned. What possessed them to stay in such a place? He was on his way back downstairs when her voice cut clearly through the quiet. "Someone's coming." She offered no further detail, no number, location, or description. He moved into the parlor, slipped past her to the window, and saw a figure approaching on foot down the center of the road from the left. The person was small, bundled in a huge hooded coat, with a ski mask, scarf, gloves, and boots. Their hands were empty, held out slightly for balance. The figure moved cautiously, uncertain on the ice, and stopped directly opposite the foot of Janet Salter's driveway, simply standing there. "Do you know who that is?" Reacher asked. "Wait," she said. The figure turned in a stiff, awkward half-circle to face the other direction. A large white dog trotted up to join them, a great deal of fur. The man turned once more, and the pair continued their walk. Janet Salter remarked, "That's a neighbor, actually. It's a she, Mrs. Lowell, though with all those layers it was difficult to tell for certain." Reacher let out a slow breath. "The officer's wife?" "Ex-wife. Officer Lowell moved out about a year back. There was some unpleasant business involved." "What sort of business?" "I couldn't say. I saw Lowell earlier. Peterson called him an odd duck. Mentioned he reads?" "He does. He stops by occasionally to borrow a book or two from my collection. Our families have a long history here. Do you know his partner, Officer Kappler?" "I've been introduced. He relocated here from Florida, which I always found a bit strange." "Me too," Reacher agreed. He remained at the window, watching Mrs. Lowell and her dog disappear around a bend in the path. For the next half hour, neither of them spoke. The internal clock in his mind edged closer to midnight. Finally, he asked, "Are you getting tired?" "I haven't really considered it," Janet Salter replied. "You could head upstairs if you want. I can manage things down here." "Would you manage them standing up? So if you dozed off, I'd hear you hit the floor." A faint smile touched Reacher's lips. "I won't doze off, and I won't go to bed. This is my burden to bear. I shouldn't be dragging you into it at all. Sharing a problem makes it lighter. You could get yourself killed." "Not very likely." She shifted the subject. "Are you married?" Reacher kept his gaze on the dark window. "No, ever been?" "No, only child." "I had an older brother. 2 years older. He worked for Treasury, died in the line of duty." "I'm sorry to hear that. Not your doing. Do you always brush off sympathy like that?" "Most of the time." "So you're the last of your family line." "I suppose so, though it was never much of a line to begin with. Just like me. A bunch of scoundrels, the whole lot." "Where were your family's gold mines? The Black Hills? Why do you ask?" "Peterson has a theory that the Army installation west of here might be largely underground. I was wondering if there were old mining tunnels they could have repurposed. No mines around here, just prairie soil and bedrock. Were your parents still living when you left for college? Why? Because if they were, they likely wrote to you with all the local news. Gossip and rumors, too. They must have mentioned something about that place. Maybe nothing solid enough for your academic mind to treat as fact. But you must have heard some snippet." "Nothing worth repeating? Try me. All I ever gathered was that it was built and then never used, apparently because its intended purpose was too appalling. There was a minor scandal attached to it. What was the purpose? I don't know. No one ever spoke of it directly to me." It was 5 minutes to midnight. 28 hours remained. No one came. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles to the south in Texas, 2 fast cars ate up the 50 miles from Fort Hood in under 40 minutes. 6 men were in those cars, all warrant officers attached to the 110th Special Unit, all currently W3s with their eyes on a W4 promotion, all keenly aware that an assignment like this could be their ticket. They exited the main highway south and wound through the quiet center of Georgetown until they found the bus depot. It was deserted in the middle of the night. Cool air, scattered trash, the sharp smell of spilled diesel. No arrivals, no departures. They parked their cars a block away near a row of pawn shops and bail bond storefronts and hurried back on foot. They surveyed the motels. The first was a brick building behind a parking lot littered with broken asphalt. The second stood right beside it, a redwood structure turned sideways to the street with 12 rooms, a sign on a pole boasting free cable, free breakfast, and no vacancies. An office was the first door on the left. Inside, a half-awake clerk, a passkey in the desk drawer. The 6 W3s split their team, 3 to the back, 3 to the front. One of the front men hung back, poised for trouble. The other 2 entered every single room, bold as brass, guns drawn, shining flashlights directly into the faces of the sleeping occupants for a close inspection. All 12 rooms. Their man wasn't there. Reacher made another slow circuit through Janet Salter's home, his senses now fully tuned to the building's particular language. The floorboards had their own distinct groans, the staircase its own set of complaints. A kink in one of the steam pipes issued a persistent sharp hiss, and a loose window pane rattled softly in its frame as the night wind picked up. The very atmosphere inside seemed to be shifting. Small wandering currents were pulling long-settled scents from the carpets and the heavy curtains. It wasn't a bad smell, just an old one. A layered history of dyed wool, velvet upholstery holding decades of dust, the sharp tang of mothballs, the sweet wax used on the furniture, and the ghostly traces of cigars and pipe tobacco. It was the deep, settled aroma of a comfortable life, a scent picture of how successful families had once lived on the frontier. Reacher caught these ancient notes just behind the sharper smell of gun oil from the weapon he kept close. Returning to the parlor, he saw Janet Salter's hand still resting in her pocket, still in contact with her own firearm. "You holding up?" he asked. She answered with a kind of grave dignity. "I've come to realize I am in a privileged position." "How so?" "I'm being given the chance to actually live by my convictions. I've always said ordinary people must stand against wrongdoing, and I believe just as strongly in due process, in a fair trial, in the right to face your accuser. But it's simple enough to say those things, isn't it? Very few people ever get the real test, the chance to walk the path they talk about. Now I am." "You're doing more than fine," Reacher told her. He moved carefully past her to the window. Outside, the frantic dance of headlight beams cut through the darkness. A vehicle was approaching at high speed. It was Peterson, and he wasn't alone. He was leading what seemed to be the majority of the Bolton Police Department. Cars swarmed in, 6, 7, 8, then a 9th, sliding and crunching to haphazard stops across the street. Officers poured out, 12, 13, 14, 15. They drew their sidearms, their approach a chaotic mix of frantic speed and wary hesitation. They had no idea what awaited them, either calm order or a scene of violence. Reacher moved into the hallway, positioning himself behind the hinge side of the front door. He yanked it open and kept himself out of the line of sight. The last thing he needed was to catch a stray round from 15 jittery cops. "Peterson, it's Reacher. The house is secure." Silence. He tried again, louder. "Peterson." A wave of frigid air rushed in, carrying Peterson's voice with it. "Reacher?" "All clear in here," Reacher called back. "Holster up and come inside." They streamed in at a run, all 15, Peterson in the lead, followed by the 4 female officers, the 3 detectives from the surveillance cars, and 7 more faces Reacher didn't recognize. They brought the bitter cold in with them, their faces raw and wind-chapped. The warm interior air hit them, and they began shedding layers, tearing open parkas, pulling off gloves and hats. The 4 women immediately closed ranks around Janet Salter, forming a protective huddle as they guided her toward the kitchen. Peterson briskly redeployed the 3 night watch cars to their posts and sent the extra 7 officers back to the station. From the parlor window, Reacher watched the semblance of normalcy snap back into place. Within 5 minutes, the scene outside was identical to how it had looked hours before. Peterson turned to him, his expression strained. "So, what happened here?" "Absolutely nothing," Reacher said. "What happened out there?" "A riot. Not that we saw much of it. They shut it down almost immediately. Because it was a fake, a distraction." Peterson gave a tired nod. "But their guy never showed up here." "And that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Why the hell not? Because he saw you, but I never saw him. Which leads to another excellent question. If he's so good that he spotted me without being spotted himself, why didn't he just make his move?" "I don't know. I saw a woman walking a large white dog. When? A little after 11. That's Mrs. Lowell. She lives nearby, walks the dog every single night." "You should have mentioned that. I might have shot her." "Sorry." Peterson pressed his palms hard against the sides of his nose, likely trying to soothe an ache. His skin had just endured a 60-degree temperature swing in as many seconds. He dragged a hand through his hair. "Probably shouldn't admit it, but part of me wishes the guy had shown up tonight. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up." Reacher shook his head. "You won't have to. I figure they're all out of distractions. They could stir up another riot whenever they feel like it." "Not anymore. That's the whole point. A prison riot needs a tipping point. Call it the swing vote. You've got a third who'd riot every day, a third who never would, and that middle third decides it. Right now, that middle is exhausted. Their energy is spent. It'll be a year before they're ready to play that game again." Peterson stayed quiet, Reacher added. "And your biker friend can't pull together an escape fast enough? You're in the clear. You're safe. You really believe that? You might never hear that siren wail again." It was 5 after 1 in the morning, 27 hours left on the clock. Around 1:15, the phone in the hall rang. Janet Salter came out from the kitchen to get it, then handed the receiver to Peterson. After a moment of listening, Peterson went to find Reacher in the parlor. "It's the major from the 110, he said. "How does she even have this number?" "Caller ID with coordinates," Reacher said. "She's probably looking at this house on a satellite map right now. But it's dark outside." "Don't ask me to explain the technology." Reacher walked out to the hallway and sat in the chair. He picked up the receiver. "You got my answers?" The voice on the line said. "Not yet." "Then why call so late? I could have been asleep." "I just wanted to tell you I got my guy." "Was I right?" "I'm not answering that. I'm not giving you the satisfaction." "So I was right." "Actually, not exactly. He was in the 3rd motel north of the bus depot." "Because the first 2 were too close together? He needed more distance?" "You're good. I used to do this for a living. Consider me impressed. How was he when you found him?" "You tell me," Reacher said. "He was awake, shoes on, loaded gun handy, bag packed, jacket on a chair. He put up a fight for maybe 10 seconds, then gave up." "You're very good. Not good enough to survive the general's head. I still want that story. Then get me my answers." "A fair trade isn't robbery. We're close. We can trace the money leaving Congress, but it vanishes before it hits the Army. It's disappearing somewhere in the pipeline. We're narrowing it down. We'll get there." "When?" "Give me the rest of the night. Call me at 8 in the morning." "You're good, too." "I try," Reacher said. "There's a local rumor about a scandal. Word is the place was never used because its purpose was too revolting." "On the street?" "In an old lady's parlor, anyway." "Okay, but old ladies find all sorts of things revolting, I suppose." "Anything else? You can run a search with your system, right?" That's what it's for. Look up a Florida cop named Kappler for me. He left the state 2 years ago. I want to know why. Why? I like to know things. He moved from Florida to South Dakota. Who does that? First name? I don't know. That's helpful. How many Florida cops named Kappler can there be? Probably more than 10, less than 100, with employment issues 2 years ago. Anything else? Reacher asked. What are you wearing? What is this? Some kind of prank call. Reacher smiled. No, just trying to picture the scene for old time's sake. I know the desk. Same office. I assume so. Upstairs, third on the left. That's the one. Reacher saw it clearly in his mind. Stone steps, a metal handrail, a narrow corridor with linoleum floors, doors on either side with frosted glass windows. Behind each one, an office set up by some obscure Pentagon regulation. His office had been furnished with a metal desk, 2 telephones, sharing 3 lines, a vinyl chair on wheels, a set of file cabinets, and a pair of visitor chairs with springy bent tube legs. Overhead hung a glass light fixture shaped like a bowl suspended by 3 metal chains. On the wall was an outdated map of the United States, printed after Hawaii and Alaska became states, but before the interstate highway system was finished, roughly the same period when that peculiar facility near Bolton, South Dakota, was under construction. The voice on the line said, "I'm in my ACUs with the t-shirt jackets on, too. It's freezing out here tonight." Reacher replied, "You're in Virginia. You don't know the meaning of cold. Stop complaining. You're still in double digits up there. Negative, sure, but only -11. Radar shows colder air pushing in from the west. How could it possibly get colder? You're about to get what Wyoming just had. That's how. You consulting meteorologist now? Nope, just watching the Weather Channel. What hit Wyoming? They dropped to 30 below. Wonderful. You can handle it. Big guy like you probably have some Viking blood way back, judging by your look. What can Google Earth see through roofs these days? No, there's a picture of you in your file. What about you? Yeah, there's one of me in my file, too. Not what I meant, smart Alec. I don't have your file. I'm a one-eyed 50-year-old with a hunchback. Figured as much from your voice. Jerk. I'm guessing 5'6" or 5'7", but Slim, your voice is all throat, no chest. You saying I'm flat-chested? 3/4A, tops, damn. Blonde hair, probably short. Blue eyes from Northern California. She asked, age. Reacher had been 32 the first time he sat behind that worn desk, both old and young for a command of that stature. Young because he was considered a rising star, yet old because he'd arrived a little later than a star should have, his maverick streak leaving some in command uneasy. He said, "You're 30 or 31, knowing it was wiser to guess low when it came to a woman's age." She answered, "Flattery will get you everywhere." Then she added, "Gotta run, call me later." The household slipped back into its quiet rhythm. Peterson departed, and the 2 day-shift women headed upstairs to sleep. Janet Salter led Reacher to the front bedroom overlooking the porch roof, theoretically the most exposed position, but he wasn't concerned. Pure irritation would outweigh any tactical drawback. If someone woke him by coming through that window, he'd send them right back out like a javelin. It was 5 minutes to 2 in the morning. 26 hours remained. Reacher had intended to sleep until 8, but Peterson woke him at 6:30. The man entered the room, and some instinct must have warned him to pause, nudge the bed frame, and step quickly back. He likely reasoned that shaking Reacher gently by the shoulder might earn him a broken arm, and he wasn't wrong. Reacher grumbled. "What?" Peterson said. "First lights in less than an hour. And you need to move? Where? The biker camp. Remember? You volunteered." Janet Salter was already in her kitchen dressed for the day with coffee percolating noisily. Reacher found her there and said, "I have to head out." She nodded. "Mr. Peterson told me. Will you be all right?" "I hope so. I don't see how. There are 100 people out there, and all you have is a revolver. We need information." "Even so, I've got the Fourth Amendment. That's protection enough. If I get hurt or don't come back, it gives the police probable cause to search. Those bikers won't want that. They'll handle me with extra care, Reacher said. That's difficult to picture. Are you going to be all right here by yourself? I'm hoping so. If the police leave the property again, take your weapon and secure yourself in the basement. Don't open that door for anyone but me. Should we have a secret code or something? You could ask me the title of my favorite novel. You don't have one. You made that pretty clear. Exactly. So that's the right response. The coffee finished brewing, and Reacher filled one of the plain white mugs waiting on the counter. Janet Salter inquired, "Do you think the officers will leave their posts again?" It's doubtful. There could be another disturbance at the prison. Not probable. Prison riots are uncommon events, like political uprisings. Everything has to align perfectly for one to ignite. An escape attempt, then. That's even more remote. Breaking out is incredibly difficult. The corrections staff are experts at preventing it. Are you suggesting my danger has passed? It's a possibility. So, will you return here afterward or not? I believe the main road is still shut down. Once it reopens, what's your next destination? I haven't decided, Janet Salter observed. My guess is you'll point yourself toward Virginia. She could be married by now. You should find out. A faint smile touched Reacher's face. Maybe I will. Peterson caught up with him in the hallway for a quick briefing. The spare unmarked vehicle was idling outside, already warmed up. It was dependable, freshly maintained, and had a full gas tank. It was fitted with tire chains on the rear and winter treads up front. There was no straightforward path to the military camp. The best route was to drive south toward the highway, but to turn west a mile before the interchange onto the older parallel road. The same road where the attorney was killed, Reacher noted, that was much farther east, Peterson clarified. But the point stands. Maybe don't stop if someone tries to wave you down. Don't worry, I won't, Reacher assured him. He was to stay on that old road for 5 miles, then turn right onto a meandering county route heading north for about 8 miles. That would eventually connect to the perfectly straight stretch built by Army engineers decades prior. That final 2-mile section led directly to the camp, where he would find 15 wooden barracks and an older stone structure, all arranged in 2 orderly rows. The stone building is in the rear left corner, Peterson finished. It was 5 minutes to 7 in the morning. 21 hours remained 1,700 miles to the south. It was 5 after 8. Plato had just finished his breakfast and was preparing to break a long-standing personal rule. He was going to bypass his usual contact in the walled compound and call his American asset directly. He dialed. The line was answered. His first question was, "Is the witness dead?" Yet a brief silence followed. The asset replied, "You understood there would inevitably be a gap between the 2 events. How long has that gap lasted so far?" The asset knew the required response. "Too long, correct?" Plato stated. "I orchestrated a riot at the prison last night. I'm aware." "Clearly, you failed to capitalize on the opportunity. There was a man inside the house, and I received no specific orders. That's your defense. You needed me to hold your hand. I thought there might be complexities I wasn't seeing." Plato exhaled slowly. "How can I make you suffer?" The asset knew the script, in ways I desperately wish to avoid. "Correct," Plato said, "but I need you to be more precise. I need you to truly focus on what's on the line here." The asset said, "You'll kill the person I care about most. Yes, I will, eventually. But first, there will be a delay, a concept you seem intimately familiar with. I will cripple her. I will disfigure her. I will let her linger in agony for a year, perhaps more. Then I will end her life. Do you comprehend me? Yes, I do. Then for your own sake, complete the task. I have no concern for bystanders. Obliterate the whole wretched town if necessary, the entire state, for all I care." "What's the population of South Dakota?" "Roughly 800,000. "Fine. Consider that your approved limit for collateral damage. Get it done." "I will, I promise." Plato ended the call and poured himself another cup of coffee. The spare unmarked car was another dark Ford Crown Victoria. The interior of the car felt stale and worn out, heavy with the scent of old dust. The heater was cranked to 70 degrees, its fan whirring loudly in a futile battle against the deepening cold. Outside, the weather had plunged into a brutal new reality. The temperature was in free fall, hardening the earth to stone and filling the air with a blizzard of tiny razor-sharp ice particles. These frozen shards, more like crystalline dust than snow, whipped against the windshield and began etching intricate frosty patterns into the glass. The wipers were useless against them, merely skating over the surface with a dry scrape. Reacher switched the heater to defrost and waited, watching as circles of clarity slowly melted into view. Then he got moving, executing a K-turn across the width of Janet Salter's street. He felt the Crown Victoria's tires thump over frozen ruts. The surveillance vehicle at the end of the block reversed to give him just enough room to squeeze past. Turning right, he drove away from town. The wheel tracks that had been muddy the previous day were now set like concrete canals, so rigid that steering was almost unnecessary. It was like riding a train on its rails. The tire chains on the rear axle bit and splintered the ice, while the front tires jostled side to side, keeping him roughly on course. The landscape was a uniform, blinding white. A dull, sunless glow permeated the sky, the air itself thick with ice that hung like frozen mist. A steady right-to-left crosswind had sculpted small aerodynamic drifts against every fence post and utility pole. Even the strange ice formations on the power lines had slid eastward, giving the eerie impression the world was permanently tilted. A mile before the Cloverleaf, Reacher spotted his turn. Extricating the car from the deep frozen grooves was a chore. He slowed to a crawl, cranked the steering wheel hard over, and painstakingly wrestled each tire up and out of the trench, one laborious climb and drop at a time. He found new ruts heading west and settled in for another 5 miles of mindless travel. At the next junction, he repeated the tedious escape maneuver and turned north toward the camp. This new road was a different beast, lightly traveled. It lacked defined ruts and was merely a narrow strip of packed, frozen snow. The front wheels skated and wandered uncertainly. Now the blowing ice peppered the driver's window from left to right. The road itself was poorly engineered, humping and dipping, curving without logic, its camber tilting unpredictably. Reacher reduced his speed and focused intensely. Sliding into a ditch here would be a death sentence, with no hope of a timely tow before he froze solid. Even a flat tire would be a catastrophe, with lug nuts likely frozen shut. He drove 5 careful miles, then 6, then 7. Suddenly the horizon transformed. Ahead, the road widened, straightened, and flattened with dramatic, almost radical intent. Through the murky distance, it appeared as broad and level as a major freeway, wider and flatter even, like some impossible 16-lane superhighway. It was a magnificent, surreal ribbon of engineering, built slightly elevated from the surrounding land, perfectly flat and arrow-straight for 2 full miles. And it was impeccably plowed. Not a speck of snow remained on its surface, just smooth, scraped, salted gray concrete. High-shaped berms of snow lined the sides, engineered so the prairie wind would launch off the western bank and sail clean over the road before touching down again past the eastern edge. The tiny ice fragments screamed past 5 feet in the air, leaving the road surface beneath as clear and dry as a summer day. Reacher slowed, bumped up onto it, and felt the chains thump and chatter in protest. They were miserable on dry pavement. Keeping a steady 30 miles per hour, he peered ahead. On the horizon, he could just make out blond smudges, a neat row of wooden huts, still 2 miles off. As he drew closer, half a mile out, he saw activity. 100 yards out, the scene clarified. A small army of pickup trucks, maybe 30 or 40 of them, with plow blades lowered, grinding methodically back and forth. Beyond them, a line of heavy figures in dark winter gear worked steadily with shovels. Others moved in reverse, tossing handfuls of material in sweeping arcs, like farmhands scattering grain for poultry, salt most likely, or sand, or some chemical blend meant to melt ice. They were cleaning the entire compound, determined to make it spotless, as pristine as the freshly plowed road. The huts were built from rough timber, bleached and weathered just enough to show they weren't new, but far from old. To the left, behind the first row of structures, Reacher spotted the steep slate roof of an older stone building, crowned with a foot of snow and topped with 2 elaborate chimneys. The huts themselves were covered in tar paper, stovepipe vents poking through, with power lines strung between gables and concrete paths cleared between doors. Snow that hadn't been fully removed was banked neatly along the sides. Out front, a long row of shapes lay side by side under black tarps lined up like dominoes. Motorcycles, he guessed. Big ones, probably Harleys stored for the winter. There might have been 30. Reacher slowed the Crown Victoria and stopped about 50 yards out. The workers had paused to stare. Gloved hands rested on shovel handles, chins propped on hands. The ones spreading salt had halted. One by one, the pickup trucks settled into an idle exhaust, drifting away on the bitter wind. Reacher lifted his foot off the brake and crept forward. No one moved. He rolled another 20 yards and stopped again. Close enough. He left the engine running. The dashboard read 12 below zero. If he killed it now, he might never get it started again. He remembered some story set above the Arctic Circle where they had to thaw engines with blowtorches. He tugged his watch cap down, pulled up his hood, zipped his coat to his chin, and worked his gloves on. Then he stepped out. The cold hit him like a physical blow. It seemed to seep into his bones, chilling him from the inside. Within 5 seconds, he was shivering. In 10, his face went numb. Ahead, the crowd had grown, men, women, children, maybe 100 in all, just as expected. Bundled in coats and scarves, they were shapeless mounds, their breath forming a collective cloud that hung briefly before the wind tore it away. He walked 10 paces and halted. His olive-green pants, tan coat, and the obvious police cruiser with South Dakota plates behind him weren't fooling anyone. From the crowd, a man worked his way forward, sidestepping, shuffling, leading with one shoulder, then the other. Dressed in black, his body language spoke of interrupted labor, annoyed but curious. He wiped his sleeve across his forehead, hesitated, then stepped clear of the others, planting himself a yard in front. Reacher said, "Who are you supposed to be?" The man replied, "Get lost." Reacher took 3 slow steps forward. "Not very friendly, are you? Show me where it says I have to be. You're trespassing on my property." "How do you figure?" "I'm with the Army. Here to inspect government real estate. A 2-year maintenance check. Your tax dollars hard at work." "That's a joke," Reacher said. "Whatever it is, I need to look around. I told you to get lost. I heard you, but what are the chances I'll listen? You can't take on 100 people. Won't need to. Looks like 2/3 are women and kids. That leaves maybe 30 or 40 men. Half of those look like they'd keel over from a heart attack if they tried anything. Another half are probably too scared to step up, so we're down to what, 8 or 10 guys? Tops, and one of me is worth 8 or 10 of you, easy." Silence hung in the frozen air. Plus, I'm former military. You start something with me, and the next visitor you get might just be rolling up in an armored vehicle. For a moment there was no reply, only the relentless scream of the wind and the sharp tap of ice crystals against the wooden huts. The man at the front of the group studied Reacher, his eyes taking in the worn clothes and the beat-up sedan, before reaching some internal conclusion. "What is it you want to see?" he finally asked. "The stone building," Reacher said. "That's not ours. None of this is yours. What I mean is, we're not using it. You shouldn't be using any of it." "Squatters' rights? This whole place is abandoned. We know how it works." Reacher offered no argument. He simply moved to the left and began to walk around the gathered men. They remained motionless, letting him pass without any attempt to stop him, a collective, silent decision. He glanced toward the corner hut, a stark and functional box about 50 feet long, its blank walls broken only by 2 small square windows and a single door. The snow around it had been cleared with obsessive care. Behind it stood the stone building, its own perimeter equally free of snow with neat swept paths leading to it. Reacher turned back. "If you're not using it," he called out, Why bother clearing all the snow? The same man detached himself from the crowd once more. For the simple satisfaction of a job done right, he replied. The stone structure was an oddity. It looked like a meticulous scaled-down replica of an ornate, old-fashioned suburban home, complete with decorative moldings, gables, gutters, and eaves, a Gothic-inspired folly a wealthy man might place in his garden. Yet where a normal guest house would have windows, this building had only shallow, empty recesses of the correct shape, filled in with the same seamless mortared stone as the walls. A small portico framed the entrance, but the door beneath it shattered any illusion, a massive, featureless slab of steel with heavy hinges designed to swing outward. It was built like a blast door meant to seal tight against pressure from the outside. A large handle and an oversized keyhole were its only features. Reacher tried the handle. It was immovable. The keyhole was frosted over. He brushed the ice away with his gloved thumb and saw no wear marks on the metal. This lock hadn't been turned regularly in years. He looked at the man who had followed him over. "Do you know what this place is?" The man shot back. "Don't you? Of course I do, but I need to assess how well our security protocols are holding up." "We've heard things," the man admitted. "From who?" "The construction crew that was here before us." "What kind of things?" "About atomic bombs." "They said there were nuclear weapons in here." "No. They said it was some kind of clinic." "What sort of clinic?" "They said if there was an attack in winter in a big city like New York or Chicago, people far enough out would be in heavy coats. Only their faces would get burned, you know. Anyone closer would be vaporized, but if you survived, you could come here. They said you could get a new face, plastic surgery." "Not exactly. More like prosthetics. Like masks. They claimed there are thousands of plastic faces stored inside." Reacher continued his circuit around the peculiar little building. All four sides were identical, heavy stone, false windows, and those bizarre decorative touches. It was a fascinating, almost theatrical display, but it revealed nothing without seeing the interior, and that wasn't going to happen. He began to walk away, then paused on a sudden impulse and stopped at the nearest hut, the first one in the back row. The crowd had trailed after him in a long, loose line that snaked all the way back to his starting point, their breath forming a cloud of steam above them in the cold. The man who had done all the talking was now closest to him again. He stood about 6 feet off. Reacher shoved the hut's door, and it creaked open halfway. The man nearby muttered, "That's not your property. It's anchored to military-grade concrete. That's all the authority I need. You don't have a warrant." Reacher stayed silent. He was finished with conversation. The cold had seeped into his bones, making his face feel stiff and his teeth ache. He simply pushed the door fully open and peered inside. The hut was dim but surprisingly warm, the air thick with the damp, sweet scent of kerosene from a paraffin heater. A dozen cots lined the space, 6 on each side, with a partitioned area at the back that likely served as a washroom. Each cot was covered with a plain gray blanket, and cardboard boxes held neatly folded clothes, while rough burlap curtains hung over the small square windows. On the farthest cot to the right sat a young woman, maybe 18 or 20, without a coat or hat due to the warmth. She appeared somewhat sulky and unwashed, yet beneath that she was strikingly pretty, tall and slender with long fair hair and strong vivid features. For an instant, Reacher felt a flicker of recognition, but it passed. She was just a familiar type reminiscent of someone like Kim Peterson, a South Dakotan, no doubt. Wherever this group hailed from, they'd clearly picked up local members along the way. Reacher stepped back, pulling the door shut behind him, then turned to the man still standing 6 feet away. "Care to show me the other huts? Sure, whatever." The man showed no hesitation, simply began moving stiffly inside his heavy layers and trudged down the paths, pushing open one door after another. 14 of the 15 huts were nearly identical. Rows of cots, makeshift drapes, paraffin stoves, shipping boxes, gray blankets, and folded clothes. There were no workbenches, no tables, no glassware or burners, nothing that hinted at a lab setup, and no people either. The girl in the first hut was the only one not outside working. Perhaps she was under the weather. The final hut in the back row served as a kitchen, with 2 domestic stoves shoved together for cooking, plain wooden tables against the walls for prep work, and crude shelves holding a sparse collection of plates, bowls, and mugs. The supplies were meager, jars nearly empty of flour, sugar, and coffee, with lone boxes of cereal and pasta sitting in spaces that could have held dozens. No lab equipment in sight. Reacher hunched deeper into his coat and emerged between 2 huts. His car was still there, idling steadily. Beyond it, the plowed road stretched into the distance, flat and unwavering as glass. 50 summers and 50 winters hadn't caused it to buckle or crack. The voice from Virginia had once asked if he knew how large the defense budget was half a century ago. They'd poured hundreds of thousands of yards of concrete and then just walked away. "Have a good one," Reacher said, heading for his car. It was 5 minutes to 9 in the morning. 19 hours remained. The return drive mirrored the trip out, save for a bizarre, slow-motion near-miss at the first turn. Reacher had taken the wide plowed road quickly, then navigated the next 8 narrow, snow-covered miles with caution. As he coasted, planning his move to swing left into the eastbound ruts on the old road parallel to the highway, a fuel tanker was attempting to pull out of those same ruts to turn left toward the camp. The squat vehicle, with a company name painted along its side, was likely carrying paraffin for heaters, gasoline for pickups, or diesel for a generator. It downshifted early, swinging wide and cutting directly across Reacher's lane. He slammed the brakes, hoping the tire chains would grip, but the Crown Vic's electronic systems prevented the wheels from locking. The car slid forward with a series of alarming thumps from the brake pistons. The fuel truck kept coming. Reacher jerked the wheel and the front tires lost traction, skidding sideways. The Crown Vic's front left corner missed the rear of the truck by barely an inch. The truck rumbled away in low gear, crawling along as if it hadn't a care in the world. Reacher tracked its slow progress in his rear-view mirror until it vanished from sight. He found himself stalled at a perpendicular angle across the weathered road, his front tires lodged in an eastbound groove, and his rear wheels sunk into a westbound track. It took some aggressive rocking between drive and reverse, stomping on the gas to wrench the vehicle free. Once loose, however, the rest of the drive was straightforward. The officer in the surveillance car stationed at the head of Janet Salter's street turned out to be Kappler, an improvement over Montgomery from the previous day in Reacher's opinion. Kappler subjected him to a thorough, silent inspection through the windshield before reluctantly reversing his vehicle just enough to grant passage. Reacher parked directly behind the second watch car and hurried up the driveway. The day shift officer posted in the foyer let him inside. "Everything calm?" Reacher asked. "So far, yes," she replied. "And Mrs. Salter? She's perfectly fine." "I'd like to see her." The request felt as hollow as when Chief Holland had made it the night before. If something were truly wrong, these officers wouldn't be standing around so casually. The woman on duty nodded toward the interior. "She's in the library." He found her in her customary chair, absorbed in an old, plain-covered book whose title was too faded to read from across the room. The outline of her handgun was still visible in her cardigan pocket. She glanced up as he entered. "Kid gloves?" she inquired, a trace of dry humor in her voice. "Plastic, actually," Reacher said. "Not quite as classy, but I can't complain. Learn anything useful? More than I expected." Soon after, Reacher was back in his car, heading for the police station. He located Peterson in the squad room. Holland had it right, Reacher began without preamble. They weren't planning to cross over. It was a bluff. Or someone was bluffing for them. We still don't know who actually made that call. Could have been the shooter himself, trying to buy time and misdirect your attention. "Well, whoever it was, they failed," Peterson stated, "and now we're going to round them all up. You'd better move fast, then they're preparing to leave. They told you that? Think about the DEA tip. You ever sold a house? Once, years ago? You cleaned it up, didn't you? Made it presentable? I painted the whole exterior." Exactly. They've plowed the snow meticulously. The place is spotless. Their belongings are packed in shipping boxes. Their pantry is practically empty. The owner is selling the property out from under them. When are they leaving? Imminently. Did they give you any trouble? Not really. Did they buy your army story? Not for a second. But they've been instructed to keep their heads down starting immediately. The property needs to be a drama-free zone. The owner doesn't want any complications clouding the title, so they played nice. Nobody owns that land. It's all public. Somebody's turning a profit on it, Reacher countered. Therefore, somebody acts like they own it. The bikers are just employees, worker bees, and now they've got their new orders. They're being relocated to the next project. Plato, the Mexican, or whoever's really in charge. Peterson shifted gears. Did you locate a lab? Reacher shook his head. First, I want to see the product from the restaurant parking lot. Why? Because that's how I operate. One logical step at a time. With a resigned shrug, Peterson led him down a corridor and around a corner to an evidence room. An unmanned half-counter stood outside the secured door. Peterson bypassed it, selected a key from his ring, and unlocked the door. Wait here, he instructed. He emerged moments later holding a large, clear evidence bag. A custody form was stapled to it, dense with dates, times, locations, and signatures. Inside was the package Janet Salter had described. A brick of white powder, its surface hard and smooth beneath a wax paper wrapping. The stenciled image was clear, a crown with a headband, 3 distinct points and 3 small circles representing jewels. Reacher studied it. You tested it? Of course. Peterson confirmed it's methamphetamine. No doubt. Just under a kilogram, extremely high purity, almost pharmaceutical grade. Not bad, if that's your kind of thing. $200,000 right there could fetch $1 million on the streets of Chicago once it's cut and packaged for sale. Any clue what the symbol means? Not really. They always slap some kind of logo on it. It's a brand-conscious business. Is the money from the Chicago buyer in there too? Naturally. Mind if I take a look? Don't you trust me? I just enjoy seeing that sort of thing up close. Peterson ducked back inside and returned with another evidence bag, identical in size with the same form attached. It was packed with tight bricks of cash, all neatly banded. Satisfied? Peterson asked. How long would it take you to earn that much? After taxes? I'd rather not do the math. Is that actually wax paper on the drugs? No, it's a type of cellophane or glassine. It's slightly yellowed because it's old inventory. But it's proper pharmaceutical grade. This is a very high-end operation. Got it. So, did you locate their lab? No. Did you get a look at the stone building? Only from the outside. Do you know what it's for? No, but I know what it's not. Reacher made his way to the squad room, to the desk tucked in the back corner. He lifted the phone, dialed 9 for an outside line, then punched in the number from memory. Yes? Let me speak with Amanda, please. A click, a soft hum, then her voice came on the line. It sounded weary, a touch exasperated. I could be in Afghanistan right now. In fact, if you don't stop calling, I might just request a transfer. Reacher replied, The food might be an improvement. Can't beat goat's eyeballs in yogurt. Have you ever been there? No, but I met someone who had. I've got no updates for you. I know you can't trace the money flowing into the Department of the Army. I tried and came up empty. You didn't fail. The money never went to the Army. Why not? Garbage in, garbage out. What's that supposed to mean? We began with a faulty assumption. They told me about an Army facility, a small stone building with a 2-mile access road. I just went out there. It's not a road. It's a runway. It's an Air Force site, not Army. The voice from Virginia responded, Well, that shifts things a bit. Reacher said, There's another local rumor floating around about prosthetic faces. Yes, I saw a memo on that. There's a file. Apparently, the Pentagon fielded some calls from local officials in South Dakota, county and state level. But it's nonsense. The plastic face clinics were always closer to metro areas. Why put one out in the middle of nowhere? Why have them at all? If everyone is injured the same way, why would it matter to anyone? Silence. Reacher pressed. Do you know anyone in the Air Force? Not for confidential matters, might not be confidential, could be entirely routine. We're back to square one with our assumptions. All right, I'll make some calls, but first I'm going to take a nap. You can sleep when you're dead, this is urgent. The runway is plowed, 2 whole miles of it. Nobody does that for fun. So, someone or something is expected to arrive, and I spotted a fuel tanker, maybe for the return journey. Maybe someone's planning on moving something substantial. A pause. Anything else? He asked. Are you married? She shot back. Are you? No. Ever been? No. Why am I not surprised? She hung up. It was 5 minutes to 10 in the morning. 18 hours remained. Peterson was 2 desks over, just ending his own call. He said, The DEA is brushing me off. Their guy wasn't interested. Reacher asked, Why not? He said there's no lab out there. How does he know? They have satellite and thermal imaging. They've reviewed the data and don't detect any heat signatures. So as far as they're concerned, it's just a real estate transaction until proven otherwise. The lab is underground. The DEA disagrees. Their imaging can penetrate basements. They insist there's nothing down there. They're mistaken. You didn't see a lab either. They have meth. They must have a lab. We don't actually know for certain that there's anything underground at all. We do, Reacher stated. Nobody builds a 2-mile runway for no reason. That's long enough to land any kind of aircraft, any type of bomber, any kind of transport plane, and nobody lands those next to a structure smaller than a house. You were correct. That building is a stairhead, which means there's something significant beneath it, likely something very large and very deep. But what is it, specifically? Reacher gestured toward his phone. You'll find out when I do. About 30 minutes later, Peterson received word that the highway was open again. Weather radar showed nothing coming from the west except frigid air, and across the state, snowplows and salt trucks had finished their routes. After consulting with the Department of Transportation, the Highway Patrol had given the all-clear, and traffic was moving. Then Jay Knox called to report the replacement bus was roughly 3 hours away, so Peterson activated the phone tree and arranged a 2 o'clock meetup for all 20 passengers in the police station lobby. Even the women with fractures were cleared to travel. A 2 o'clock departure would get them to Mount Rushmore just under 2 days behind schedule. Not too bad, considering a South Dakota winter. Then he turned to Reacher. Are you going with them? Reacher said. I bought a ticket. So, are you going or not? I don't tend to stay in one place. Yes or no? That probably depends on what happens between now and 2 o'clock. What happened was that Janet Salter decided she needed some fresh air. Peterson got the call from one of the female officers stationed at the house. Mrs. Salter was going stir-crazy. She had cabin fever. She felt trapped. She was used to taking walks to the grocery store, the pharmacy, the diner, sometimes just for the pleasure of it. She'd already been confined to her home for nearly a week. She took her civic duty seriously, but with duty came rights, and stepping out as a free woman was one of them. She's out of her mind, Reacher said. It's freezing out there. She's a local, Peterson replied, with the smugness of an insider. This is nothing to her. It must be 20 below. Peterson smiled. The coldest day we ever had was -58, back in February 1936. Then, less than 5 months later in July, we hit our hottest day ever, exactly 120 degrees. Whatever. She's still crazy. You want to try talking her out of it? Reacher tried. He drove over with Peterson. Janet Salter was in her kitchen with the 2 day shift officers. Her percolator was bubbling away. Reacher caught the scent of fresh coffee and hot metal. She poured him a mug and said, The officers tell me you informed Mr. Peterson that the bikers are getting ready to leave. Reacher nodded. That's how it looked to me. Then it should be safe enough for a little walk. The man with the gun isn't a biker, never was. But whoever he is, he won't be waiting outside. You said so yourself last night. It's too cold. It's also too cold to go for a walk. Nonsense. If we keep a brisk pace, we'll enjoy it. We? I certainly hope you'll join me. It was 5 to 11 in the morning, 17 hours to go. Peterson threw together a plan that resembled a Secret Service detail taking the president for a stroll. He positioned the 3 stakeout cars at the town's southern, western, and eastern approaches, ready to move as a rolling perimeter if needed. He and the 2 day watch officers would be on foot, forming a loose box around Mrs. Salter at a tactical distance. Reacher would walk beside her, always positioning himself between her and any passing traffic, a human shield, though Peterson didn't phrase it that way. They bundled up in every layer they had and stepped outside. A steady wind blew from the west, straight from Wyoming. It was brutal. Reacher had been in Wyoming in winter once and survived. He made a silent vow never to risk it again. Peterson moved ahead, one officer trailed behind, and the other kept pace on the opposite sidewalk. Reacher stayed at Janet Salter's shoulder. The scarf was pulled tight over the lower half of her face, but Reacher had no such protection. With the wind at his back, the cold was just manageable. The moment they pivoted north toward town, however, the biting air attacked his exposed skin. His nose, cheeks, and chin went completely numb, and his eyes began to sting with involuntary tears. He tugged his hood forward, creating a makeshift shield while trying to preserve some sliver of peripheral vision. The sidewalk was a treacherous mess of frozen, uneven snow, making each step a cautious effort. From beside him, Janet Salter's voice emerged, muffled by fabric and snatched away by the gale. "What's on your mind?" "I'm thinking about February 1936, Reacher replied, his own words sharp in the frigid air. 58 below zero. The depths of the Depression, dust storms, droughts, blizzards. Honestly, why didn't everyone just pack up for California? Plenty did, she said. The ones who stayed didn't have a choice. Besides, that same year had a brutally hot summer. Peterson mentioned that 178-degree swing from winter to summer. Did he tell you about the Chinooks? No, they're these fierce, warm winds that roar down from the Black Hills. One January day in 1943, it was 4 below zero. 2 minutes later, it was 45 above. A 49-degree spike in just over 100 seconds, the most extreme temperature shift ever recorded in the country. Thermal shock shattered windows all over town. Her tone shifted, turning almost wry. Wartime, of course, the so-called hinge of fate. On that very day, the Germans lost the airfields at Stalingrad, thousands of miles away, the beginning of the end for them. Maybe the wind knew something we didn't. They continued their slow, trudging march. Peterson remained a distant figure ahead. One officer trailed far behind, and another mirrored their pace from the opposite sidewalk. As they passed the restaurant parking lot, it was bustling with activity, people poorly dressed for the weather, all wearing expressions of pure misery. Prison visitors, Janet noted dryly. We get more drive-through traffic now than anywhere in the state, except maybe Mount Rushmore. The mention of the monument made Reacher's thoughts drift to the replacement bus from Minneapolis, scheduled to depart at 2. He had no particular fascination with giant carved presidents, but he knew the road there eventually pointed south. South meant Nebraska, then Kansas, Oklahoma, and finally Texas, where warmth was a guarantee. Or a person could veer left in Kansas, crossing through Missouri, the southern edge of Illinois and Kentucky, all the way to Virginia. A sudden vivid image flashed in his mind, a roadside diner under a wide, hot sky, a detail not in the original walk, before Janet's voice cut through his reverie. "You're thinking about her, aren't you?" "No," Reacher said. He pivoted at the waist, scanning the surroundings. There were more people ahead than he'd seen in days, and more cars crawling along the ice-glazed streets. Thick sheets of frozen slush groaned and cracked under their weight. Multiple potential threats, but all of them rendered sluggish and predictable by the brutal weather. Every 10th vehicle or so was a police cruiser, patrolling in a slow, vigilant loop. "Where are we headed?" Reacher asked. "Where would you like to go?" Janet countered. "This is your excursion. Bolton isn't exactly a hotspot for entertainment. Our destinations are limited. We could get lunch. It's too early for that. Brunch, then? Brunch is a hybrid of breakfast and lunch. I've already had breakfast, so that option is off the table for today. Her logic was delivered with a hint of playful sarcasm, a twist from their earlier solemn tone. A cup of coffee. Every place is packed. Visiting days are chaotic. We'd never find a table for 5. Then let's turn back. Already, Reacher didn't answer. For a long moment, it seemed she might press on indefinitely, but then she stopped and gave a resigned nod. Reacher attempted to whistle to get Peterson's attention, but his lips were too chapped and cold to produce a sound. So they stood together, waiting until Peterson glanced back. Reacher waved. The group reversed course, the lead officer now in front and Peterson taking up the rear. It was 5 minutes to noon. 16 hours remained. 1,700 miles to the south, it was time for lunch. For the second day in a row, Plato wasn't eating. He was also breaking a long-standing personal rule. He was calling his contact in South Dakota, the man answered, which irritated Plato immensely. It meant the phone was on, which meant the guy wasn't currently in the middle of eliminating the witness. She wasn't in the house, the man reported. Plato's reply was short. Find her. Turning back, Reacher felt the westerly wind shift to his other cheek, a change that did little for his comfort. The return journey, compared to the outward one, came with its own mix of advantages and drawbacks. On the plus side, they were moving away from more densely populated areas, which meant fewer potential threats. On the downside, any threats that did exist were now at his back. Checking over his shoulder was awkward. His large coat made his upper body twist independently, and a glance backward just buried his face in the hood. He had to rely on Peterson's watchfulness behind him. Each secure step forward felt like a small, hard-won victory. Janet Salter broke the silence. "I'm sorry," she said. "For what?" "I was thoughtless. I've caused all of you a great deal of trouble. It's part of the job. You deserve to get out once in a while." They continued, boots crunching over the packed snow, occasionally slipping, falling into single file where the path narrowed around obstacles. A high ridge of plowed snow separated Reacher from the road, forcing his left foot to land on its lower slope with nearly every step, a persistent limping rhythm. He kept his eyes on the approaching traffic, a few pickups, some older SUVs, salt-streaked sedans, nothing alarming. Then Officer Lowell passed in his squad car, slowed in surprise, and waved. Janet Salter waved back before he accelerated away. After a quiet stretch, a dark sedan appeared, heading north, a navy blue Ford Crown Victoria, unmistakable in the clear light. Chief Holland's car. He stopped a lane's width away, rolled down his window, and looked past Reacher entirely, his expression concerned as he addressed Janet Salter. She stopped and faced him. "Just out for a walk," she said. "Nothing to worry about." "Mr. Peterson is doing an excellent job heading home now," Holland asked. "We're on our way." "Can I give you a ride?" "Thank you, but I'd prefer to walk." The whole point was to get some fresh air and exercise. "All right, but you're welcome to join us back at the house for coffee if you'd like." "All right," Holland repeated. He checked his mirrors and executed a U-turn across the road, frozen ruts cracking under his tires. Once lined up in the southbound lane, he didn't speed off. Instead, he crawled along, keeping pace beside them, driver's side, then the empty passenger seat, then the snow berm, then Reacher, then Janet Salter. His winter tires crunched steadily up front. Chains on the rear wheels clicked rhythmically with each rotation. He activated his flashing lights strobe units hidden in the rear shelf and behind the grille to warn traffic behind of his slow speed. From a distance, the unmarked car would look every bit like a regular patrol cruiser. Janet Salter sighed. "This is absurd. He's just doing his job," Reacher said. "I don't care for the spectacle. You matter to him, only because I'm useful to him. You're a respected member of the community, the kind of person a police chief is supposed to look out for." Janet Salter's tone turned dry. "The only people who matter in this town work at the prison. Trust me, that's how things work now." They walked on. the idling car creeping beside them like an unwanted escort. On their right, where the landscape lay open and bare, the wind hit them full force, a solid frozen mass sweeping unimpeded across the flat terrain. Nothing rose to break its flow or stir it into chaos. It still carried minute shards of ice flying horizontally to tap against the side of Reacher's hood. Those ice particles might have traveled hundreds of miles, perhaps all the way from the Rockies. Janet Salter glanced over. "Are you cold?" Reacher managed a faint smile, his face stiff and numb. "I know," he replied. "This is nothing. Back inside the house, they shed their layers and endured the prickling discomfort of thawing out." Reacher's ears burned, his nose and chin tingled and itched. Peterson and the two female officers were surely feeling the same, but they showed no outward distress, a point of local South Dakota pride, no doubt. Chief Holland, who had ridden in a heated car sheltered from the wind, seemed perfectly fine. Still, he gave an exaggerated shiver as soon as he stepped into the hallway. Relief, Reacher figured, that Janet Salter's brief exposure was over and they'd pulled it off without incident. The two women resumed their posts. Janet Salter busied herself with the percolator. Reacher, Peterson, and Holland watched from the hallway until the phone rang. Janet Salter called for someone to answer. Peterson picked up, listened a moment, then extended the receiver toward Reacher. "It's for you," he said. The woman from the 1/10th MP Reacher took the phone. Peterson and Holland drifted tactfully into the kitchen, leaving him alone. He lifted the receiver to his ear, and the voice from Virginia came through. "I reached out to a contact in the Air Force, and we're making progress, slowly, not because it's classified, but because the place was abandoned and forgotten years ago. It dropped off the active list back when dinosaurs roamed. Nobody remembers a thing. Not even its purpose. All the specifics are archived. So far, my guy has only seen a report about construction challenges. The design kept getting revised because of the terrain, some kind of schist. Know what that is? Bedrock, I suppose, Reacher said. Must be tough if it caused that much trouble. It confirms they were digging underground. Not a bad start for the first couple of hours." "1 hour," the voice corrected. "I took a nap first. You're a terrible person. Last I checked, you're not my superior officer. Anything else? Got a hit on that Florida cop, Kappler, Miami PD, born there 36 years ago. He up and quit 2 years back for no clear reason, no health problems, no debt. I'll dig deeper once I'm into Miami PD's records. You can pull that off with Google. No, I've got a few other resources. I'll keep you posted." "Thanks," Reacher said. "Anything more?" A pause followed. "My guy isn't talking. The one from Fort Hood?" "Not a word." "Where is he now?" "Back on post in a cell." "Did he live on post or off?" "Off." "So he's staring down Texas law for the homicide or the uniform code for treason. That's a rock and a hard place. Either way, he's cooked. He's got no incentive to talk. What would you do? What's your objective? The non-state actors, who he's communicating with, how and why." "The why is straightforward. He probably served in Iraq or Afghanistan, bought into the humanitarian spin, made some friends and got played. The how will be cell phones, email, or an encrypted site. The who, that's the interesting part, I agree. So how do I get him to talk? Order him to? You outrank him. He's trained to obey. That won't cut it. It never does. Are his parents alive? Yes. Siblings. A younger brother, training to be a Navy SEAL.
That's good.
Actually, that's nearly perfect. You need to bring your guy up north, sit him down, and offer him a deal? I can't do that. You can, in terms of publicity. Tell him he's definitely going down, no doubt about it, but the charge is up to him. Assault by returning soldiers has skyrocketed. What, 1,000%? Nobody approves, but a lot of people get it, so make it clear, if he cooperates, that's the only story that gets out. If he doesn't, you go public with the treason angle. His parents will be humiliated. His brother will have to leave the SEALs, and his old high school will strip his name from the trophy case. Do you think that'll actually work? All he has left is his reputation. He's 4th Infantry over there. That means everything. Silence hung on the line. "Trust me," Reacher said. "Let him keep his honor. Since when is domestic violence honorable?" Compared to the alternative, it is. Fine, I'll try it. Don't forget about me, Reacher said. I still need to know what the Air Force was building here, the scale, the purpose, the layout, just like before, and I need it soon. Is that all? Are you married? The line went dead without an answer. Back at the house, all 6 people who were awake had coffee. Janet Salter herself, along with Holland, Peterson, Reacher, and the 2 female officers. Maybe they joined just to warm up. They were halfway through their first cups when Holland's cell phone rang. He juggled his mug, flipped the phone open, and listened for a moment before snapping it shut and tucking it away. "Highway Patrol," he announced. "The bikers are pulling out, right now. 36 pickups just merged onto the highway. It was 5 in the afternoon, 15 hours to go." Reacher caught a ride back to the station with Holland and got the full story on the way. The Highway Patrol had units out checking the roads after the storm. One officer, parked on the eastbound shoulder, had spotted a long, fast convoy snaking down the snowy access road from the old construction site. It was quite a sight. Between 30 and 40 pickups driving bumper to bumper, each cab holding 3 men with tarps covering motorcycles and loads of boxes strapped in the beds. They slowed, turned onto the cloverleaf, and merged onto the highway heading west, accelerating smoothly, like a freight train, the officer had said. Like the old Northern Pacific line itself. The convoy stretched nearly a quarter mile and took a full 20 seconds to pass any given point. The desk sergeant confirmed it, as reports kept coming in. The line of trucks was now 10 miles west of Bolton, holding a steady, legal 65, driving clean and straight, still meticulously avoiding any reason to be stopped. They used the office with the crime scene photos, 4 desks pushed together. Holland and Peterson sat side by side. Reacher took the chair facing Holland, his back to the pictures of the dead man in black. "You're really just letting them go?" Reacher asked. "Why wouldn't I?" Holland replied. They were running a meth operation. "This is a small town at heart," Holland said. "We operate by small town rules. If I see the back of a problem leaving town, that's usually as good as solving it." Peterson nodded. "Problem over. Not exactly," Reacher said. "They cleaned up and left because the property deal is about to close, and a clean closing needs a clear title. Janet Salter is the last little stain on it. She's in more danger now than ever. She's the only thing standing between someone and a whole lot of money. Plato, the Mexican, whoever it is, we're doing everything we can," Holland insisted. "We have 7 officers on duty at her house, and they're staying put. We'll be fine. Unless that siren goes off again." "You said it won't." "An educated guess," Reacher said, "is still just a guess. Just remember, the time to start worrying is now, not to stop," Reacher said. Holland replied, "If you ever see me relaxing, you have my full permission to kick my rear end. We've got our issues, and we're not exactly the U.S. Army, but we've managed to scrape by so far. Don't forget that." Reacher gave a slow nod. "You're right. My apologies. This isn't on you. Blame the mayor. Who in their right mind would approve a plan like that?" "Practically anyone," Holland answered. "Those are jobs that can't be outsourced to another country. That's the whole point of the game these days." A heavy silence settled over the room for a moment. Peterson broke it, saying, "Every motel in town is booked solid." "I'm aware," Reacher said. "Then where is our suspect sleeping? In his vehicle? Or maybe he's bunked down in the next county over." "What about meals?" Same answer. "Should we set up roadblocks?" "There are only 3 roads into town." "No," Holland cut in firmly. "That's based on a false assumption. If we establish a static perimeter, he might already be inside it. We need to stay mobile." He fell quiet again, as if mentally ticking items off a list. Apparently satisfied, he stood up abruptly and left the room without another word. Reacher listened to the sound of his boot heels on the linoleum, followed by the distant slam of a door, probably his office. Work to do. Peterson suggested we should grab lunch. You could come back to the house, keep Kim company. She'd appreciate it. "Because she's lonely." "Yeah? Then you and I shouldn't be the only people she sees all day. Go pick her up, and let's all 3 have lunch in town." "It's tough to get a table anywhere. I'll wait in line while you're on the road." "Where?" "The diner where you found me yesterday, right across the square." Peterson started, but then trailed off. "I know," Reacher finished for him. "I can see the police station from there. I'll know when the bus is ready to roll." The walk across the square to the diner was brief but brutal, straight into a biting wind. The first few steps felt like being pelted with icy needles, but soon his face went numb and the sting faded. The line for a table snaked out the door. Reacher took his place behind a woman and a small child, both wrapped in what looked like motel comforters, probably borrowed from their room. A guy commits a crime in Florida or Arizona, ends up in a prison up here in South Dakota, and his family has to follow, Reacher thought, for a year or two anyway. After that, maybe the visits stop. So much to lose. The line crept forward slowly but steadily until Reacher was level with the fogged-up window. Inside, he could make out blurred shapes of people moving. 2 waitresses working hard. Steady wages, but tips were probably slim. Families of inmates rarely had spare cash. If they did, their loved one likely wouldn't be in prison, or in the saddest cases, maybe the guy was serving a light sentence in some cushy facility, doing woodworking or reading books for a year. The mother and child ahead of him squeezed through the door with their comforters. Reacher waited his turn on the sidewalk, pressed against the building to escape the wind. Finally, a woman herding 3 kids stumbled out and Reacher ducked inside. He waited by the register until a waitress glanced his way. He mouthed 3 and held up 3 fingers. She nodded, wiped a table with a rag, and waved him over. He dumped his coat on a chair, pulled off his hat and gloves, and sat down. Through the foggy glass, he saw Peterson's black and white patrol car pull up to the curb. He watched Peterson cross the sidewalk, alone, his wife not with him. Peterson bypassed the line and stepped inside. Nobody complained, seeing the uniform. Reacher stayed seated as Peterson shed his coat and joined him, an awkward silence hanging between them until the waitress arrived with her order pad. This wasn't the kind of place that gave you time to ponder the menu. Peterson ordered a hamburger and water. Reacher asked for a grilled cheese and coffee. Reacher, facing the window, noticed Peterson turn to look outside, then swing back with a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. "I can see it," Reacher said. "The windows are fogged, but a bus is hard to miss. I'll spot it. You're not going to leave." "I haven't made up my mind." Kim didn't want to join us. Crowds aren't really her thing. Crowds in general, or this particular crowd both, I'd say. They occupied a table meant for 4, with a line still stretching out the door, yet no one chose to sit with them. New arrivals would glance their way, hesitate, then look elsewhere. It was a familiar divide, those comfortable around law enforcement and those who weren't. Reacher had experienced the same during his military days, often dining beside empty chairs. Peterson finally broke the silence. "What would you do in my position?" "Regarding what?" "The department." "It isn't yours to run, but I'm next in command. I'd implement rigorous training and I'd revisit the agreement with the prison. Their emergency protocol is a disaster waiting to happen. It held up last night, aside from the incident with Mrs. Salter." "That's exactly the problem. Saying it worked except when it didn't is no way to plan. You have to prepare for the unexpected. I'm not cut out for politics. Please tell me there's a review clause in the contract." "There is. But they'll argue our assistance is rarely needed, and if we get through this month without another issue involving Mrs. Salter, we won't have much leverage." The conversation lapsed. Peterson fell silent, and Reacher had nothing to add. Without Kim there, the whole outing felt pointless. At least the food was decent. The coffee was freshly brewed. No surprise, given the constant stream of customers. 3 pots sat behind the counter, each steadily draining. Reacher's sandwich was crisply fried, and he welcomed the calories. Being cold was like running on empty. It made him understand why the locals all shared that lean, wiry look. Fair from ancestry, thin from spending half the year freezing. After they finished eating, they felt the impatient stares from those waiting near the door. Reacher settled the bill, left a generous tip that earned a weary smile from the waitress, and stepped outside with Peterson. Right on cue, a large yellow bus pulled into the police station lot. It was 1:55 p.m., 14 hours left. The bus mirrored the one that had crashed 2 days prior, same size, same layout, even the same obscured rear windows near the restroom. It had entered from the north, its door facing away from the station lobby. Standing in the square with the wind at his back, Reacher watched a line of bundled-up seniors emerge and shuffle around. There were heartfelt goodbyes, handshakes, hugs, exchanges of addresses. He spotted the woman with the broken collarbone, one sleeve of her coat hanging empty, and the lady with the fractured wrist, cradling her hand while someone carried her bag. Most had removed their bandages, their minor cuts already healed. The new driver was crouched, loading suitcases into the underfloor compartment. One by one, the elderly passengers navigated around him, gripping the handrails carefully as they climbed aboard. Through the windows, Reacher saw their white heads bobbing down the aisle, choosing seats, settling in. Last to board was Jay Knox, now just a passenger. He trudged down the aisle and slumped into a window seat 3 rows behind the last senior, Reacher's old spot, near the rear wheels where the ride was roughest. If you're going to travel, you might as well feel it, Reacher thought wryly. The new driver secured the luggage compartments and bounded up the steps. A moment later, the door sealed with a hiss behind him. The engine coughed to life, the heavy diesel clattering before the air brake released with a sigh and a gear clicked into place. With a roar, the bus pulled away from the lot, turning onto the road where an icy wind immediately began to batter its sides. It headed south toward the distant highway. Reacher stood watching until it vanished from view. Peterson gave him a hearty clap on the shoulder. "A perfectly good ride just left town without me on it," Reacher said. "I think I just broke a lifelong streak." Plato hit redial. It was a direct call, a calculated risk, but he was enough of a strategist to understand that relentless caution could be its own trap. You couldn't fight chronology. Timing was everything, and the clock kept ticking for everyone, even for him. His contact answered. "Do you have an update for me?" Plato asked. "Not yet. I apologize." Plato let the silence stretch. It's starting to feel like doing the job would be simpler than constantly inventing reasons for the delay. "That's not what's happening. From here, it looks like you're expending a great deal of effort to preserve the wrong life." "I'm not." "Then focus your energy on the one life you actually want to save." "I am. I will. You have a deadline. Do not disappoint me." Reacher walked back to the station with Peterson driving. They reconvened in the quiet lobby, standing awkwardly for a beat, both acutely aware they had no immediate purpose. Then Chief Holland emerged from his office. "We should head up to the camp," he suggested. "Take a look around while it's empty. We've still got a little daylight left." They took Holland's car, which was more comfortable for 3 than Peterson's cruiser, lacking the security partition. Reacher sprawled across the back seat, watching the familiar treacherous roads from that morning roll by again. Conditions hadn't improved. The wind still howled, and the snow was frozen into a hard, sculpted landscape of sharp ridges and grooves, blindingly white under the weak afternoon sun, a scene straight out of an ice age. They turned onto the old road running parallel to the highway, then onto the meandering 2-lane track leading up to the camp. The first 8 miles were just as brutal as before, icy humps, dangerous dips, and a path that refused to run straight. Then, abruptly, the horizon transformed. Ahead lay the vast, gray concrete expanse, impossibly wide and long, with aerodynamic berms of snow and visible currents of wind screaming above its surface. Holland slowed, bumped the car up onto the new level, and stopped, his foot on the brake like a pilot awaiting clearance. "You see what you're prepared to see, I guess," Holland mused. "I've been out here a dozen times in my life and always thought this was just a road. A little fancy, maybe, but I figured that's the military for you." "It used to be narrower," Peterson said. "That's what hit it. The wind blew dirt over it for decades. Only the center strip ever got used. These guys didn't just plow snow, they scraped 50 years of grime off the concrete." "It's a hell of a thing," Holland admitted. "Damn right it is," Reacher said. "That slab's got to be a yard thick. By volume, it might be the single largest man-made object in the entire state." They stared a moment longer before Holland lifted his foot from the brake. The snow chains chattered as the car rolled forward for 2 full miles. The tan shapes of the huts materialized, with the slate roof of the stone building rising tall behind them under a thick cap of snow. Holland parked roughly where Reacher had that morning. The scene was utterly changed. No people, no trucks, no motorcycles, just empty, plowed spaces and the forlorn wooden huts scattered among them. They climbed out, pulling on hats and gloves, zipping coats against a cold that was still deepening. It was far below zero, and the wind cut the temperature in half. Reacher felt the chill strike up through the soles of his boots, and his face went numb within seconds. Holland and Peterson were putting on a brave front, acting like it was nothing. But Reacher knew the cold had to be biting deep. Their faces were flushed and pale in patches, their eyes blinking rapidly as they coughed and caught their breath. Without hesitation, they moved toward the stone structure, which appeared unchanged from earlier, still imposing and undeniably strange. Peterson tested the door, but it held firm. He brushed fresh frost from the keyhole with his thumb, mirroring Reacher's earlier action. "No scratches here," he observed. "This lock hasn't seen regular use." "Didn't need to," Reacher replied. "They unlocked it a year back and secured it again just this morning." "Then where's the key?" "Now, that's the right question to ask," Holland suggested. "They must have taken it with them." Reacher shook his head. "I doubt it. This property is up for sale. Wouldn't they have been instructed to leave access for the new owner?" "So where is it then? Probably under the welcome mat." "There isn't one." "Then under a flower pot, figuratively speaking. People use prearranged hiding spots." All 3 men slowly turned, surveying their surroundings. The view offered little, endless snow, bare concrete, the rows of huts, and the building itself. "What should we be looking for?" Peterson asked. "Just a key." "A large one," Reacher said. "That's a blast door, so the lock mechanism is heavy-duty. It'll need a sturdy key, likely T-shaped like something for winding a clock, forged from high-grade steel. Probably set the Pentagon back a cool 1,000 on its own. Maybe they buried it in the snow. We've got a metal detector in the car, but our friend from Brooklyn probably doesn't, which means it isn't hidden in the snow. That's no way to treat a potential buyer. You can't expect someone to dig around for an hour in the freezing cold. So where then?" The building's facade was covered with stone ledges, carved moldings, and Gothic details. Anything at eye level or below seemed too obvious. Reacher walked a full circuit, running his hands over every surface up to about 8 feet high. Nothing. Anything higher would require a ladder, which seemed unlikely. He stopped and scanned the area once more. "It has to be in a specific, agreed-upon spot, like under the 3rd object from the left, or the 4th from the right." "What sort of object?" Peterson asked. "A hut? A bed? Anything? Really? Can't we just force the door with a tire iron?" "It's a blast door built to withstand extreme pressure." "But we'd be pulling outward, not pushing in." "Pressure waves come in pairs, compression followed by vacuum. That door is engineered to hold in both directions. It's not budging." Peterson sighed. "Guess we'd better start searching."
"What's your lucky number?"
3. Then begin with the 3rd hut. Under the 3rd mattress. Counting from where? Reacher paused, a faint, almost sarcastic smile touching his lips. "Another excellent question, probably the front row from the left, but any counting system is somewhat subjective and potentially confusing. The only truly objective markers would be the nearest or the farthest. From what point? Right here, this locked door." "That's assuming it's in a hut at all." "It's not in the snow, and it can't be inside the building itself. What else is left?" Peterson headed for the closest hut, the first in the back row, positioned opposite the second in the front, the same one Reacher had inspected that morning. The door was unlatched. Peterson pushed it open and stepped inside, with Reacher and Holland following. The burlap curtains still hung at the windows, but everything else movable was gone. All that remained were 12 cots, stripped down to their striped blue mattress, ticking and plain iron frames. The space felt forlorn, abandoned, and hollow, yet it was surprisingly warm. The paraffin heater's burner was switched off, but it radiated a lingering, glorious heat. Reacher pulled off his gloves and stretched his hands toward the warmth, savoring the temporary relief. The simple laws of physics meant the stove was cooling steadily. In maybe 3 hours it would be lukewarm, and 3 hours after that, stone cold. But right now it was absolutely perfect. Still too hot to lay a hand on. Honestly, there was something wonderful about cast iron still holding the heat of a recent fire, Reacher said. "You two go check the other huts. I'm staying right here," Peterson replied. "With any luck, they'll all be just like this one," and they were. All three hurried to the farthest cabin to look, and found the same scene: empty room, stripped cots, a stove still warm. They began their real search there. The lingering warmth made them patient, thorough. They checked every mattress, every cot frame, every corner and crevice. They checked the toilet tank in the wash area. They tapped for loose boards, listened for hollow spots in the walls, unscrewed every light fixture cover. They found nothing. It was 5 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. 13 hours remained. They moved next to the kitchen hut. Reacher thought it was a strong possibility. A kitchen was a singular spot, even more definite than the first hut or the last. But the key wasn't there. Jars of flour, sugar, and coffee sat on the shelves, too empty to hide a metal object, even with a casual shake. It wasn't tucked behind the shelves, taped under a table, buried in the cornflake crumbs like a prize, or nested in a stack of bowls. After the kitchen, they worked their way back toward the stone building, hut by hut. With each one, they got faster and more efficient from sheer repetition. Every cabin was identical. They reached a point where they could have done it blindfolded, but the result was always the same: nothing. They ended up back where they'd started, in the hut closest to the stone structure. They hesitated to begin searching it, almost certain they'd be disappointed. Drawing a blank in the last of 15 places carried a kind of grim finality. Reacher paced through the space, pausing at the stove, then moving to the last cot on the right. He said, "There was a girl sitting here this morning." Holland stepped beside him. "What girl?" "Just a biker, maybe 19 or 20. The only one I saw inside. The others were all outside working on the snow." "Was she sick?" "She looked fine to me." "Was she locked in?" "No, the door was open. Maybe she was guarding the key, like that was her job." "Could be. But where did she leave it?" "What did she look like?" "Tall and thin and blonde, like the rest of you." "You think she was local?" "Meth is a rural thing," Reacher said. Then it hit him: tall and thin and blonde. He asked, "Are you getting a cell signal out here?" "Sure," Holland said. "Flat land all around, wind, dust, microwaves, it's all the same out here." "Let me use your phone." Holland handed it over, and Reacher dialed the number from memory. A voice answered. "Yes, Amanda, please." A click, a purr, then her voice. It said, "Where the hell are you?" Reacher said, "What? Now you're my mother. I've been trying to reach you. I'm out at the Air Force site trying to get inside. Looking for the key. I need to know the top 20 clever places you've ever found a small hidden object. VCR slot, kettle, shoe inside a TV set, battery compartment of a transistor radio, hollowed out book, cut into car seat foam in a bar of soap, in a tub of cream cheese. That's only 9. You're hopeless. Give me a minute. There isn't any of that kind of stuff here. So what is there?" Reacher walked around the hut, describing everything he saw. The voice said, "The toilet tank. Checked them all." "Any torn mattresses?" "No." "Loose floorboards?" "No." "Then burn the place down and sift the ashes. An Air Force key is likely constructed from the same durable materials as missile warheads. It would endure without a problem." "Why were you trying to reach me?" "Because I understand the true purpose of that facility." Chapter 27. Peterson and Holland had caught the faint, tinny sound of her voice from the earpiece and moved in closer. Reacher settled onto the edge of the bed, the same spot the biker woman had occupied. The voice on the line stated, "That structure was originally constructed as an orphanage." "Built underground?" Reacher asked. It was over 50 years ago, at the peak of the Cold War. Everyone was gripped by panic. My contact faxed me the records. The projected casualty figures were catastrophic. The Soviets were believed to have missiles in the hundreds to spare. In a full-scale launch, they'd have been struggling to find enough targets. We ran simulations, and everything hinged on the day of the week and the season. On weekends or during school breaks, it was assumed the devastation would be fairly even. But on a regular weekday during the school year, the models predicted a stark geographical divide between adults and children. Parents would be in one location, their kids in another, possibly huddled in a school basement shelter, or ducking under their desks, Reacher said. Exactly, the voice replied. The crucial point was the survival estimates 2 weeks post-attack. They were heavily lopsided, forecasting far more surviving children than adults. A congressman on the House Appropriations Committee became fixated on this. He wanted designated places for these kids. He imagined they might reach intact regional airports and be flown to isolated regions. He envisioned combined radiation shelters and living quarters. He made a deal with the Air Force, a mutual favor. Since he was from South Dakota, that's where they broke ground first. Local gossip mentions a scandal, Reacher said. Building an orphanage doesn't sound particularly scandalous. You're missing the context. The core assumption was that there would be no surviving adults. Maybe a dying pilot or two at most. Some overwhelmed official with a checklist. The concept was that these children would be unloaded from planes and left entirely alone to secure themselves underground and fend for themselves, completely on their own. Like abandoned feral creatures, it was a grim vision. Psychologists submitted reports warning of tribalism, violent conflicts, killings, and possibly even cannibalism, and the median age of these survivors was projected to be 7 years old. Then, when those same psychologists surveyed the adults, they discovered the parents' deepest terror wasn't their own death, but the thought of their children surviving in such a brutal, lawless world. People needed to believe everything would be orderly with doctors and nurses and clean bed sheets. They couldn't stomach the harsh reality. So there was a public outcry, and the whole plan was quietly scrapped to maintain civilian morale. So this place has just been sitting here for 5 decades. The construction had too many specialized compromises, making it useless for any other purpose. Do we know what those compromises were? No. The blueprints were lost ages ago. Is the place empty now? They used it as a storage dump for surplus equipment and then essentially forgot it existed. Is that material still inside? I have to assume so. What is it? I don't have that information yet. It's in a separate file, but it can't be anything remarkable. It was already considered obsolete surplus 50 years ago. Will you find out? My guy has requested the file. How's my weather? Open the door and look. I mean, what's heading my way? A brief silence. It'll start snowing again tomorrow. Clear and cold until then. Where would a group of bikers hide a key? I have no idea. I can't help you with that. It was 5 minutes to 4 in the afternoon. 12 hours remained. Reacher passed the phone back to Holland. The light from the window was fading. The sun low in the western sky. The stone building throwing a long, deep shadow across the snow. They began a methodical search of the hut. This was their final opportunity. They searched every inch of the room, from the mattresses and bed frames to the toilet tank, the floorboards, the walls, and even the light fixtures. Their pace was methodical and deliberate, growing even more painstaking as they neared the far wall and their options dwindled. They came up empty, Peterson suggested. We could call a locksmith, maybe from Pierre. Reacher replied, a bank robber would be more useful. A safecracker. They might have one up at the state prison. It's hard to believe they never used this facility. It must have cost a fortune to build. The defense budget was practically a blank check in those days, Reacher said. I still can't believe they couldn't find another use for it. The design was flawed from the start, compromised. Even so, somebody could have made it work. Too far from any ocean for the Navy, we're practically at the geographic center of the country. Or so the tour guide claimed on that bus trip last year. The Marines could have used it for cold weather training. Not with South in the state's name, too soft. The Marines would have demanded North Dakota or maybe the Arctic. Maybe they just didn't want to sleep underground. Marines sleep where and when they're ordered to, Reacher said. But honestly, I heard they do their winter training near San Diego these days. Makes you wonder. I was Army, Reacher added with a shrug. Marine logic never made much sense to me. They ventured back into the bitter cold for a final look at the stone building and its unyielding door. Then they returned to the car, started the engine, and drove away. They traveled 2 miles along the abandoned runway where dilapidated aircraft were once meant to disgorge panicked children, then 8 more on the old 2-lane road, a route no rescuer would have ever taken. The Cold War, a grim period. Looking back, it was probably less perilous than people feared. Some Soviet missiles were pure fiction, others just painted logs, and many were dangerously faulty. Soviet psychologists were likely writing reports in Cyrillic script about their own 7-year-olds, analyzing the same primitive instincts for tribalism, violence, and survival. But at the time, the threat felt utterly real. Reacher had been just a toddler during the Cuban Missile Crisis, stationed with his family in the Pacific. He remembered none of it, but his mother later told him how she and his father had mapped the probable southern drift of radioactive fallout. They gave themselves 2 weeks. There were firearms in the house, and medics on base with pills meant for a grim end. Reacher asked, "How reliable are your local weather forecasts?" Peterson said, "Usually pretty accurate." "They're predicting more snow for tomorrow." "That sounds right. Then someone's going to arrive soon." They didn't plow that runway for their health. Hundreds of miles to the east and slightly south, a small business jet leased by the Army was touching down on a long runway at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. On board were 6 individuals, a pilot, a co-pilot, 3 military police escorts, and their prisoner. The prisoner was the captain from the 4th Infantry at Fort Hood, dressed in civilian clothes and bound by standard-issue chains connecting his wrists, waist, and ankles. The plane taxied, the stairs were lowered, and the prisoner was hurried down to a car waiting on the tarmac. He was placed in the back seat, where an Army MP major in a crisp Class A uniform was waiting for him. She was a woman of slightly above average height, slender, with long dark hair tied back. Her skin was tanned, her eyes a deep brown, and her face held a striking mix of intelligence, authority, youthful energy, and a hint of mischief. Her uniform bore ribbons for a silver star and 2 purple hearts. There was no driver in the front. The woman said, "Good afternoon, Captain." The captain remained silent. She continued, her voice unexpectedly warm. "My name is Susan Turner. I'm a major and I command the 110th MP. I'm handling your case. You and I are going to have a brief conversation. After that, you'll get back on that plane. You'll either be heading back to Texas or straight to Fort Leavenworth, one or the other. Do you understand?" Her voice was low and raspy, a private sound that seemed to come from deep in her throat. It was the sort of voice that could coax secrets from a stone. The infantry captain recognized it for what it was, he said. "I want an attorney." Susan Turner gave a slow nod. "You'll get one," she replied. "You'll get a whole parade of them. Trust me. Before this is over, you'll be drowning in lawyers. It'll be like you stumbled into a national legal conference with a cash prize taped to your forehead. You can't question me without my lawyer present." "That's not entirely correct," she said, her tone even. "You don't have to speak to me without a lawyer. I, however, can talk to you until the sun goes down. Do you see the distinction?" The man remained silent. "I have some unfortunate news for you," Susan Turner continued. "You're going to die. You understand that, don't you? Your situation is completely hopeless. You are more thoroughly finished than anyone has ever been. No one can pull you out of this. That's precisely what every single attorney will tell you, no matter how many you hire. They'll all say the same thing. You will be executed, and likely in the very near future. I won't lie to you, you're a dead man breathing." The guy didn't respond. Turner went on, "Well, technically you're a dead man sitting right now, sitting in this car and listening to me. Which you should do, because you're facing 2 very significant choices. The second one is what you pick for your final dinner. Steak and ice cream seem to be the favorites. I've never understood the appeal. Not that I care about nutrition. It's your first choice that interests me. Care to guess what that is? He said nothing. Your first choice, she said, leaning forward slightly, is what you'll be remembered for. Either the state of Texas will execute you for murdering your wife, or the United States government will end your life for betraying your country. To be perfectly honest, neither option paints you in a good light, but the Texas situation, maybe some folks could wrap their heads around it, combat fatigue, repeated deployments, all that post-traumatic stress. There are people who might even see you as a victim of circumstance. The man stayed quiet, Turner said, but the treason charge, that's a different animal. There's no justifying that. Your parents will have to sell their home and move. They might even change their names. If they can't sell, they might just find ropes and hang themselves in the basement. Silence. Turner shifted in her seat, her long legs encased in dark stockings stretching slightly. Basements don't have much clearance, she mused. It would be a slow process, almost like strangulation. Maybe they'd even hold hands. The guy offered no reply. Then consider your younger brother, Turner pressed. All those years of idolizing you, wasted? He'd have to leave the Navy. Who would want the brother of a traitor on their crew? That's a life sentence for him, too. He'd end up on a construction site. He'd drink. He'd spend every miserable day cursing your name. Maybe he'd put a gun in his mouth one night or behind his ear. The silence stretched. So here's the arrangement, Turner said, her voice dropping back to that intimate rasp. You talk to me now. You answer every question with full and complete honesty down to the last detail, and we bury the treason. We keep it absolutely quiet. The man didn't speak. But if you refuse, she continued, we conduct the entire investigation in the open. We'll shine a spotlight on it. We'll tell the news networks where your parents live. We'll call the Navy about your brother, but not his commanders. We'll call his friends first. The quiet in the car felt heavy and prolonged. Finally, the man said, All right, what? All right, I'll talk, all right, you'll talk to me, what? A defeated sigh. All right, I'll talk to you, ma'am. Turner rolled her window down and called out to someone unseen, Tell the pilot he can go get his dinner. Elsewhere, Plato set his phone down after speaking with his pilot. The man had called to report that the weather up north was predicted to deteriorate within the next day. More snowfall was coming. Plato was already aware. He had satellite TV courtesy of a large mesh dish anchored in a concrete slab beside his house. The dish fed a receiver which was connected to a massive Sony LCD screen dominating his living room wall. The TV was set to the Weather Channel. That Sony screen wasn't alone on the wall. It was crowded by 18 oil paintings fighting for space. 43 more covered the long walls, with another 20 on the opposite end, 81 pieces in total. Most were forgettable works by mediocre artists or mediocre works by forgettable ones. There was even a supposed Monet, but Plato knew it had to be a fake. Monet was famously productive and widely imitated. Someone once joked that of the 2,000 paintings he created, 6,000 were in America alone. Plato was no fool. He understood exactly what he owned and why he owned it. Art itself didn't interest him. Each canvas was merely a trophy, a marker of a life dismantled. Between the paintings, he had hammered in dozens, maybe hundreds of small brass pins arranged in upside-down horseshoe shapes. Over these he draped as many necklaces and bracelets as would fit, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and sapphires set in gold, silver, and platinum chains. Earrings dangled from single pins, rings were looped over others. There were wedding bands, engagement rings, signet rings, class rings, and large solitaire diamonds. Hundreds of them, perhaps even thousands. It all came down to time, a topic that fascinated him, one dictated entirely by social class. How long could someone hold out after their money ran dry before they had to sell themselves? How many layers existed between defeat and total surrender, between a problem and utter ruin? For the poor, there was virtually no time and no layers at all. They needed his product desperately. So once their slim paychecks vanished, often on payday itself. They turned to fighting, stealing, and cheating before inevitably taking to the streets to do whatever was necessary from them. He got nothing but cash. The wealthy were different. Their larger paychecks lasted longer, but not indefinitely. Then began the slow drain of savings, stocks, bonds, and investments. Desperate hands would eventually rummage through drawers and jewelry boxes. First came the forgotten pieces, the disliked items, the inherited baubles. These would find their way to him after long, reluctant journeys from nice suburbs in Chicago, Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Des Moines, and Indianapolis. They would be followed by paintings snatched from walls, rings pulled from fingers, chains unclasped from necks. A second wave arrived as parents were quietly looted, then a third as grandparents were visited. When nothing remained, the rich succumbed too, maybe starting in hotels, lying to themselves, but always ending up out in the cold, kneeling in grimy alleyways, men and women alike, doing what needed to be done. It was all just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Holland parked in the lot and walked to his office. Peterson and Reacher made their way to the squad room, which was empty as usual. There were no messages on the back desk and nothing in the voicemail. Reacher picked up the phone, then set it back down. He tapped the spacebar on the keyboard and the monitor glowed to life, displaying a somewhat pixelated graphic of a police shield with Bolton Police Department across it. A tower unit a yard away hummed, whirred, and chattered as the hard drive spun up. Reacher asked, "Do you have access to databases here?" Peterson, settling at the adjacent desk and tapping his own keyboard, clicked a few icons, typed a password, and replied, "Why do you ask? A dialog box must have appeared on the screen," because Reacher watched him press the shift key with his left forefinger, then tap a capital P, followed by a lowercase L, A, T, and O. Plato, no direct hit, Peterson reported, just a redirect to a search engine that identifies him as an ancient Greek thinker. Any known aliases on file? Peterson typed again, 9 keystrokes in total, likely a K, followed by a space and the name. South American, he read aloud. Citizenship unclear, true identity unknown, age unspecified, believed to be residing in Mexico, suspected of operating pawn shops in 5 U.S. cities with possible ties to drug trafficking and involvement in the sex trade. Charming individual, no arrest history, nothing from Mexican authorities either. Is that all we have? The federal systems will have deeper files, but I don't have clearance for those. Reacher reached for the phone, then set it back down. Rock Creek had bigger problems than his minor inquiry. He wondered if he was starting to seem like a nuisance, or just plain tedious, like those weathered old sergeants who never really leave the Army life, haunting the bars near base, full of tall tales and outdated advice. Or like retired city detectives who never managed to save enough to retire somewhere warm, still hanging around the same old haunts, inserting themselves into every conversation, suggested we could head up to the prison. It's in the federal network, they have full system access. I know a few of the guards there. It was 5 minutes before 5 in the evening. 11 hours remained. Chapter 28. The prison sat 5 miles straight north at the end of the same road that ran from the highway into town. The route was perfectly straight, as if drawn with a ruler on a map. It was plowed, salted, and mostly clear from steady traffic. Visiting hours had kept the shuttle buses running all day. The drive took 8 minutes. For the first 7, Reacher saw nothing ahead but a dull, gloomy sky and ice crystals hanging in the air. Then the facility came into view. A hazy glow on the horizon sharpened into hundreds of distinct spheres of blue-white light mounted high above a gleaming razor-wire fence. The fence stretched into the distance, standing about 12 feet tall and just as thick. It consisted of inner and outer layers of taut wire, with the space between filled with loose, coiled tangles. More coils were fixed along the top, shifting and swaying in the wind, catching the light. The illumination came from stadium-style fixtures on tall poles spaced every 30 feet, clusters of 4 large inverted metal bowls, each housing a powerful bulb. Watchtowers were positioned every 100 feet, sturdy structures with splayed legs featuring glassed-in cabins and exterior walkways equipped with searchlights. The pole lights blazed down, their glare reflecting off the untouched snow and seeming to double in intensity. Beyond the fence lay a 300-yard expanse of lit, snow-covered ground, and at the center of this vast rectangle stood a tight group of modern concrete buildings. They covered an area the size of a sizable village or a small town. Every structure was lit up inside and out with narrow, fortified windows set into blank facades like portholes on a ship. Their roofs were uniformly blanketed under thick snow. "Our gift horse," Peterson remarked. "The cash cow that keeps this town running." "Impressive," Reacher agreed. And it was. The entire complex spanned hundreds of acres. The brilliant pool of light against the dark prairie made it look like some enormous alien craft, hovering uncertainly, as if deciding whether to land or retreat to a more welcoming place. At the far end, the road widened into a broad plaza in front of the main entrance, lined with bus benches and trash cans. Peterson drove straight through. The gate was essentially a tunnel, enclosed and roofed with wire mesh, tall enough for prison buses and wide enough for two separate lanes, one inbound, one outbound. Each lane was controlled by 3 gates, creating 2 secure holding pens. Peterson pulled the car up to the first security gate, which closed behind them, trapping them between it and the next barrier. A guard bundled against the cold emerged from a booth, gave them a once-over, then retreated, and the forward gate slid open. They advanced another 30 feet, and the entire process repeated itself. Finally, the last gate allowed them through, and Peterson steered onto a road leading toward the complex, its surface a mess of tire ruts and packed-down footprints from countless people. It was obvious the shuttle buses dropped visitors off outside the perimeter. Reacher imagined the woman and child from the coffee shop huddled in their motel blankets, making that cold, trudging walk in the snow and then having to make it all over again to leave. Peterson parked near a visitor entrance, which led into a bleak, empty lobby. The place felt grimly official, with scuffed wet linoleum underfoot, walls painted a sickly mint green, and the harsh buzz of fluorescent lights above. An unused X-ray conveyor and a metal detector arch stood to one side, with 3 correctional officers lounging nearby, looking bored. They exchanged nods with Peterson. They were all acquainted. Shortly, he and Reacher were escorted through a side door into a holding room. It was a newer addition, but already showed signs of wear and neglect. The air was stifling and carried a stale blend of old coffee, fresh perspiration, damp wool, and synthetic uniform fabric. The room held 5 low plastic chairs and a desk with a computer. A guard booted up the machine, entered a password, and then left them to it. "Federal prison means federal systems," Peterson muttered, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He seemed less than fluent with the interface, navigating through menus with a series of hesitant clicks and typed searches, his concentration marked by tight lips and measured breaths. After several minutes, he leaned back from the screen. "The initial profile matches what we had," he began. "South American, precise background unclear, true identity unknown, estimated age in his 40s, believed to be based in Mexico. He's connected to pawn operations and suspected narcotics activity in Chicago, Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Des Moines, and Indianapolis. Suspected involvement in prostitution rings in those same cities." "Anything we didn't already know?" Reacher inquired. "We didn't have the specific city list before." "Beyond that, nothing concrete. There's a standard advisory about his lethality. Reaching his level in that world isn't for the faint of heart. The assessment suggests he's likely responsible for scores of deaths. That seems to be the basic price of admission. Operating in Des Moines might not raise eyebrows, but holding ground in Chicago certainly does. This isn't some small-time player." Peterson returned to the keyboard, clicking and scrolling with renewed focus, his breathing deliberate. "Interesting," he said. "The man owns an aircraft. Lots of people do. It's a Boeing 737, a full-sized airliner modified for private use, reportedly bought from a defunct Mexican carrier." Reacher stayed silent. Peterson continued scanning the data. He's unusually short, he noted, 4 feet 11 inches tall. Is that right? What's your height? 6'5". You've got 1.5 feet on him. That's a significant difference. He's practically a miniature, Reacher observed. Someone made that mistake once, Peterson said dryly. He ended up in intensive care, minus both his legs. Meanwhile, after crawling through the Capitol's notorious evening gridlock, Susan Turner finally reached her office at the Rock Creek location. She slotted her car into her designated spot and entered through the main doors, climbing the worn stone staircase. The cold metal handrail was still there. The upstairs hallway remained cramped, the floor covered in the same aging linoleum. Rows of doors with fluted glass windows lined both sides, each leading to an office. Little had changed, she reflected, since Reacher's time here. A few coats of paint, perhaps, but the bones of the place were untouched. Each room was still outfitted to current Department of Defense specifications. Hers contained the standard-issue metal desk, 3 telephones with a combined 30 lines, an adjustable office chair on wheels, filing cabinets, and 2 visitor chairs with their characteristically springy, tubular frames. The glass bowl of her ceiling light hung from 3 slender chains, casting a soft glow from its energy-saving bulb. On her desk, a government desktop hummed with a secure intranet connection, while a separate laptop linked wirelessly to an outside network. A current world map was pinned to the wall. She took her seat, her screens were quiet. No new messages, no word from the Air Force, and no further call from Reacher. Plugging her digital recorder into the USB hub, she initiated the upload of her interrogation audio. Voice recognition software would soon transcribe it, and both files would be routed to the appropriate agencies. Arrests were imminent in Texas, Florida, and New York City. A unit citation was a certainty, and a Bronze Star recommendation for herself felt just as inevitable. Reacher had earned a Bronze Star once long ago. She knew this because his thick personnel file, its cardboard jacket frayed at the edges, lay open before her. She had pored over it countless times. Jack Reacher, born October 29th, came from a military family, though not an Army legacy. His father was a Marine. His mother was French. A West Point graduate, he served 13 years, starting as an MP, which in Susan's book placed him firmly on the right side. Yet he seemed to court trouble relentlessly. He said exactly what he thought to anyone and did precisely what he deemed necessary, consequences be damned. He cut corners and occasionally heads. Once, he was busted back to captain for breaking a civilian's leg, a demotion that usually served as the Army's polite way of saying, time to move on. But Reacher didn't move on. He stubbornly stayed and fought his way back to Major, a comeback that bordered on the mythical. He eventually founded and commanded the 110 MP unit, her own predecessor, though hardly a model of corporate decorum. And yet scattered across those 13 turbulent years were medals, a Silver Star, the Defense Superior Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, a Soldier's Medal, a Purple Heart, and that Bronze Star. The man clearly had talent to burn. With a more diplomatic disposition and a different family background, he might have been chief of staff by now. What a bizarre career. The Silver Star and Purple Heart came from Beirut, where he was serving as an Army liaison with the Marines during the barracks bombing. He was severely wounded but performed heroically in the chaotic aftermath. Citations for his other medals were heavily redacted, shrouded in secrecy. After hospitalization in Beirut, he was airlifted to Germany to recover. His medical report noted he was a healthy individual, the wounds healing quickly but leaving what was officially termed a disfiguring scar. He stood 6'5" and at the time of the exam weighed 240. No internal issues were found. His vision was excellent. The file listed numerous qualifications: expert on all small arms, record holder in an inter-service 1,000-yard rifle competition. Fitness reports praised his above-average classroom performance, excellence in the field, fluency in English and French, passable Spanish, and outstanding skill with portable weapons. His hand-to-hand combat rating was beyond outstanding, which Susan understood to mean facing him was like dodging a live chainsaw. A hard man, undoubtedly, but a sharp one. A faded color photo was stapled inside the cover. His hair was cropped short and a bit untamed. His bright blue eyes were slightly hooded, his gaze steady and direct. 2 scars were visible, one at the corner of his left eye, another on his upper lip, sitting back. She considered the stark contrast between the decorated soldier in the file and the elusive drifter he had become. A thought interrupted by a sudden dry realization. The army had given him every tool for greatness, and his response was to essentially become a one-man, unstoppable argument against its entire bureaucracy. His features seemed carved from granite by a sculptor with talent, but a tight deadline, all sharp angles and unyielding surfaces. He had a neck, thick and solid, but it was definitely there. His shoulders stretched wide, his arms were lengthy, and his hands were big. A dry, knowing smile played on his lips, hovering somewhere between weary patience and simmering irritation. It was the look of a man who'd agreed to a photo but had just warned the photographer he had 3 seconds left before the camera ended up down his throat. Jack Reacher, overall, Susan sensed he would be fascinating to know, potentially a loyal friend, and unquestionably a perilous foe. She grabbed her phone and called her contact in the Air Force, asking if there was any update. There wasn't. When she pressed for a timeline, he said soon. She snapped that soon wasn't good enough. He teased, trying to impress someone. She replied, no, and ended the call. The final sheet in Reacher's file was a standard cross-reference index pointing to other records where he appeared. There were 73 entries, all classified, which was routine, since nearly everything in the military was stamped confidential. The first 72 were spread across his 13 years of service, locked behind clearance levels that would make them tough for her to access. Operational reports, most likely. The 73rd entry, however, was older and less restricted, dated so far back that Jack Reacher would have been just 6 years old. A little boy. That was odd. Family matters from that era should have been in Marine Corps archives given his father's service. Why would the Army hold a file on a 6-year-old? She emailed Human Resources Command for a one-time password to temporarily view the record. Leaving the prison reversed the entry process, with the added step of a meticulous vehicle search. Peterson stopped in the first secure cage, and 2 guards emerged with flashlights. One inspected the trunk while the other checked the back seat. Then they switched roles and repeated the whole routine. The inner gate slid open, and Peterson eased forward into the second enclosure. A 3rd guard examined their IDs before waving them through. Peterson asked, "What's your take?" Reacher said, "On what? Their security? It's adequate, that's all. That's all it has to be. I think it's pretty solid. Human nature will trip them up eventually. They're only about a year into this. All it takes is 2 guards getting lazy at the same time. It's bound to happen. Always does. Pessimist. Realist." Peterson chuckled as his car pushed on through the snow toward town. 1,700 miles south, a short convoy of 3 Black Range Roves crawled through the blistering heat toward Plato's compound. The trucks were nearly new, each with tinted windows and all sport models, essentially rebodied Land Rover LR3s with supercharged Jaguar engines under the hood. They were capable vehicles for the rough but manageable roads, typical of Plato's corner of Michoacán. Each SUV carried 2 men, totaling 6, all locals in their 30s with decades of experience, dressed in dark suits, heavily armed, and each having worked for Plato before, which meant each carried a trace of fear. The 3 vehicles made the final turn and began the last dusty mile to the gate. Every driver knew binoculars were already tracking them. They had passed the point of no return. Holding a steady 50 miles per hour in tight formation, they slowed well in advance to appear non-threatening. Rumor had it Plato's gatekeepers had anti-tank missiles, or at the very least rocket-propelled grenades, plus surface-to-air missiles for any government helicopters that dared approach. Whether it was true or not, nobody felt like testing the theory. The 3 vehicles halted a safe distance from the entrance, and 6 men emerged from behind their tinted windows, standing motionless in the lingering heat of dusk. No one came to greet them. They understood they were being observed from afar, and that would be the extent of the scrutiny. Their compliance wasn't ensured by a pat-down. It was secured by the knowledge that every one of them had sisters, mothers, grandmothers, and female cousins living nearby. Watching a relative's face being flayed was a horrific prospect. Living with the aftermath was an even deeper torment. A gasoline engine rumbled to life, a gear clunked into place, and the heavy gate rolled back. Within a minute, the final car was inside the compound. The gear reversed, and the gate sealed shut once more. Peterson dropped Reacher off at Janet Salter's house, which had become his round-the-clock base of operations. His boots crunched up the gravel drive, and the female officer stationed in the hallway let him in. He found Janet in the library, settled in her usual armchair under a pool of lamplight, a book in her hands. The other officer stood sentry at the window, her back to the room. Everything was quiet, the situation unchanged. Janet held up her book. "I'm reading Sherlock Holmes," she announced. "The curious incident of the dog in the nighttime?" Reacher asked. "Precisely. I've already considered that. Your neighbor lives upwind. A quiet dog doesn't prove no one was here. It just means the animal didn't catch a scent." "There's a companion volume you should see in the parlor," Janet said. She marked her page and rose from her chair. Reacher followed her to the front room. She closed the door behind them but didn't reach for a book. Instead, she turned and asked, "Are the bikers truly gone?" "Yes," Reacher said. "Will they come back?" "I doubt it." "So am I safe now?" "Not exactly." "Why did Chief Holland let them leave?" "Small-town rules," Reacher replied, a hint of weary cynicism edging into his tone. "Which now mean if you go through with your testimony as planned, only one man will, as you put it, face consequences. That's the reality. It completely undermines our original agreement. The plan was to take down the whole operation. Now they'll just become someone else's headache, moving from town to town like a bad rumor. It's not right. It's how the system often works," Janet said quietly. "I mean, it's not right to ask you to shoulder this much risk for such a paltry result. The reward doesn't match the danger anymore. Are you saying you want to withdraw?" "Yes, I believe I do." It was 5 minutes to 6 in the evening. 10 hours remained. Janet Salter sank into a parlor chair. Reacher moved to the window and scanned the view. Nothing. Just the patrol officer in his car, a competent one, his head turning left and right, checking his mirrors. "I think it's too late for a change to make any practical difference," Reacher said. "Why?" Janet asked. "You could speak to Holland now, but Holland can't reach the prosecutor until tomorrow. The paperwork might take another day to file, and the news could take even longer to circulate, but the people we're up against are in a hurry. That operation generates their income. They can't afford any downtime. So I'm committed, with no way out." Janet's voice was steady, but the strain showed around her eyes. "Stay strong," Reacher said. "You'll be all right. I wouldn't have been all right last night without you, and you won't be here indefinitely." "I won't need to be," Reacher assured her. "They won't wait around forever either." Janet went to prepare dinner, saying the ritual of cooking helped her relax. The night watch officers stirred upstairs and came down. The house felt secure, a bright, warm island against the dark, frozen world outside. Pots and pans on the stove began to fog the kitchen windows, so Reacher paced a slow circuit between the library, the parlor, and the hallway. Peering out, he saw only snow, ice, and shadows shifting in the persistent wind. They were far from ideal conditions for meticulous surveillance, but Reacher assessed the setup as acceptable. 7 officers on duty, with himself as an extra layer of security. It felt manageable. Then the telephone rang. Reacher was in the hallway at that moment, and Janet called from the kitchen, asking him to get it. It was Peterson. He leaned in and said, "There's something you need to see." "Where is it?" "Back at the station, on a computer." "Can't you bring it here?" "No, I can't leave this house." "You told us that siren might never go off again. No more escapes, no more chaos. An educated guess is still just a guess." "I'll drive you there myself and bring you right back. You can't promise that. What if the alarm sounds while I'm gone? I'd still get you back. I swear it on my kids' lives. You'd get into serious trouble. I'll fight it. And I'll win. You ought to be running that place, you know that? Reacher told him. The sooner, the better. Peterson showed up 5 minutes later. He spoke quietly with his team, then found Janet Salter and explained he needed to borrow Reacher for about 15 minutes. He looked her directly in the eye and promised none of his officers would step outside until Reacher returned. She seemed uneasy, but she nodded. Apparently trusting his word, Reacher pulled on his coat and slid into Peterson's car. 5 minutes after that, they were back in the squad room. Peterson settled at a computer desk, clicking and tapping, his expression focused. He pulled up a blank gray square on the screen with a play arrow superimposed in the center. Surveillance footage, Peterson said from the prison interview room earlier today. It's digital. They emailed it over. All right. We never shut off the recording. Want to know why? Why? Plain old inefficiency. Peterson clicked the play arrow. The gray square flickered into a grainy color image shot from above, the camera likely hidden in a light fixture on the lawyer's side of the glass partition. It showed a man in a gray suit leaning forward, elbows on the concrete counter, his face close to the glass. On the other side, in an orange jumpsuit, was a tall, solidly built man with long black hair and a graying beard. He mirrored his lawyer's posture, elbows on the counter, face near the glass. The setup looked conspiratorial. Now listen, Peterson said. The lawyer mouthed something in a whisper. Reacher couldn't make it out. Where's the audio, he asked, built into the light with the camera. Peterson tapped a key to max the volume, then dragged a cursor back slightly. The segment replayed. Reacher leaned closer. The audio was poor, but this time the lawyer's sentence came through faintly. You know, the ancient Greeks tell us that a 6-hour wait solves all our problems? Peterson paused the video. Ancient Greeks. Like philosophers, right? You mentioned Plato was an ancient Greek philosopher. This is a code. It's a message. Reacher gave a slow nod. When was this recorded? 2 o'clock this afternoon, so a 6-hour wait would bring us to 8 o'clock. It's 6 now. That gives them 2 more hours. They've already burned through most of their window. Reacher kept his eyes on the frozen screen. Run it again, he said. Peterson rewound and hit play. The lawyer's head moved slightly. The scratchy whisper repeated, The ancient Greeks tell us that a 6-hour wait solves all our problems. Reacher shook his head. I hear it differently. He's not suggesting we sit around for 6 hours hoping for a random solution. I think he's saying exactly 6 hours from that moment, something specific is going to happen to solve their problems. You really think so? Just my read. What kind of something? The siren will sound. It's their only shot at reaching Mrs. Salter. How could a lawyer make the siren go off? He can't. But maybe they've arranged something together. How? What's scheduled up there at 8 o'clock? Dinner time, feeding time at the zoo is always a good moment for a riot. They eat earlier, TV time then. Some argument over what channel to watch. You said another riot won't happen. Something's going to happen. The attorney spoke with a surprising level of certainty about something that hadn't happened yet. Peterson's face lost all its color, turning a stark white beneath his wind-chapped complexion. Good Lord, he breathed out. They do a head count at 8 o'clock sharp, locking everyone down for the night. What if this man got out earlier today and they haven't realized it? They'll come up one short. The second it's 8:01. Every alarm in the place will go off. They returned directly to Janet Salter's home, where the evening meal was nearly prepared. Spaghetti with a rich meat sauce and grated cheese, accompanied by a fresh salad tossed in her well-used wooden bowl, was about 10 minutes from being served. Janet invited Peterson to stay, and he accepted quietly before pulling Reacher aside into the living room, away from the kitchen bustle. I'm not leaving when that siren sounds, he stated firmly, his grip on Reacher's arm. Glad to hear it, Reacher replied. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, without a doubt. Are you carrying? Yes, Mrs. Salter is too. How do you think he'll get here? By car from the front. It's far too bitter out for anything else. Is there anything we should do beforehand? Nothing, Reacher said. Peterson thought for a moment. We could alert the prison now if the alarm went off early. Their man might be caught off guard. But we don't want him off guard, Reacher countered. We want him right on schedule, coming up that driveway just after 8. You said it. We need this finished. 1,700 miles to the south. Plato emerged from his house to find 3 idling Range Rovers arranged in a perfect line. The 6 men accompanying them stood at ease in pairs, wearing sunglasses, their hands clasped behind their backs. Plato studied them. He knew their capabilities. They were reliable, but never exceptional. Adequate, like perpetual B students. He turned his attention to the vehicles, each one British, expensive, the price of a decent college education. He counted them from the front, then from the back, a habitual calculation. He never rode in the same position in a convoy twice. It was a matter of survival, improving his odds against a potential first strike. He settled on the 3rd vehicle, a choice that felt slightly clever. If the lead car was hit, the 3rd might avoid being boxed in by wreckage, a risk others might assume he'd avoid. Perhaps expecting him in the 1st, the powerful engines promised quick acceleration, no lag. He gave a slight nod toward the 3rd SUV. A man sprang forward to open the rear door. Plato climbed in, the step necessary for his height, and settled into the cream leather seat. The 2 men took the front. The doors thudded shut, and the convoy began to move, slipping through the opening gate and onto the dusty road. Plato watched the men ahead. Many words fit them, but one suited best: expendable. Back at Janet Salter's, the kitchen table felt crowded with 7 people, Peterson and the 4 police officers, their sidearms adding bulk, and Reacher's own broad shoulders made for tight quarters. Ironically, the closeness fostered a tentative, cozy feeling. Though Janet was visibly anxious, and Reacher and Peterson were tense for reasons of their own, all of them acutely aware of the clock ticking toward 8. The 4 officers were eager to share, and soon Janet Salter felt comfortable enough to join the conversation. Reacher and Peterson exchanged a silent glance, deciding to save their energy for when it would truly matter, and they began to contribute as well. Stories flowed around the table. Janet Salter reminisced about her childhood at a tiny elementary school decades earlier, where the farm boys were practically sealed into their winter long johns from November straight through to March. By January, the odor was noticeable. By February, it was downright oppressive. Peterson's own school days were a generation later and felt entirely different. His experience mirrored the classic American schools he saw on television, making him feel connected to the whole country until he glanced at a map and realized just how isolated his hometown was, hundreds of miles from the nearest major league city. He admitted, without shame, that a quiet voice in his mind had always whispered he'd never get out. 2 of the women had moved down from North Dakota, seeking better opportunities and, as one joked, slightly milder winters. Their schooling had been much like Peterson's. Reacher listened more than he spoke, but he understood perfectly. The lockers, the gym, the principal's office. He'd attended 7 different elementary schools himself, every one of them on overseas military bases, yet each was assembled from the same standardized American blueprint. Outside, the climate might be the tropics.